attempt to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. If you think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. Don't hold back. And you shouldn't even care about those noses in the air and the crooked stairs. Don't hold back. Cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people care. Don't hold back.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Welcome everybody, here we are in Wales, round 5 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. There it is, Monster Mountain, and what a monster it is. My name's Jeff Perrett, again joined by Phil G. We love doing these, we hope you love them too. Get liking and subscribing straight away, get on it, because you're in for a whole day of brilliant action.
Yeah, it's the weather, I mean, you can see the puddles there in the background. The weather here this week has been pretty monumentally awful. Our MXGB crew have worked tirelessly all week to get this track up to prep and all get everything all set out for us this weekend. But we've got a beautiful sunny day, not a sparrow's breath of wind, and we're really ready for 6 brilliant motos, Jeff. As you just said, make sure that you like and subscribe to us on our Facebook on MXGB-TV, like and subscribe on the YouTube channel, and also on FIM-moto.tv, where if you can go and subscribe to that, you will get all sorts of other free action from across all motorsport platforms in Europe, and that will help us out no end. But we're here and we are revved for what is round 5. It's the downhill stretch, 4 rounds to go, and it's been fantastic.
It has to this point, and as we said, coming here is a big deal. The huge amount of effort that Darren Lewis and his team have put in up here. I mean, when we first came up here, when me and Neil Irwin first came up here, the rain was coming down, literally 45-degree angle. It was almost getting blown off our feet, and I'm like, really? Is this really going to become a venue? Yeah, and obviously running it more in the middle of or towards summer has definitely helped. You can now see, for those of you that know British motocross, it's now starting to grass over and all the infield. It's all starting to look like a like a proper, massive venue, because it is now one of the biggest motocross venues in the UK.
Yeah, and not only that, we've got another track at the back back of where we are at the minute, which is almost as big as this as well. So a fantastic facility, really, really easy to get to as well. Pretty much dual carriageway all the way here for us from the Midlands. So and you can see there the grass that was pretty scarce when they first opened this facility. Now well and truly taken hold. My first visit to this place, and I have to say, so far I'm impressed. I've had a good walk around watching practice this morning, all the 3 classes, and I think we're going to see some really, really good racing, Jeff.
Yeah, it is a GP spec track. Let's not underestimate that, because when this whole concept came about, Darren and his team wanted to obviously shoot for that standard. The track design, Elfie and Justin have come in. Obviously, you know those guys. They do a lot of tracks in the UK. And that was very much the case. The jumps are behemoth. I mean, but they're big and safe, so you're going to see plenty of air time. Even so, they're so big that even some of the 125s are really having to huck-a-buck to get over them.
Yeah, I was talking to Drew Stock just briefly. They were just on the way back from the signing session. The queue for the signing session at the Hospitality was massive, and he was saying that this morning in their wet practice and qualifying, he was struggling to get over a couple of the obstacles. And hopefully, as it dries out, and bearing in mind that, like I say, it's been really, really wet here all week, and we've had our crew out watering. They're there at the moment picking water up from the Bowser. The whole of this track can be watered from externally. You've got the track that runs all the way around the outside, as the Americans have it all set up. So all of this stuff can be done really easily and quickly without it putting any stress on the racetrack.
Honestly, Phil, the effort they've put in, that is what you're seeing there is like a kind of made reservoir, but they actually pump water. They got a huge pipe that pumps water up this man-made mountain, and brings the water up to that reservoir. So we've got an endless supply of water. As you can see, it looks fabulous. It's going to be, like you said, really good racing. It's a wide open flowing track. It's more of, obviously it's been built from scratch. So it's more what we'd say a modern motocross track. You know, we're still going to some venues that obviously we get like Leng. You know, two rounds ago, they were racing there before the war.
Yes.
You know, so this is built for modern motocross.
And it is great to see what is a relatively new facility getting a British Championship round again. I think the last time we were here was in 2023, which I think it was the final round of the series as well, which I think Conrad Muse took the title that year. But like I say, you can see how dry it is on the external parts of the track that are dry, but this was... It was unbelievable. Even me arriving yesterday morning, I could not have believed that we would get it to dry out as much. And some lovely little parts of the track we can just see in the bottom left-hand corner. That's a fantastic off-camber.
Yeah.
They've built an off-camber turn, Jeff, and it's so good to see riders being tested on stuff like that. So
absolutely.
And like I say, even as good as the drone shot is, you have no idea how high up we are.
No, and it's just such a vast venue, of course. So 75 years of British motocross. We'll touch on that more as we go on. So let's get down to the business of what's going on today, the format, and what you're going to see. So, Phil, obviously we're going to start with the 125s.
We are.
Yeah, always entertaining those young kids.
Look, it's been a really good championship so far, the RFX 125 Championship. They are going to be first on the gate at 12 o'clock, followed by our MX2 and our Jude Morris Foundation under-21 MX2 race at 12:45, and our Pico Factory Racing MX1 Moto 1 will be at 25 to 2. And then we'll do it all again. MX 125s at 2:30, MX2 at 3:15, and our final Pico Factory Racing MX1 race will go off the line at 4:05, and hopefully our trophy presentation and everything at 5 o'clock. But that is your set schedule for your Monster Mountain round 5. We've got, like I say, pretty much a set schedule for our Motul ACU British Championship now. Everybody knows what they're going to get here and get practice and qualifying underway in the morning, and the races pretty much happen. There's a few of the guys looking round the circuit. So that's our lap scoring and TV compound there. Here's the track, Jeff. So track type dirt, technicality 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10. Yeah. Now you see, technically, I think we've been to more advanced technical circuits, but the dirt here is a tricky one. It's good, don't get me wrong, but this is a man-made mountain, and it has some kind of flint and rock in it, which just traction is not always primo in all the corners. You got to kind of roll that throttle on nicely because there's little stones in it that make the wheels spin up. So yeah, but it's a fast-flowing circuit and a beautiful fast first corner as well. It's like a Talladega. I can't even say the word.
You can't say Talladega. I nicknamed it Talladega earlier on just because
I was just going to cheat and say Glen Helen. I should have just said Glen Helen, but I messed that right up. It doesn't matter. But yeah, but it's a lovely sweeping first corner, safe and fast. But yeah. 15
degrees here then. We opted for shorts. You opted for shorts this morning. I've changed at lunchtime. It is a nice, pleasant day here in the Welsh Valleys, and we're really pleased to be bringing you all of the action. Let's have a bit of a recap on our championship positions then as we go along. Our RFX 125 guys then, and like I say, they will be coming to the line first. And Drew Stock, our championship leader, I would run away. Yes, comfortable championship leader. He's only got 35 points on Harley Marjak, and Marjak's had a few not great races, but he's qualified fastest today, Jeff.
Super impressed with the kid. I've said it before. Caught me a little bit off guard at the start of the year. Remember, he stepped up from the 85s. I was expecting him to sort of, be in and around top 10, pushing on towards top 5s. But honestly, that first race of the year at Hawkstone, when he actually was in it as a 13-year-old kid and chased down Drew Stock, and Stat, it was quite an achievement. And he's there, like you said, he's knocking on the door, because Drew Stock has only lost one race to this point.
Yeah, and then that was obviously that
Brian
was
Giles. That was
Brian
unreal.
Giles at Ling. Also, props to Joel with Stanley Dawson. He is sitting there in third in the championship, having DNF'd at the last round at Landrake. They had a technical in, I think, Moto 2. But Joel, again, another guy that's come up off an 85, first year in the championship, still young. And he is up there doing good things. Ollie Waters in there doing well. Archie Stapley, Alfie Heron, he's been and done a few EMX rounds, Lucas Moncrief, and also not featured in the top 10 is Hayden Stout on the Chambers KTM, who is back this week.
He is back. Now, been following a little bit on social media, but I've got to say, when we first saw that injury and he turned up to the races and he was in a big neck body brace and, okay. So great that he's back.
Yes.
I certainly wasn't expecting him to be back at this point after that injury. I thought it'd be another couple of rounds. But there you go, he's back.
Yeah, and obviously they've not rushed that. They've gone through the proper procedure, and the doctors are really happy with the way that it's gone. So good to see him back. Here is our MX2 then. And Charlie Heyman, 37 points to the good of a new second place man, Ben Musto, who it was so good to see the AC United Gas man back up his 2024 form at Landrake with an overall victory there. He moved to second in the championship as a result of that. Tommy Searle sits there in third, 43 points back. And then it's Gian Dunson, Billy Askew, Joe Brooks switching from Triumph to Honda mid-season, Charlie Richmond, Joel Rizzi, Josh Vale and Ollie Coleman. But that is a very, very tight top 10.
Brooks wasn't out there this morning. I understand I didn't see him out there. I think he got injured in the week, I believe.
Yes, that's what I'd heard. I didn't see him. And so, unfortunately, Joe Brooks not with us this weekend. But he's been having a good year in EMX. And he's showing that he's got a decent turn of speed at the world level in EMX. And obviously, we saw him take a victory last year. Not quite got there this year yet, as our riders there in the holding area starting to form for what will be our first race of the day. There is the Under-21 Championship, and because of the way that this is scored, basically it's the same championship but without Tommy Searle, because everybody
it
else...
It virtually is,
yeah but the points do change, and Ben Musto only 28 adrift in the Under-21s, so that's good to see. Gian Dunson, he is there in third on the Gabriel SS24 KTM. He's been going well in EMX. He had a really good run out in Latvia. Charlie Richmond there in fourth. I'm impressed with Charlie on the True 7 Crendon Honda. He's finding his feet in the class and doing pretty decent. Billy Askew in fifth. Brooks, we've already spoke about. Josh Vale on the Phoenix Talks Fantic. Ollie Colmer. Jamie Keith, who was very, very fast this morning. We'll come to that later on. And Tyler Hooley on the Leeds Pallets. I think it's a KTM. He is there in 10th place, and he's missed a round because he wasn't with us at Landrake. So that is your under-21s. And that MX2 class is very tight. Been impressed with Charlie Heyman and the way that he's gone about his business. And I feel that there is a belief in him that what is happening and the way that he's riding is a result of everything that he's done over the last couple of seasons. And talking to team boss Neil Prince yesterday, they've not been at EMX rounds or anything, but they are scheduled to do the final 3 rounds of the AMA. So that's good for them.
Oh, amazing. Great, and we've seen how the SC team do that in previous years, and it works great. How can you not get your speed doing AMA? So Charlie looking good in that class. We'll get back to that more later on. MX1, well, there's a different equation this weekend again. I'll let you.
Yes, so Jeffrey Hurlings, the Bullet, is back for his second visit of the 2026 season here at Monster Mountain on the factory HRC Honda Patronus. For those of you following the World Championship, obviously Jeffrey still giving Lucas Coonan a good run for his money in that, but he is here today, and obviously he will be looking to take victory. He's no stranger to Monster Mountain. No. He comes and races here on a Wednesday. He loves the place.
He's ridden here more times than some Brits.
He has. But Conrad Muse has the red plate on the front of that Crendon True 7 Honda, the Apico factory racing 450 class. For the first time this season, it's been backwards and forwards kind of between Ben and Aurel Oliver. They've shared it a couple of times. But now it is in the hands of Conrad Muse by just a point from Ben Watson on the Dirt Store Triumph with 176 to Muse's 177. Aurel Oliver, he is there on 165. And a very, very impressive Taylor Hamill there in fourth. 143 points. He's 34 points adrift of the lead. But he's been good. He led a race for quite a long while. I think he led at Ling, and he also led at Landrake as well. He's got
a different dilemma this weekend, Taylor Hamill. His girlfriend may go into labour today over the weekend. Now, you imagine that. He's been chasing this podium position, right, and he's been close a few times. Imagine if he's there, and then after the first race, he's got to skid it out of here. Well, we wish whatever. We hope that all goes well, obviously. But yeah, I was told that Taylor might have to exit stage left if he gets the call.
Yeah, that's something that obviously. But it just goes to show that these guys that are doing this, they've got normal lives and they're going through all the same stuff that everybody else goes through, as well as trying to be a pro motocrosser. But Taylor Hamill, he's got a day job as well. So fair play to him, and that Kawasaki has been going very, very well. And I would dearly love to see him nab a podium.
It would be great. I was told that by Matt Greenoff, though, so he could be on a massive wind-up, and I've got that completely...
Oh,
I hope that...
imagine that.
If you've set me up with that Greenoff, I'm telling you, I'm having you for that. So I hope that is true. Not that I don't believe everything that Matt says. So here we go. Yeah, the 125s. Obviously, this is going to be great. Remember, we are also going out on FIM-TV, so big up to everybody that's tuning in with there all over Europe and all over the world. Thank you for that. Remember, keep pressing that like and subscribe. Get that bell ringing so you never miss a round when we come. You'll get that reminder on YouTube when we go live.
Yeah, and all of that stuff makes a difference to our algorithm. And like I say, like and share, it really, really does make a difference. We do read the comments. We've got somebody here in the Luxurious TV booth. After Landrake, our summer holiday in Phil Congdon's double-decker bus. We really enjoyed that. Don't forget also to tune into the Prox Pit Pass later on in the week. That's something that goes out and just basically recaps all of the action after each of the rounds, all of the stuff that we miss, because obviously we're in the booth. We get to see what's on camera. There's lots of stuff going on behind the thing. I only found out yesterday, saw the picture of Aurel Oliver's crash at Landrake, where he crashed on the backside of the jump that we were the other side of in the opening race, where
we don't get to see it.
And we didn't see it. And Stevie Clark led across the line on the start, and we were obviously going nuts about that. And we're like, where's Aurel gone? And he was on the floor out of our sight. So all of that kind of
good
stuff.
Good old Clarky.
He's not here this weekend.
No, but he doesn't need to be, because he'll be dining out on that for about the next 2 years.
Oh, did I tell you about? No, but fair play to him. But there we are. Obviously, the pit box is at the moment all fairly quiet, because everybody is going to be in the start gate there in the holding area.
And you can see this well-branded and massive circuit. So actually, I think we need to buy more branding when we come to Monster Mountain to do the whole circuit. But you can see our partners, notably Dirt Store, obviously, that makes this happen with the live stream big time, along with other partners as well.
RFX in there.
Pico, RFX. But, obviously Motul as well as title sponsors of the championship. We've got all kinds of things going on. We've got Stasic here as well. There's a little tryout area on balance bikes. So if you come along with your kids at some rounds, we don't do that all rounds, but they're here with this one, so that's pretty cool. Camelback, we've got a bunch of partners. You'll see them throughout. We're going to play, obviously, commercials throughout this broadcast. And without these guys, Michelin as well, of course. We got the Academy there last night as well with the Youth Academy, so they're getting behind it. Talking of that, a perfect time and segue to go to an ad break talking about partners. So we're going to quickly do that. Don't go too far away. Welcome back, everybody, to Monster Mountain Round 5, as we mentioned, of the Motul. There you are, bang on cue, ACU British Motocross Championship. We are not far away now from getting this thing underway with the 125 class, brought to you by RFX. So a little quick rundown in qualifying. As we said, Hayden Stapp making his return to racing.
Yeah,
pretty
good to
solid
see.
in qualifying.
Yeah, he did pretty well. Third place for Hayden, and like I say, he's back after quite a serious injury. But yeah, talking to the team yesterday, they've gone through, done everything as they should. Doctor's orders. There is your championship. They're the qualifying. So Harley Marjak qualifying fastest from Drew Stock by the smallest margin, 0.02 of a second. With Hayden Stapp there in third, Finley J fourth, Lucas Moncrief in fifth, Stapley sixth, Joe Winstanley Dawson seventh, Waters eighth, Harry Hall in ninth, and Chris Brindley in 10th, who had a big digger. I saw Brindley riding in with half of that bike missing, so a good recovery from Brindley, unless he got the fast lap in before he stepped off. But that is your RFX qualifiers. A return for Arthur Moore on the TM in 11th, so good to see him back. Then Jensen 7, Alfie Heron, Chase Panther, new name to me, William Wood, Archie Butterfield, Harvey Collins, Chad Prince inside the top 20, son of Neil Prince, and Oliver Rees-Williams in there in 19th and 20th, Oakley Kettle.
One noticeable admission to that, I didn't see Alfie get as green out there this morning, and he wasn't in qualifying, so I don't actually know the backstory of that. I don't know if he's picked up an injury, but obviously he was faring relatively well in the championship.
Yeah, he's a bit pear-shaped for him, isn't it?
Obviously at Ling he rode really well, so that was pretty impressive. So as we just get into this, as we said, there's going to be it's a kind of going to be an emotional weekend here for many reasons at Monster Mountain. We'll get onto that in a minute. But again, just big shout out to all our partners, particularly Dirt Store, for making this happen with MXGB-TV, Motul. Like we said, all these guys, we're going to go through them all at the weekend. The Pico sponsors the class as well. But yeah, so as we said, there is, we're going to be looking at some silence coming up now, and I'll let you cue this up, Phil.
Go into ours now. Yeah, so unfortunately, we lost Keith.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
So welcome back then to Monster Mountain. And a sombre moment now as we mark the passing of Keith Thorpe, father of three-time world champion Dave Thorpe, who sadly passed away this week. A man known to pretty much all of the paddock throughout the whole of Dave Thorpe's career. My first meeting with him was in the mid-70s when Dave was a schoolboy on a Suzuki. And one of the kind of enduring father and son partnerships through the whole of British Motocross, 3 world championships, and everybody at the track marches respects and sends their condolences to the whole of the Thorpe family, to Dave and Ryan, and all of the Crendon True 7 team at this time. And like I say, Jeff, a sad loss to the sport.
Absolutely, yeah. We just had a minute silence at the track there while we were running that advert break. So we had a little moment just thinking of Keith. I mean, for me, the memory of Keith, but standing memory is actually watching the Duke marketing videos when Dave won his first world title at Wolan, and they interviewed him afterwards, and just like the tears of pride building up in his eyes, and I'll always remember that. And the time I spent with him when we in California, I got to know Keith pretty well.
Yeah,
used to go breakfast with him every morning at Mimi's Cafe in Corona.
Yeah, I mean, obviously your involvement with as a pro rider, Jeff. For me, as a fan of those guys, looking over the fences at you and them guys back in the day. Such a great time in British motocross, and the fact that Keith was there through all of his factory career as his spanner man. Unbelievable. And obviously we saw a video released by the guys there at the Crendon True 7 and the Honda Off-Road Centre down there only a couple of months ago, with them looking round one of Dave's X-Championship bikes, which was one of the nicest things, to seeing the joy in his eyes. So a real, they called him the Colonel, but he was the man. Everybody knows who he was, and a sad loss to the sport, and things will never be the same.
No, well, he was just such a calming influence, really. Just so methodically professional. We used to talk about his time in the army and how it gave him the discipline and everything to be
Yes.
end up, he just seemed to always seem completely unflustered. Even that pressure pot of taking his son, not even as a mechanic, bearing in mind, he was a mechanic, and it was his son going for a world title.
Yes.
You're not just the mechanic. To stay emotional, like all those things, and guide Dave to that. And let's be honest, with a bit more luck, Dave would have had even more world titles. So, the Colonel will be missed, no doubt about it.
And nice to remember him. And like I say, our commiserations and good thoughts to the Thorpe family at this time. And we wish the Crendon True 7 team, they're all here. They were all here yesterday. And we hope they have a decent weekend to remember Keith by. But here we are, RFX 125's then on the line. Our fastest qualifier was Harley Marjak from Drew Stock and Haydenstadt, as we saw earlier on. Where are you going on the gate here, Jeff?
I would be middle of the left-hand side of the doghouse. Basically, I wouldn't be too far up the inside. I mean, I know it's a big, fast sweeping corner, but still, just over a bit. So if you get a good drop, you really can keep it lit.
So here we go then, 5-second board is up. Oh, a few trigger fingers, away they go. Oh, who's going to get the break?
Not Drew Stock. He has been...
Is that Marjak down the inside? It is.
It is.
And it's the 484 Stapley, Jeff, around the outside.
Wow, look at that. Moncrief there as well, and the red squeezing him out. So 3 Yamahas up front, but I've got to say the 2 S. Briggs boys, dynamic out the actual gate and up the start straight, but Marzak, he has grown, seemingly to me, about another half foot since I saw him at Landrake. I mean, he's a 13-year-old kid, but already, he's a big old unit for 13 years of age.
Oh, it looks like...
Looks great, though.
Didn't see where Haydenstadt was off the start, but obviously we will get our live timing through as they come through at the end of the first lap. So down the back end of the circuit now, a nice jump here. There's some real nice technical bits to this Monster Mountain circuit.
That looks like Stat, I think, isn't it, out there in
this
Troy Lee kit?
Stock, yeah.
Yeah, in second.
Stock with the red plate, he is there in third. And as a result of that, I'd say Stock will be... wanting to not give up too many points to Harley Marjak this weekend.
Now they're on it with the water in here. You saw it at the start of the show. You saw them out there with the fire hydrants, almost like AMA and GP. But it's windy. It gets windy up here as well. This track will dry out quite quick. So they're going to keep on top of that. But it will get technical. It's already got technical. There are some pretty lengthy ruts coming in and out of these corners already, Phil, isn't there?
Yes.
This is that off-camber bit that you love. Yeah, I love. Doesn't look anything from there, does it?
No.
And when you go over
it's this over that bit there. It's pretty cool. And you can see already dust starting to kick up. The stones are going to come to the surface. This is the kind of track where I'll be running 2 sets of handguards and a yellow pages taped to the back of me hands. This is a really technical section. That's quite rutty along there, Jeff.
Yeah.
So you've got to get that right. You need to be going up and down in the right place. But as they come round to complete with the first complete lap, but they will come across the line for the first time, and we will get our K-Tech tower up the side of the screen, hopefully. But it is Marjak that leads.
Yeah, then Haydenstadt, Drew Stock, Finley J, Lucas Moncrief, Archie Stapley, then Arthur Moore on the TM. That's a pretty comprehensive block out of the blue bikes at the front there at the minute on this opening. Now, Ollie Waters, great to see Ollie back getting in the thick of it after a very difficult bit of off-season with injuries and coming back to fitness. He was good last time out at Landrake.
So that's the step up that Drew Stock was saying he was having trouble with. But Marjak looking absolutely on point. 1.7 across the line. They've dropped Finley J to the tune of 7.5 seconds on that first lap, Jeff. That's incredible speed from the front three.
I tell you, that is some margin, because it's a big old wide track and you wouldn't expect them to to be dropped that You know, it's not like they got pinched up, all the ones behind. He is setting some pace out here already. Great to see Hayden Statt back. You know, I mean, scary moment for him. You never want to see a rider with a neck injury and all those things. And I obviously speaking to his dad, Craig, not long after it happened, he's like, oh, that put the wind up me, that whole thing.
But like I say, they've done it properly. They've gone through the proper channels, had good medical advice on it, and they just said, yeah, he's good and ready to go. And do you know what? I'm trying to think, but for all of the rounds that we've had earlier on this year, and obviously I know that he's missed a couple, this is the first time I've seen him get a decent start. Yeah. And I'm just thinking, he's always been, we've looked at him and he's been like just outside the top 10 having to fight his way through. Oh, there's the 67 off in the barrel, that's Jaden Smith, so he's just like he's gone over the berm there.
Okay, so Phoenix Tools faster laps. It's no real surprise. It's against basically Hayden Statt. Not Hayden Statt, Harley Marjak taking the quickest lap of the race, which was pretty much that first opening full lap.
A couple of riders down there, Jeff. I think one of those might have been Alfie Heron on the TM. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, he's dropping down lead. Well, shame again, because he's putting together a brilliant championship, the rider from Ireland. He's currently in 6th in the championship. Switched over to TM machinery next year. This year, after being on I think Yamaha last year.
Hayden Statt is not letting this one get away.
Well, this could be a bit of a story if he comes back from injury and picks up a race win. Long way to go, of course. And Marzak is such a tough little cookie. Well, he's not little. Keep saying he's little. By age he is, not by in his stature.
But is this the first one of these that we've seen Marjak actually lead out, Jeff, as well?
Well, I mean, Drew Stock has been so good out of the start. Most championship rounds, he's basically controlled the race, most races from the front, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
As far as I can remember, must have led an awful lot of laps.
Look, if he gets the gate, he's gone. And the only time that he didn't manage to take the race win was when him and Brian Giles did that synchronised tip over at Ling. So he's been dominant, or a little bit of a moment there for Hayden Statt.
And even then, he was only led for like 20 feet.
Yes.
I mean, that was literally it.
It was the 20 feet that mattered, having said that.
Yeah, but he's led an awful lot of laps. But I tell you, he's not finding the pace to live with these two at the minute. He is being, as you can see, dropped. The gap between these two is basically, it's out to 5 seconds, give or take, from Marzak to stop.
So it's a two-rider battle at the front, and obviously with the gap at 0.94 of a second, we'll not be going anywhere anytime soon. We're going to be chasing this one. It's a lot of pressure for Marjak at the front then on the Briggs Racing Yamaha. Like I say, one of the youngest guys in the class. I think he is 14 now, so he has had a birthday, had a little bit of a mistake there, and that's going to slow him down a little bit down this straight. He just needs to get this absolutely spot on. You can see Statt is closing in quickly because he managed to get one hop earlier in the beginning of that straight.
Here it comes. I think they've just tamed down that Camel's. He's got that inside low, hard to take from there. Hayden, though, very early in the race, putting some genuine heat on here. We have had 6:43 on the clock go. We've got 13 minutes, obviously, plus the extra laps to do. They are just, look at that. It's now gone out to nearly 8 seconds.
That is
from Statt to stop. They are absolutely flying. Of course, Drew is in a nice position championship-wise. He's got a 35-point lead over Marzak, but you can't be just letting them go at this stage, I would imagine.
No, and the K-Tech Tower telling us the story of the race. And again, they're bouncing up there onto that tower top. Is Statt going to have a move down the inside? So do you sit there and just keep the pressure on, Jeff, or do you make a pass in the hope that you can go away?
I mean, for Hayden, I would probably, in the position that he's in, coming back from injury, if he's feeling it, great. I'd just sit there for a bit because he's caught him up. The trouble is, the roost. I mean, the 125s are not as bad as when you're behind a 450, admittedly, but still, he is getting filled in with wet dirt, little stones, little rocks. So maybe in that sense, go by if he's confident enough. He's obviously a bigger, stronger lad. There's, 3 years age difference in these two, I think. So, I mean, he's fired. There's another reason why Hayden would be fired. I think he's bitterly disappointed that he's missed out on being selected. There's the move, Phil. I think he's got the inside into the next corner.
Down the inside, yes. Nice move. Oh, he's come back at him straight away.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So that wide, he couldn't hold that tight line. And real smart riding from Marzak. He's like, well...
It shows how nice the track is, though, Jeff.
Yep.
As an alternative. Marzak's having to ride the lines to keep Stat at bay. And he comes straight back at him.
Oh, I'm trying to work out. Can't see who that is.
Brindley? That's Chris Brindley, I believe.
Yeah, looks like it. Another rider having a good championship.
He was my guy. He was my tip for third in the series at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
I was really impressed with him last year, but not having the run of things.
Oh, look at that! They changed lines there. So Marzak being really smart, realised that
doing the Hayden Deegan line a little bit there. Just slightly the wrong side of the marker. Let's just have a look at the rest of the guys then. Stockton a distant 7 seconds back, just keeping his powder dry out the roost, and then it's Finley J, Lucas Moncrief out. Moore there in 6. That's a good ride from him. Arthur Moore on the TM. Then it's Stapley, Ollie Waters, Joe and Stanley Dawson, and Brindley, who we think has crashed out of 10th place. We'll wait and see when they come across the line. That will move.
Working it lovely. I'll tell you, that's a stretch. For those 125s to get actually fully up on top of them.
Yes,
they really got to commit to that.
I was down there watching in practice and qualification this morning, Jeff, and they were properly having to throw those 125s at it to get a nice rhythm, and if you didn't get it, the difference in speed at the end was massive. Stat already then found a way past Harley Marzak. Is he going to try the same thing again in the same place, or is he just going to sit there and think, well, I know I can do it, I'm just going to make a better job of it? Or has Marzak pulled the pin?
Yeah, a little bit of both. I mean, they're so young. Where's Hayden Stat going? Okay, well, I mean, I guess no harm, no foul. I mean, we'll see what happens with that.
Yeah,
I think the ACU rulebook, you've got to try and join back the track in a safe area. I'm not sure, like back in the old days, you had to genuinely spin it back round as where you fit.
Yes,
but I think the rules slightly different.
But the thing was then there was actually a fence, and you had to go back through the hole that you just created. But look, he's lost a bunch of time there, Jeff. It was 0.7 across the line, and he's not even in shot now. So I think that that is the toe lost. And whether Stat can pull the time back on that Chambers KTM, they were swapping forks out when I was here in having a walk around yesterday. Been working on getting suspension done, and obviously not having a lot of race time.
No. Good save.
That was a good save.
Luckily, he had that leg not where it should have been, and almost acted as a stabiliser there and popped him back up. You're absolutely right, Phil. Bear in mind, like Hayden, fitness might sell. Now, he's a fit young man, but bearing in mind he was in a body brace, and there's only so much physical training you can do in a body brace to keep your fitness. Bearing in mind also, obviously, he hasn't actually had race time and bike time for a couple of months. So, you know, yes, he's fit, he's young, obviously that helps, but there's no substitute for racing. And this is just maybe where Harley's going to have a bit of an advantage come the second part of this race.
Yeah, he's a fit young man. But this is what we'll see. So it's 2.3 across the line, 10 seconds back to Drew Stock. That was nice. Just managed to recover that. This is the lap that's going to make the difference.
He's starting to look just a little bit like just lost the toe. I think, you know, the adrenaline of making a good start after being up a bike for so long. All those that's 2 or 3 notable mistakes in the last 3/4 of a lap.
Yes, and that's going to harm him. He's lost the toe, and as a result of that, there is Stock. There's another battle that will be coming across the line with Finley J, Lucas Moncrief, Archie Moore. Here it is. So this is the battle then for 4th and 5th at the moment, and it is Finley J on the 3.57 from Lucas Moncrief with Arthur Moore there in the background, and Archie and Ollie Waters in 7th. Waters then 4th in the championship, Jeff. He'll be wanting to get his way to the front of this battle.
You just saw Phoenix fastest lap. Phoenix Tool's fastest lap time come up. That is now actually now belongs to Hayden Stat, but I think it was the lap prior to the one we just watched, because that was littered with quite a few mistakes. So,
he was a little bit at 6s and 7s there, but he's pushing on. He's ring rusty.
Yeah, his time was a 2:12.826. Remember that, and let's see how that compares with MX2 an MX1.
Yeah, Waters then putting the pressure on Arthur Moore and the rest of them as Joel Winstanley Dawson. He is on the back of Archie Stapley, by the look of it, another one of the Briggs riders. So Joel Winstanley Dawson, he's another guy that's shot up, and he's also lost a lot of timber this season. And I'll say he is the nephew of former GP rider Matt Winstanley. And Ken, who used to run the World Sport British Masters back in the day, and Joel been big mistake there. Joel's been working his way through the classes, and his first year in 125s, and I think he's third in the championship, especially with the DNF, shows that how strong he has been across the 8 motos that we have had already, Jeff, and a nice pass there which will move him up to 8th place.
Yeah, he's a gritty young rider. Well held. Just as we were bigging him up, I thought, he's going to hit the dirt here, but he didn't. So that was a good save.
Right. Also, Jeff, while we went to look for something interesting, Hayden Statt's in the lead. Marjak went down, comes across the line, 7 seconds adrift, and he is only just in front of the Drew Stock. So we played the let's have a look at something further down the field card,
and
our leader fell off. Our camera crew went back to the battles that we asked them to, and as always, Boyce was on the backside. So Hayden Statt now leads by 7 seconds from Harley Marjak, with Stock there in 3rd.
I'm going to bring something to this as well, and again, I didn't see this with my own eyes, so I can't say exactly what happened, but I did hear that there was a little bit of needle between Hayden Statt and Drew Stock in practice. I think Hayden ran it in pretty hard on one of his flying laps or something. I'm not sure how true that was, but that's what I was hearing. Didn't see it.
No,
but, yeah.
You're more. You have your ear to the ground more than me on that kind of stuff, Jeff. But as we see Harley Marjak, I'd say we didn't see the crash.
Finley J.
Yeah, he's off
going off circuit.
So
he's going to fall out of.
Yeah.
God, it's all happening all of a sudden.
Yeah.
As we get towards the tail end of this race, so yeah, Finley J. That was definitely him. Let's see. When he comes across the finish line, I would expect him to drop down. The question is, how far has he dropped down? Now, all of a sudden, of course, Drew Stock has his claws into his biggest championship rival.
Yeah, and obviously, while we were at the start of this race, with Marjak running away at the front and Stock sitting there in a comfortable 3rd, just taking the points, thank you very much. Not a lot to be gained by sticking his neck out. Now, his main championship protagonist, he's there right in the crosshairs, and he is going to try and close down the man on that S. Briggs Racing Yamaha. Lots of looks over the shoulder from Marjak. Like you say, he's a bit of a unit now for a kid of his age, isn't he?
He is. Just going back to this championship quest here, remember, Drew, I'd like to think, has got the tenacity and sense to realise that Hayden Statt is not a threat to him.
He's not a threat
He's just not going to pick back those points in the championship. So all he needs to do is keep beating the rider that's directly in front of him.
Gets his head down there to duck the roost. A different wide line there. So Marjak, he's dropped 8 seconds with that It can only have been a tip-off, Jeff. He's not gone down hard, has he?
I can't see any dirt on him. So, he could have stalled it as well. We don't know, do we? But
that right hand guard looks like it might be at a jaunty angle.
Oh, yeah, could be, yeah.
Hard to say at this distance, but yeah, we went back to look at the battle. Arthur Moore now up to an excellent 4th place from Moncrief. Waters, Winstanley Dawson, Stapley dropped down to 8th after getting passed by Winstanley Dawson. Finley J in 9th, and a really good ride from the number 7 of Jensen 7. He is up there in 10th. Heron 11th, Panther 12th, Oakley Kettle 13th, Wood 14th, and Zane Dibley Deakin. That is your top 15. 2:46 plus 2 to go, Jeff.
Yeah, great stuff from Arthur Moore. Such a diminutive little rider. Power to weight ratio, and I'll tell you, those TMs as well, they rip. And it's great to see TM putting the effort in, Mike and the guys there. Even Woody is out today as well. Obviously, Mike's his son now runs it in the UK.
I saw him in the
Woody.
hospitality
Great
suite.
to see Woody.
He was looking that good, I didn't recognise who he was.
Yeah.
So nice to see him, and obviously I'm a TM peddler of, I won't say some repute, but in the past that's been our weapon of choice for a few years. So good to see them out there.
This is good. He's really applying some pressure here let's see. And I'm loving how Marzak's handling this pressure. Yes, he made a mistake in the lead, but what an education for him coming into the 125 class this year. Really excited about the British GP at Foxhill and the fact we've got the EMX 125
Yeah,
class.
that's going to be something to see. That's to me, that's almost a kind of as big a draw as the main classes. Getting
Totally.
to see these guys that we commentate on week in, week out at the home GP. Going to be really good, and it's good for them as well, because obviously I think it's been a while since we had EMX 1. Did we get EMX 125 all the time at Matley? I meant there was a couple of times we didn't get it, and you felt like it really needed it.
And we did. We got a different batch of riders this time as well.
Yes,
So
of
look,
course.
get your. Oh, they're coming into lap traffic big time. Drew carrying. He got real close there last time around as well. But going back to the GP, get yourself there. Get behind the British riders. Lucy Barker and all the girls as well. The women. We got a bunch of women, British women racing the women's as well. So come on.
And obviously MX2 will be stacked, because I don't think there's EMX 250, so there'll be a lot of guys in that. But anyway, this battle for second place is the de facto kind of battle for leading the championship at the moment, where Stock is not wanting to give up any points at all to Harley Marjak. And again, it's one of those things. Marjak's not beat him yet this year, and I would imagine that Drew Stock will want that to continue.
Yeah, and it comes down again to that little psychological thing. That's where you don't want to let your rival just get that little bit of impetus to think, right, beat him once, going to do it all the time now. We kind of see that, don't we, in a lot of World Championship Motocross, AMA as well, that whole thing about how Deegan just refused to let anybody get, the mental battle.
It's all about the momentum, and it needs a swing for Marjak at this point in the year for him to close down that 35-point gap. This will bring it down to 33, and like I say, it doesn't take much. A DNF, a bad start, or a mechanical for whatever reason for either of these guys, and it will become the difference between it being all scare and being an absolute blowout. So
Drew with a nice line now. I can sense Drew's getting a little bit frustrated.
Oh, he's got the move down the inside. Oh, he's moved him out there.
Well, he did Marzak was a little bit. I wouldn't just keeping an eye on him through those switchbacks as well, and that's where I could feel Drew's frustration, because he was quicker through that section. He just couldn't find a way by. So there you go. The move's done. So just stamping his authority a little bit there. He's not going to win the race. He doesn't need to. Amazing story of Hayden Stack gets this done, by the way. Yeah,
and don't forget, obviously, you've got to go try and find the victory circle in a bit and have a chat with these guys. But yeah, that wasn't an out-of-the-way pass by Drew Stott there, but he made no mistake in letting Ali Marjak know that you're not cutting back underneath me, mate. I'm taking you to the out to the outside, and I'm getting me gap. But a good showing from the 581 on the S. Briggs Racing Yamaha. Arthur Moore in an excellent third. Lucas fourth. Lucas Moncrief fifth.
That's a good battle.
Madison 3-flow Yamaha. And
four, 5 and 6. Look at the times between. I mean, we're going to stick with the leaders and bring Stat in, because he probably deserves it. No doubt about it. The amount of time he's been off the bike. But keep an eye on 4th, 5th and 6th there. That could change, because look, there is only 2 seconds between 4th and 6th, with Moncrief sandwiched in the middle of it.
So 6 seconds then, the gap from this man at the front, Hayden Stack, on the Chambers Racing KTM. And he was having a long look over his shoulder, Jeff, just to, I think he was trying to suss out maybe who the chasing rider was. And that's dried out quite a lot on the backside of that jump.
I'm not sure if you get to pick up at home. Again, we're quite close to the finish line. We have the door open in our studio because we have to, otherwise we melt. And I hope you can pick up those 125s through our microphone. It's still such a sweet sound when they come past you.
I was on there watching from the start straight, Jeff, this morning, and hearing them all full noise around the final, coming out of the final turn and down the start straight. It's a proper open circuit here, very much like you would expect an American track to be. Nothing like Ling or Blacksaw, where it's all a little bit twisty. These bikes are singing for 90% of the lap, whatever they're doing, and it is great to see. And like I say, lots of people around the outside of the circuit here below that. Obviously, it's a massive thing. A bit like Matley, even when it's full, it looks empty. But we've got a lot of people coming in early doors this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you can see 1 lap to go. You could just see the board to the right of the screen. This has got to feel good for Hayden Stack. Being off the bike for so long, and of course he just wants to come back into this championship. Obviously realises he can't win it from here on in. just wants to dominate the rest of the series to show, look, I could have, should have, all that stuff.
And that's always, well, I didn't have to beat him. There's always two stuff. If Hayden goes out and wins all the races now from now to season end, he's going to go into 2027. God, talking about that a year with that number into 2027 with a head of steam, which he didn't have coming into this season. I think he was injured. He got injured as well over the winter a little bit, didn't he? So, and obviously Drew Stott, he had a really, really good year last year that got him onto the JK ride that he's on now. Big mistake there.
That must be a nasty corner, because he did that
a lot of
3 laps ago.
Pedalled around. I think they need to be looking for alternative lines now. I think the 250 guys and the 450 guys are going to come out and find a different track for their first race. They'll be cutting through. That's again, the bits of the track that everybody avoided because they were wet this morning will have dried out immensely.
Yeah, it's in good nick now, traction-wise. I mean, I know they were struggling on that, but if when you put water down initially, it's obviously going to be that little bit greasy, and there's a few little greasy patches out there, but for the best part, the track is just in probably the best condition it can be regards of traction right now, and they just got to stay on top of it. But like we said, unlimited water supply. We're in Wales, it rains all the time. Don't tell me you can't find water somewhere up here.
Well, the thing is, it is down the bottom of the hill, and they have to spend a lot of time and money pumping it up. So Hayden Stott then on the Chambers KTM, a proper bounce back return then for the man from the northeast after missing the last few rounds through injury. Or proper bounce through there. There's a big divot of a hole, and you could see that's properly bottomed out, that rear suspension. And checkered flag then for Hayden Stott. He will take victory in Moto 1 of our RFX 125 Championship by just under 5 seconds from Drew Stott, with Harley Marjak our early race leader, and you would have said possible race victor had he not have tipped off. He will be there in third. Arthur Moore comes across the line. He holds on to fourth. I will wait for that K-Tech Tower to update. Looks like Moore, Moncrief and Winstanley Dawson. Perhaps I'll go over to the other timing screen. So yeah, Moore across the line, Moncrief and Winstanley Dawson. Then it will be Stapley, Ollie Waters, Finley J after that tip-off, and Jensen 7 there in 10th place. So first race action then brought to a close. We're going to take a word from our partners, and then we'll be back with Jeff, who will have Hayden Stott, Drew Stott and Harley Marjak in the winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
A circle, wow. Time off the bike to come back. I mean, I know you were focused. I mean, you were sat up on the sofa, all those kind of things, and it kind of came out in that ride. Well done. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels really good. My first ever 125 British win, I think.
It is?
Yeah, it feels good to finally get it. It's a long time overdue, so it's good to finally get a win in the bag. Feels like a big weight lifted off my shoulders, and to go out and get another one.
How difficult was that? Because we saw you were pushing on, obviously really putting some pressure on Harley there, and then there was 1 or 2 laps where you just started to, I guess, back at lack of ride time, you started to make a few little mistakes, probably breathing a little bit heavy. Was that the case?
Yeah, definitely. Just it was a long 4 weeks off the bike. It felt like forever. And I got under the back of Harley, and I knew with him being young, he might just fold under pressure a bit. But I got onto the back of him, went to make the pass, but unfortunately I went over the top of the berm. I gave him like a good couple of seconds there, and then it was just chill out, wait for the ride to come to me, and that's what happened.
Well, I got to say, super impressive. Obviously, you got the team stuck behind you. What now? I guess you just want to, that's it now, dominate the rest of the series. Obviously, you got EMXs to look forward to as well.
Yeah, definitely just finish off the year on a good note, because there's not much I can do now. I've just got to suck it up and get on with it and really show my potential in these last few rounds. Yeah, it might not be the championship, but at least I can go out there and show that I'm the fastest man on the track.
It's great to have you back. Well done, mate. And congratulations on your very first 125 win. We're going to move Hayden out of it. We're going to bring Drew in, making him push his bike off. Drew's going to come in. So Drew, again, you know, big picture. I know you want to win all these races, and you've only lost one to this point now, obviously, but you're still, I guess, you can not worry about Hayden. He's not in the championship. The main thing's the championship for you.
Yeah, I'm not really too fussed about it. It's still a decent result. If that was one of my bad results, not really that bad. I think I struggled a little bit early on. I watered it, and I just took my time, really. I didn't feel comfortable. And then I come on towards the end, and I was catching Hayden, but yeah, race 2 should be better if they don't water it, and I'll be able to go from the start. But yeah, thanks to all my sponsors who helped me out.
Good stuff. Well, you go and get yourself ready. Like I said, championship's the main thing for him. And of course, let's bring in Harley. Harley, you want to come over? Yeah, again, because that's what he's got to keep beating. I mean, this is his nearest title rival. I can't believe it. You walked past me in the paddock earlier on. You seem to have grown about another foot since I saw you at Landrake. It's ridiculous. But, mate, that was solid. I mean, that must be nice to lead laps there as you're building it, first-year rider in this class. That must have felt good. And I know you really want to keep chasing Drew, and that was a great way to put pressure on him.
Yeah, it was all right. And then whole shot leaded for like 4 laps, I think. Yeah. And then the back end just like kicked out in the rut.
We didn't see that, but I got to say, like both you and your teammate ripping out the start, that obviously felt good. What are you looking forward to now, in like regard to the rest of the series? I know you're going to keep applying pressure, but is it really still a case for you as a first-year 125 rider that it's just every day is a genuine school day?
Yeah. No, I'm homeschooled.
No, I meant at the track, as in like you're learning every time.
Yeah.
It's good stuff. Well, look, keep up the good work. Obviously, Team Boss is there with his wonderful hat on. And you're rocking here. Just want to zoom in on that if you can. The Briggs team making these lovely little stickers here in memory of Keith Thorpe. So good stuff with that. Good luck in the second one, mate. Keep it going. Well done. So there you go. That's the top 3 in the 125. They're going to be back shortly. Right now, let's move back to the MX2 class. Ben Rumble is going to get everybody fired up here at the venue, and we're going to go back racing. So don't go too far away. We'll see you in a bit. Thanks, Jack.
Perfect.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think. Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle.
Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win.
Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
This is madness. It rages within us. From the world it seeks to consume. We dream, sweat, achieve.
Welcome back, everybody, to Monster Mountain. It is round 5 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. I'm Phil G, and alongside me, as always, Jeff Perrott, bringing you all of the action. At MX2, guys, like I say, on their site lap, you see the track drying out, a treat for us now. It's been heavily ripped and watered this morning after being what can only be described as a bit of a swamp for the rest of the preceding week. And the guys coming back to the holding area to get ready for the first of their 2 motos today. And qualifying took place this morning, Jeff, and pretty decent as it was. And I wouldn't say a surprise man on pole after coming out the gate and winning round first race of the season at Hawkston. Fastest man was the 1.8 for Goswell Honda of Jamie Keith.
Yeah, he looked really good. It's a bit of Jamie's going as well. Again, obviously a really talented young rider, but I still see him as this slight light on the bike type rider, and the power to weight ratio around a track like this, where traction, and he just looked really good. And of course, he can roll the dice. So let's see what he can do. But he's there in the mix for sure. And Freddie Bartlett as well. It's great to have Freddie back racing in the UK. So he came in second, and then Joel Rizzi. So not the top 3, I would imagine, in qualifying. I can say that.
Yeah, so we're going to have a quick word from our partners, and then we'll be back. We'll run through qualifying, and it will be then gate drop for the first of our MX2 races here at Monster Mountain.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then spend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
So here we go then, Jeff.
Yeah.
It's going to be hopefully another great race. That first RFX 125 was pretty decent. There are your top 40 qualifiers. We spoke about Jamie Keith just before we went to our break. Freddie Bartlett up there in second. Now, he's still a young rider. He's been on a 450. He's been on Kawasaki, and he's been also he's found a home at the Absolute KTM team for this season, and he's nailed it with second place in qualifying. And third, Joel Rizzi.
Yeah, great.
Great for Joel. I've always been a Joel Rizzi fan, and I just feel he just needs a few good rides under his belt to be able to get a podium result. Ben Mustoe then, good fourth of him. Heyman, Dunson, Richmond, Askew and Sir were your top 10. And then Coleman, McCormack, Coleman, Liam Garland, Max Harris, George Hopkins, Harrison Greenoff in the top 20, Liam Bennett, Joel Fisher and Jake Rackham. Just a word from Landrake. We had... his name's gone completely out of my head. Liam Garland's team. Liam Knight, who crashed at Landrake, speaking to the team, wasn't a great situation at the time, but Liam Knight is well on the mend and hoping to be back for the final round if things go the right way. So if Liam, you're watching back at home, we wish you a very, very speedy recovery and all of your Garland Motorsports crew a decent rest of the championship before your return. So good for that. We're hearing that good things for Liam Knight.
Yeah, that was a nasty one. We won't go into too many details. You don't want to know, but either way, it was quite nasty. So yeah, all the best, Liam. Hope to see you back. Yeah, a real stalwart. Really, he's been doing it a long time.
Look, the whole of that Garland Motorsports team are just, that is them. They've just been here doing it, and Liam, they're getting, they've been doing this 15 years or more at this level, and great to see that they're still here and running it against the younger guys, which is not easy. There is the AC United Gas of round 4 winner, Ben Mustoe. He's my dark horse. He was really good at Landrake last year, and I was so pleased to see that he could pull that out of the bag, and it was a good win that he didn't look into. But whether he's got what it takes, he was just over a second off pole. I don't really worry too much about times, but it does make a difference. There is the red plate holder of Charlie Heyman.
Right. It does, but this is such a fair, open start. Qualifying doesn't matter so much. It's a wide track. Tommy Searle, we all know the Tommy story. That, he's kind of now genuinely making noises that this could be it. This could be the last year. That's the kind of rhetoric we're getting from him now. This is right up his street. This kind of going so similar to his practice track. Obviously,
it is, isn't it?
Honestly, like the stony surface and whatever. Don't be surprised for him to pull the cat out of the bag. He's done it already once this year. Could do it again. But yeah, like you said, it's going to be good. Heyman, he's been in this position in youth motocross. This is the first time he's led British this convincingly. And, where are you at with 3 rounds to go, 4 rounds to go? Oh, I don't know. Where's your mindset? Do you keep pushing on for those wins? Is he in championship mode? I don't know.
I think it's too soon to be there.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's got to be thinking about it for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
But a 37-point lead in the main championship then from Ben Mustoe on the AC United Gas, who is the man that has the momentum. And then it's Searle and Dunson and then Billy Askew. And then there's a big gap. It's really only Ben Mustoe and Tommy Searle that are going to challenge him for the championship at this point. Everybody else seems to have had a mare or more than one mare in the 8 gate drops that we've had since the championship started way back at Hawkston Park. So Heyman's consistency, but he has won rounds, let's not forget. He had a clean sweep at Ling, so he is there on speed as well as consistency. As we look at the poleman on the Goswell Honda, Jamie Keith, the man from up there in the south of the Lake District.
Yeah, just pressing his mapping button. Here we go.
Oh, good break from about 6 gates in, Jeff. Who's that going to be?
It's coming from the mid. Yeah, it's not. It's Heyman.
It's not.
Well, at the inside,
that's Liam Garland on the KTM. Dad Dave will be jumping up and down. The 24 leads them round turn 2 with Heyman there in second.
George Hopkins back there in 5th, I think. Rider number 4, he just got... Oh, this will be
That's Richmond there in 3rd place on the Crendon True 7 Honda, but it is the 24 of Liam Garland on the Garland Motorsports KTM.
Well,
who leads them away.
Liam leads it all out on track. One of his regional tracks, when it was still there, was Cuss's Gorse, and he always used to rip round there. Similar kind of thing.
Similar going, mate. Similar
Hard
going.
Pack, lots of jumps. He's going to feel this adrenaline. There's no question about it. But Heyman, again, another great start. I mean, his starts have been something else this year, and I think that's a big part of the reason why he's doing so well in the championship. Yes, he's made those starts count. Of course he has. But he has always come round that first corner pretty much in the top 3 at most rounds.
Rest of the field streaming through then. But there's your race leader, the 24 of Liam Knight, with Heyman there. the championship red plate holder on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. He is there in second. It's Jamie Keith that is all over the back of Richmond there in the battle for third.
Two younger of the youngsters. I mean, I still class Heyman as young, but those two behind are even younger. I should imagine if I was in Heyman's position here, I'd think he'd follow him around on this first lap, see all that, where the wet spots are, all that kind of stuff, get that first lap under his belt, and I think he'll want to make a move on lap 2.
Yeah, Jamie Keith just rode around the outside of
Make that now.
Yeah, he just rode around the outside of Charlie Richmond there. So the championship leader to the front. Liam Knight not getting the honour of leading past the flag for the first time, but I'm making no excuses for calling him an MX2 veteran. Great to see him get out the gate. He can still ride, no mistake.
Yeah, definitely. Nice to see the different timing combos over the Dragon's back there.
Yeah,
you could see that Heyman went a bit kind of longer and jumped over the middle bit.
McCormack there in a good 5th place as well on the Chambers KTM, so he's doing Musto there in 6th. Then it's Dukes and Askew, Serling 9th, Rizzi in 10th, Bartlett then down to 12th, then Bennett, Coleman, Fisher and Max Harris on the 472. Vale there in 17th. He did not have a great start, but your championship leader then already starting to get out at the front, and it looks like maybe the two Hondas there have made a move on Liam Knight as well. Let's have a look as they come in. No, Knight's still there. It's difficult to the red and the orange look similar on our screen here in the booth, but a nice move down the outside from Jamie Keith. That was the corner that we suggested was a tricky one in the RFX 125 race.
We saw Heyman going through, Stat going through there with legs akimbo most laps.
Yeah.
He just went through feet on the pegs like they want to leave it. So maybe that's just a line choice.
I think he came further to the inside.
It looked like
and Garland was in the line that they were using in the RFX 125 Championship. So Jamie Keith, our fastest qualifier on the Goswell Honda, moves to third. Is he going to have anything for our race leader? He's going to need to...
well, he needs to go now.
Yeah.
If that is the case, I would imagine.
So he moves to second, not third. It's third on the screen. He just made the pass to second. So has he got anything for our race leader, Charlie Heyman, Jeff?
Yeah, I think if he has, as I said, he's got to go all in now. He can't let Charlie Heyman get into any kind of rhythm here if he wants to win this thing. No doubt about that. Richmond looking solid. This is one of his better starts. He's had some good ones, but this will be good if he can crack the top 3, and he's all over Garland. Be interesting to see what Liam can do here, regards of just staying in the game. He's obviously got the speed. We know that. But it's always a different thing when you haven't run up the front for a while, and that's no disrespect because a couple of years ago he was quitting the sport. He's out of the game.
Yeah, he was done, wasn't he?
So it'd be great if he could. It just gets nudged out of the way by Richmond there, though.
That was a nice pass. Richmond had got himself on the slight inside rut, and a bit of hesitation then from Garland, and he drops to fourth. If he could hold on to a top 10 finish here, though, Jeff, that's got to be. I mean, he's like say he was injured earlier part of the year, and he missed a lot of last year as well. But a great showing then for the Garland Power Sports team.
Okay, just to let you know, Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race was indeed your race leader by some margin that last lap around. He was 2 seconds quicker than the riders all around him, hence why that gap's gone out to nearly 4 seconds. He did a 2:09.943. Charlie Heyman 4:22 is your Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race thus far.
So there is the Dirt Store triumph of Tommy Searle, the number 100. He is all over the back of the Chambers KTM of McCormack.
That's Askew, isn't it?
It is, you're right. It did look like...
441.
So Tommy's the next one back, right?
Yeah.
Yes. I thought he'd made a couple of passes, and those numbers did look a bit... it looks like a bit like 100 on the back of the shirt. You're right, Jeff.
This guy is riding so good. I mean, look at that there. That was just a tidy... That was, for me, that was an efficient scrub. That's not...
Yes.
That was everything done right. So he's doing it to gain speed, but not over-exaggerating.
He's not doing it for the gram, is he?
No,
he's just keeping his energy levels.
Flowing, and his throttle control's really good. Look at him just... I mean, I think he's improved so much, even more. He was prolific in youth motocross, but I think his riding posture, where he sits on the bike, he's grown, he's got a bit taller. Look at technique through there, the way that leg was like way up above the ruts, just looking
Well, that's
great.
nice. That was nice through there as well, wasn't it?
He's not that classic. You've heard coaches say it, we all say it. He's not overriding the bike.
No, he's definitely not. We'll be interested to see what the gap is this time by, Jeff. Has Jamie Keith got anything for him? It was 3.5 seconds last time. We'll see what it is this time by. Fastest lap of the race then for Jamie Keith by the looks of it.
Yes.
So that gap can't not have come down by that.
3/10.
Yeah. So the gap comes down from 3.5 to 3.2. And it's and he will see this. That's the thing. It's a visual thing. You'll know you're catching it. No matter what the board says, you will see. It's that kind of track. Musto now all over the back of Liam Garland. He's managed to move onto the back wheel of the number 24. And then it's Askew, McCormack, Askew, Doonson, Searle and Coleman. That's a good battle there in the middle of the pack. Well, they're all coming together there, Jeff.
Yeah. We mentioned earlier on that maybe Charlie Heyman later on in the year will go and do some AMA races. Well, as always, it's always great to have a British interest. Let's be honest, because we all watch the AMA pretty much. It'll be good to see what he can do when he goes out there, because he's riding better than he's ever ridden. Right, let's see what Musto can do here. No messing about, straight up there. He's
yeah, Liam made a bit of a mistake on the way into that turn, and I think he missed his rut.
Yeah,
and just ended up riding right in the marbles on the edge of the track.
Thought Musto was going to tuck the front end there. Easy to do. I got across the track field to get to the winner's circle.
Yes.
There's some ruts out there. I'd say even on that finish corner.
They're all on the landing as well, aren't they, Jeff? It's getting chopped up. Tyre choice for this circuit, where it's dry in hard pack, especially on this bit here, and then you've got low elsewhere, but you want to scoot to get off the line. I wouldn't want to be making it. Look at there we are. There's Searle on the back of Ollie. In fact, Ollie Coleman's passed Tommy Searle. So the man on the Chambers KTM has moved up a position on that lap. Here's Askew giving Liam Knight all he can handle and a little bit more. This is where we saw him lose a place and actually lose the race lead. And
he's still fighting though. Well done, Liam. Well, he is a fighter. He's always been a fighter. Yeah. I mean, you can never ever say that Liam Garland has not given it his all. I watched him ride from a really young kid, and he rolls the dice. He leaves it all out on track.
Jamie Keith then 2.8, so another 0.7 for our second place man. He is closing in. But Askew making the pass on Liam Garland. There is Doonson on the fine 7.4. The Gabriel SS24 KTM Factory Juniors rider. He had a good showing in EMX in Latvia, so he'll be happy with that, but not found his feet in the British Championship. Although he's fourth in points, Jeff, 47 points adrift. Is not what we would expect from a rider of his calibre.
No.
He makes easy work of Knight, though, over that step up.
Just for watching Askew come out of that corner before the big step up, the front end was breaking away all the way through that, and then just at the last minute managed to just get a bit of grip and pop it back upright. So our traction is starting to become a bit of a premium out there at the minute.
Yeah, a few wider lines. Tommy Searle there looking for a way back past the 456 Chambers KTM off Coleman. They're all queuing up. That was that could have been nasty for Tommy. Coleman did nothing wrong there. He just took the line. He'd set himself up to do, and Tommy was on the inside of him. A look over the shoulder.
If that was the same situation a couple of years ago, I think you'd have seen Tommy run that in there.
Yeah, he's just celebrated a birthday this weekend, from what I heard. I don't know whether that's true or not. But there is the 184 of Jamie Keith. He was 2.8 across the line last time. We'll see if he's going to close in on Charlie Heyman. And again, Keith, not a championship contender. And as far as the championship's concerned, Musto being there in fourth and Tommy Searle being back in 10th. This is going to be another stretching out of the gap for Charlie Heyman at the front. He's going to add another 3 or 4 points to his championship lead in this first moto here at Monster Mountain, Jeff.
Yeah, exactly that. Like I said, Jamie, championship wise, just like we saw in the opening 125 moto, not really a threat. He'd have to just win every moto from here on in to even become a threat. Even there, he's just too far back. I mean, he's not even shown in the top 10. in the actual championship. Yes, he's currently 9th in the under-21 championship, Jude Morris under-21 championship. But again, Heyman is probably reading his pit board, assessing the situation and going, this is all going pretty good. Because he's in front of his main rivals, which currently are Musto and Searle in the championship, as you've just highlighted. So all going good for the SC Sports Home Husqvarna rider right now.
The gap there, Jeff, has gone out by 1.2. It's back up to 3 3/4 seconds. So whether Keith has made a mistake and just lost a little more time, or Heyman has turned up the wick a little bit on that last lap, but the gap now visibly going out, and is Jamie Keith just going to go, well, if I beat him in the next one, I've still got the overall. I hate the phrase a second is as good as a win, because it clearly isn't, but it also is.
I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah, you're right. Because there's nothing quite like winning a race.
Look at this.
This is on now.
Oh, what a battle! So,
Liam would be feeling it now. They're coming at him. All these young guns, with the exception of Searle, are all creeping up on him.
But look, it's fine margins, Jeff. It's fine. Look, Liam's made a good start, and he's there. He's not in the way. It's just these guys are closed in at a tenth at a time. But he's still there in a decent position.
Anybody watching this that follows the sport, you know this, but I'm going to say it again because it needs constant reminding. This sport is one of the toughest you can ever do, and where does age and experience meet a young exuberant body? At some point there's a crossover. You can have all the experience, but
for me about 30 years ago. But again, Tommy Searle he's a world-class rider. If he hadn't have come up against the generational talent of Jeffrey Erlings for God knows how many seasons on the bounce in MX2, he could have been a world champion without a doubt, more than once. But he's out there in this field. He's currently running 7th. He's still a top performer.
Yeah.
We've got a yellow flag in this turn. Somebody gone down here on the way out.
Oh, Musto. Is that Musto?
Looks like Musto's
bike. Is he crashed and then the bike's gone?
No, I think he's got a knee injury there, Jeff.
Do you?
He looks like he was holding his left knee. So Ben Musto goes out of third position. He'd actually passed Charlie Richmond. So whether there's been contact there, I have no idea. We genuinely do not know. But that was Ben Musto looking very second-hand.
It looked like him. I'm pretty certain it was.
Yeah, it was Musto, and he was riding into the entrance pit lane, which is on the inside of turn 1. Oh, that is a shame.
Okay, here's some news for you. Phoenix Tools, fastest lap of the race. This one's caught me off guard. Gian Doonson in 5th place has just done the quickest lap of the race, 2:09.461. So there you go.
I'm not sure that Doonson's ever even been here before.
No.
He wasn't in the championship the last time it was around, and whether they will have come back as Vale puts a pass on Liam Knight, whether they will have been here for any of the midweek championship races, or even the one that was here last weekend. That for those of you that have looked at it and gone, well, they can't race here last week. They raced on the other track here last week, and I know that Conrad Muse and a few others were here. So Doonson closing in 5th position. Well, he's not. He's going to be 4th now, because we think we lost Musto at the beginning of that lap with 10 minutes and a lap left to go.
Yeah, we believe that. We think that. I haven't got complete confirmation because we broke away from him, but it definitely did look like the 163 in the Troy Lee gear there of Ben Musto. Obviously, we're going to know pretty soon because Heyman is getting close to clocking off another lap with 9:46 plus 2 to go.
There's Freddie Bartlett. He is in 11th, so the ultimate KTM rider, absolute KTM rider there, qualified 2nd.
Look at the gap at the sharp end coming down as well.
2 seconds. Ooh.
Yeah, it was. There you go. Musto dropping down the leaderboard. So we have got that correct. He is. You'll see him just fall down that K-Tech timing tower now, unfortunately. Still shown as 5th though. Did he not pull in then? Maybe he didn't pull into the pit.
No, Askew's not come across the line yet.
Oh, okay.
So I think as soon as Askew comes across the line,
all their times are showing. That's a bit weird because they're all over the line. There's Bartlett there, so I think he stayed out there.
All right, so maybe he was just smarting a bit, and he's got him, and it was a problem. Maybe he got the footrest was caught back or gear lever or something. Oh well, obviously he is. He's showing us 5th, Jeff. So
yeah, he's still out there.
The times don't add up, but we'll wait and see. So there is Jamie Keith. He is closing in on the 422 red plate holder. of Charlie Heyman. It was almost out to 4 seconds, and it's now just over 2. Is this one going to have a sting in the towel for Charlie Heyman? Like I say, he got the gentleman set at the last round, at Ling, and wasn't fastest qualifier here this morning, but again, not faced by any of that. He just wants to go out and score points.
No, you're right. It's a timing glitch, because now he's disappeared completely off the list.
Yes.
So, yeah, we're not sure exactly what happened there. We will try and get the lowdown on that before we get into the second block of racing. You might even see it on social media, but we're not sure what's actually happened to Ben Musto there. That's a real shame. He's becoming a contender, obviously, coming off the back of Landrake as well.
Second in the points. So, again, all of a sudden, it's a 15-point gift for Charlie Heyman.
Yeah.
Where's Tommy Searle? Tommy Searle is in 6th. He's going to score 15 points. And he is 43 adrift. It's going to be over 2 races at the head of the field now.
Yeah. And be interesting again to see what happens in these next, I would say, 2 laps. If Keith gets the gap down a bit more, let's see what Charlie does here. Interesting to see his pit board, because, again, championship implications, he doesn't need really to
Is that Musto touring? Yes, it is.
So he's still out there.
Still out there.
Trying to salvage something, which to me, Phil, you're absolutely right, suggests that is a tweaked knee. I mean, it could be a bike issue. We don't know. But clearly, he's not where he wants to be, and something's happened. But the way he was looking down to the side, and it would be very easy to twist a knee out there right now in these current conditions.
It would indeed. Doonson then now showing as 4th, with Searle up to 5th. He has passed teammate Billy Askew and Ollie Colmer, so the veteran on the Dirt Store Triumph. Our broadcast partners, they are there in 5th and 6th. Colmer 7th, with his Chambers KTM teammate Glenn McCormack now back to 8th. Bartlett 9th and Josh Vale in 10th. And it's Rizzy, Garland, Liam Bennett, Max Harris and Joel Fisher. They're in 15th place. 6:25 left on the clock, Jeff. This is going to be 2.5 seconds.
He doesn't seem flustered, but then that has been basically the story of his entire career. I've never seen him really look like he's overly panicking on the track at any one point. From our standpoint, everything looks good. I mean, he even looks good regards of like all the kit and the colourways and everything. Easy to spot. He's just looking the part. He's looking like a championship leader.
It's not 2.5 seconds now, though, Jeff.
No,
because there's Keith. He's there, and again, I don't think Richmond's that bothered. I just think he's doing his laps. If Keith gets there, he'll deal with him when he does. If he don't get there, he don't get there. But Richmond is just clicking him off, and he's making Jamie Keith work for it. And like I say, he's no championship threat. He's not even in the top 10 in the main championship. He's 100 and odd points adrift in the under 21. So from a season-long point of view, it does not matter, other than for the personal pride. You never want to give up a race win.
No, you don't.
But
you definitely
saying
do not.
that,
Okay, well, I'm not sure if you can still hear us, but we've had technical issues here. Our screens are frozen, so I'm not sure if we're still going out live. We can't really give you any more commentary because here we go. We're back. Little technical glitch. There we go.
Whoever's peddling the thing out there to get the internet to work obviously stopped for a breath. It isn't actually. The shorts was a good call, but it's just a nice temperature for riding motocross today.
Perfect.
We've got cloud cover that's keeping the place fairly cool. Obviously, we're going to get water gets put down between races, but it's a nice day for racing here at Monster Mountain for round 5 of the Motul ACU British Championship. There's the battle then. That's McCormack and Vale on the Phoenix Tools Fantic.
Again, I mean, starts are obviously an integral part of motocross. Is Vale going to slingshot round the outside? I think he's got the move. McCormack's going to control the inside. Yeah, look, he give him a little look even.
Running to the outside.
Yeah. What I was going to say there is about, qualifying, and you can read into it what you want, but it just goes to show, Freddie Bartlett and Joel Rizzi, 2nd and 3rd in qualifying, and, just propping up the top 10 there. So, you got to back it up with a good start.
Yeah,
you might as well have speed, but
Indeed, Bartlett just out of the back of shot there, Jeff. So he's coming along.
Good little battle going on here. Okay, the gap at the front is coming down. It's marginal. It really is marginal stuff. Just taking a few more tenths out of him. Last time around, he actually took 8 tenths out of him last time around, Jamie Keefe. So that was quite a chunk, actually. Close to a second to get it down to 1.7. We just confident in Heyman's ability to not be flustered, not panicked, particularly with that nice cushion in a championship. That makes a big difference when you're in that kind of position where you can go, okay, worst case scenario, if I'm feeling the heat, I start to get sketchy, come on by.
It's the second now, Jeff. It's closing in. Heyman is just motoring and doing his laps, and Jamie Keefe on that Goswell Honda is pushing on nicely, and the gap is as close as it has been for at least the last 10 laps of the race, I think. I think Keith has been as close as this, apart from off the start. Richmond in a good third. 3 seconds clear of Dunson on the Gabriel SS24 KTM. And it's Searle, Askew, Coleman, McCormack, Vale, Bartlett and Rizzi.
Yeah,
on the 31 of Charlie West.
Solid ride. Richmond going to be pleased with this one, I think.
It does look like Charlie Heyman has just got the measure of Jamie Keefe. He doesn't look stressed, and Jamie is obviously throwing everything that he can at it. But obviously, he's a man. He DNF'd at Ling, had a big off at Ling. We thought that he was going to be out for at least 1 or 2 rounds, but turned out that he was just knocked about, nothing actually broken. As our drone shot, you can actually see the gap.
Just a shout out to Tommy Searle. Look at that, sort of as Tommy does, methodically, just edging his way up, gone past his teammate Coleman. There he is. He just gets the job done. I mean, that's as far as he's going to get, I would imagine, if you look at the gap between him and Dunson.
Yeah.
Unless something happens to the riders in front of him, but again, just wily old dog that he is. Keith giving everything here, and quite rightly so. He's got nothing to lose. He's not got a championship to worry about as such. With the remaining rounds to go, if you're outside of the top 10, you can throw the kitchen sink at it and not worry about dropping points and taking those extra little bit of zest and maybe risk a few things a bit more.
Jamie Keefe he'll want to win this, and like I say, he's not won since round 1, where he took an emphatic victory. His podium's interview with you, Jeff, still one of my highlights of the year. Yeah. And he's not managed to back that up. Had a few offs, a couple of bad starts, and then obviously a bit of injury as well. So, but he's shown that he's got the speed.
It was definitely a statement. A few noticeably Tommy Searle came back out and said at round 2 and saying, "What was that Jamie said?" About move over old guys. Something on those lines, wasn't it? But
But let's not forget that both Jamie Keefe and Charlie Richmond came up from our RFX 125 class for this season. So they have come through the 125 development route, and they're straight into the sharp end of MX2. So it shows the level where those guys are in the big scheme of things. As Heyman passes Cameron Duro on.
Interesting. Keep an eye as well.
Duro, sorry.
Keep an eye, if you can, as well on Richmond and Dunson, because Dunson took another, just around a second out of Richmond that last time around, and I think we're going to get 2 to go. The time's elapsed.
Yes, 2 to go.
Not much in it. You can see there 2 seconds. So let's see if Charlie Richmond there on the Crendon True 7 Honda racing machine can keep hold of that 3rd place, because Dunson is starting to peg him back. I think Charlie at the front here has just managed to just sort of stem the flow a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I think that Jamie Keefe didn't get the rub of the green with the back markers through that section, and I think that's going to be him done. Got somebody there with the streamers. Well, here is our race leader coming onto the start-finish straight. Then 2 to go, and this time the gap is visibly bigger, Jeff.
Yeah, it's gone out. Let's see. Laps. Yeah, well, he's gone back to almost doubling it. Well, and some.
So see how Richmond and Doonson come across the line. That is tight. That is under a second, Jeff.
Yeah, he took 3 seconds back out of Jamie that last lap. 2:09. So he took it back into a 2:09. That's pretty impressive. Bearing in mind the quickest lap of the race is a 2:09.461.
Fastest lap in qualifying was a high 2:08, Jeff. So that is the track is faster without a doubt. But even so, that's Heyman stamping his authority. A look over the shoulder. Keith will have given this best, possibly at the midway round that last lap after getting the back marker issue, and he will be riding it in for second and be happy to do that. Richmond then, I won't say hanging on for third, because that doesn't do justice to the quality of ride from the young Crendon True 7 Honda rider. I'll say part of the Spencer Briggs development group, reading that they're going to be taking another rider into that team for 20, an additional rider, not
replacing somebody.
They're going to be adding to the roster, whoever that is, for 2027 next year. So good to see that they're still backing the young rider who came through the ranks with them in the past couple of seasons. And Richmond I think he's having a good first season. He hasn't gone big and haven't fretted about getting ready for AMX. They've just let him find his feet and find his speed, and I'm sure that confidence will come. He's still a very young man.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we got a batch of good riders coming through. I'd say arguably a bit more than we've done in quite a while, and there's a few more coming back through on the from the British Youth Championship as well, which of course we don't do the live stream of, but we got some good little 85 riders and 65 riders starting to get some results in Europe. EMX level in the 65s and 85s as well. So I'm looking forward to the Junior Worlds as well. Obviously, that's going to be good to see what our young British riders can do there.
That was good last year. I'm trying to think. Was it Heyman that had a?
Yeah, he nearly lay in the mud. Yeah,
he did. He took an absolute stormer of a start from the outside and rode round the drive bit, didn't he?
Yeah, led a lot of laps.
And led a lot of laps, and I think he tipped off in the second one or something happened. But that was kind of a break. Not say it was a breakthrough, but at that level, it was like he announced that, "Hey, I'm here." And since then, to be fair, he has been. Let's not forget, he was in with the shout of the championship going into the last gate drop. 9 points adrift to Tommy Searle, who we all know missed around through that injury picked up in the arena cross. But even so, he was the best of the rest.
And what I would say, on paper, when you compare lap charts, when you're in the youth classes to the MX2, you think, I'm there or thereabouts. The reality, the step from the 125 class for the MX2, you can look at lap charts and data all you want. It's much harder than people appreciate.
It is indeed.
You are suddenly stepping up with the men, with years of experience. You're suddenly racing with the likes of Tommy Searle, for example, with all that experience under his belt. It's a very different thing.
Here's Richmond and Doonson then, Jeff, and the man on the Honda still hanging on to a very, very deserved third place for the man on the Gabriel SS24 Factory Juniors KTM. Giving everything he's got. These guys are at 15, 16 seconds adrift of our race leader. But
well, Charlie would love to hold on to this, but he really is coming under the cosh now. Doonson, as we said, he is the quickest lap of the race holder, if you want to call it that, for Mixed Tools. That was a couple of laps ago. On lap 6 he did that. So, but that has made him pull up to the back end of Charlie. Now, Charlie's just got easier said than done. He has got to dig deep for one more lap. Just got hung up a little bit there on the inside of that corner. I think his foot peg. But he's certainly making him work for it. He's riding all the tight lines through there. So if Doonson's going to go by, he's got to go right round the outside, trailer park style.
Checkered flag.
Checkered flag. We saw it was one to go, but it's not.
No, you thought it was one to go. I knew it wasn't. You get over there, Jeff, and go and see Charlie Heyman. We were following that last lap battle between Richmond and Doonson, and Richmond holds on. Top marks to our camera crew there for picking both of those up. Not easy to do with the amount of people that we've got out here on track. So, good work from them. Heyman wins then our first 250 MX2 moto of the day. And 8 seconds the winning margin at the end, but that flatters him somewhat. Jamie Keith pushed him very, very hard until the last couple of laps where he just ran out of steam a little bit. But a good second place from Jamie Keith on the Gosler Honda. Charlie Richmond comes home in a really creditable third on the Crendon True 7 Honda. Then it's Gian Dunson, Tommy Searle, Ollie Colmer, Billy Askew, Josh Vale getting his way up to 8th place. A good result for him on the Phoenix Tools Fantic. And then it's Freddie Bartlett on the Absolute KTM. And then in 10th place on the Chambers KTM, it is Glenn McCormack. We will take a word from our partners and we will be back with Jeff in Victory Lane with our race victor, Charlie Heyman.
How would you like to win Tommy Searle's actual race bike? Well, at the end of the British Motocross season, we are going to be raffling it off to one of you that have a ticket. Okay, John, can you tell us a little bit about how this is different to a standard Triumph 250?
Yeah, so we begin with a 2026 TF250X from Triumph, and we completely strip the bike, modify the engine, EvoTech, full race engine, K-Tech take care of our suspension, some custom SM Pro wheels, Acropovic pipe, X-Trig clamps, Dockwad titanium bolt kit throughout the bike, plus so much more.
And one of you is guaranteed to win all of that, but not just that. Every single week, we do tons of different competitions, whether it's cars, whether it's watches, whether it's bikes. Week after week, we give away prize after prize. And now it is down to you to be the next winner. But remember to keep your eyes peeled, because at the end of the season, someone will be winning Tommy Searle's race bike. To be in with a chance to win, all you need to do is head over to the TWD website, make an account, grab your tickets, and you really could be next.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Okay, with you now.
Okay, here we are in the winner's circle. Charlie, that was a good race all round. Obviously, another victory, which builds confidence, but then results further down the field as well. You know, we keep saying in commentary, are you thinking about the championship? Are you not? Tell us where your head's at going into, like, obviously, as this championship goes on.
No, I kind of just turn up, do the same job every week, and I'm here to win, so that's what I aim to do. But obviously, we don't want to take stupid risks. There was no big risk took there. And, the start helped massively. I realised it was hard to pass, having to pass one rider, which I was like, all right, it's hard to pass, so I just got to ride my own race and keep them behind me. But I kind of did that. I felt really comfortable. No arm pump, nothing. So, I mean, it all kind of went together. So
it looks from the commentary booth like a track where you've got to be quite patient with at the minute. Obviously, they put a lot of water down this morning. It looks like it's like you can't over push it, because that might lead to mistakes.
Yeah, definitely. This morning it was even worse. Like, you couldn't push at all, really. I kind of found that, and I was sliding over. And then that race, it was better. There's a lot more grip out there, but I changed from a scoop tie then to the mud. But yeah, other than that, I think the track is getting better, and if the water stays in the ground, it's going to be mega for the next one as well.
Well, you're looking the part, as I said. Yeah, keep it rolling. Congratulations on another race win. Charlie's going to go and get ready for his second race. Let's bring in Jamie. Jamie Keith, come on in. They're all over there, you know, jabbing, breaking it all down, talking about their race. Don't worry about the TV side of it. Jamie, obviously good to see you back up here in the winner's circle. Your season so far, I mean, it started in incredible fashion. Yeah. It's tough making that step up to MX2. That was a good one. How do you feel after that?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, really. I seen the pit pod every lap. I was the fastest man on track at one point, and yeah, it's just, I'm not going to name anyone, but it's that same kid week in, week out. He didn't get out of the way, but yeah, he ruined my floor. I'm not on about Charlie, by the way. he ruined my floor, and that was it. I just called it a day, but you can't really complain at second, can you?
Yeah.
So no, I'm happy, and yeah, off the start of the season, obviously I won the first one, and yeah, it's good to be back.
And is it just like every time the building blocks? Because how are you finding genuinely now you're a few races in the step up from being in the 125 class to going into that MX2? How are you finding that whole thing? Because it's just that little bit more challenging.
Yeah, it's completely different coming up to MX2 than the 125, because obviously I'm racing with kids there, and obviously I'm racing with grown men now. I mean, Tommy, he was 37 yesterday, and I'm only 17, so Tommy's got a good 20 years on me, and yeah, it's completely different. Obviously, I was struggling a lot the past few weeks. It was seen the past couple of rounds, but no, I've sorted the things out, and I've changed quite a lot on my bike just to suit it to me a little bit more. And yeah, I think hopefully we have another good one. But that's shown that what I'm changing is working, and we're going in the right direction.
Good stuff. Hope to see you back up here in the second motor. You go and get yourself ready. Let's bring in another Charlie Richmond. Come on over. It's like, I feel like a game show host here. I'm like, The Price is Right. Come on down for those that are old enough to remember. Rocking, he's in Southern California. We're actually in Wales, not in California. Charlie, you've got to be pleased with that. Yeah, I mean...
Oh, definitely. It's so good to be back up here. It's been a while, man. It's been since September.
Yeah.
Last round of the British, so it's good to be back. And I'm making steady progress every week, so I'm really happy.
I just asked Jamie, you obviously coming off the back of a 125 championship, riding against riders that you've raced all the way through your career. That step where you go to MX2, you're suddenly racing with riders that you've never raced against. And, like all those experiences, like Tommy is a great example. How have you found that? I've just asked Jamie the same question.
Yeah, definitely. Like, everyone's so fast. Like, I'd say the whole top 10 is the same speed. So, like, it's all in the start. And to be fair, I kind of forget that I'm racing Tommy Searle and a couple of EMX riders as well. So it's good.
I'm loving the hat. Maybe we should get some corks on it next time out. Brilliant. Go and celebrate with your team, because that was awesome.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to thank the team and everyone else behind me.
Good stuff. He's going to go and get ready for a second. Great ride from Charlie Richmond there on the Honda team. As always, we're rattling through it. We've got the Pico MX1 coming up next, and of course that's absolutely epic at the minute. So don't go too far away. We're going to run a few adverts, get the kettle on, come back in time to make sure you watch the first Pico MX1 class. Can anybody beat Jeffrey Hurlins? Well, we're going to find out. At Ride, you're in control. Create something unique or choose from our wide range of base designs. Stand out with eye-popping colours and bring your kit to life with personalised details and logos. With our advanced materials and proven durability, our kits are built to perform. Head to our website and start designing today. Look good, feel good, ride good.
MXology, next generation performance in off-road. Find us at www.mxology.co.uk.
take off. So high can I see Adolf. Now I got these rappers all breaking up a sweat. Cause every time I get up on the mic I come correct. And I learned it from the best. Always dressing something fresh, looking for a little dime, big butt and nice chest. Yes, they heard I used to rock guests, but now I'm rocking clothes that ain't in the stores yet. Travel back in time, I'm in a vortex, trying to make it work out, think I need more reps. Used to take a bus, now the boy.
Welcome back here to Monster Mountain, close to Merthyr Tydfil here in kind of mid to South Wales, round 5 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. Welcome everybody watching on FIM Moto TV as well. And we've got the Bullet with us again, which is great. He's actually, I'm going to mention this, which I'm pretty confident of getting the winner's circle. I think he's been here more times than me.
He's been here more times than me because I've never been here, but he has been here, raced here in the British Championship before previously, and he's also been here and they do a Wednesday midweek series through the summer, which he has done on a couple of occasions in the past, and he will be doing in the future in a couple of weeks, so that's good. And there is our fastest qualifier this morning with a 2 minutes 2 seconds 0.7 lap time from Conrad Muse, Ben Watson and Taylor Hamill. He was 1.9 ahead of Conrad Muse, but that's decent, I think. Ben there in third, Hamill fourth, Oriel Oliver fifth, Adam Sterry sixth, Grimshaw seventh, Purden eighth, Bobby Bruce ninth, and Jason Mira rounding out our top 10 in qualifying in our Pico Factory Racing MX1. Then it is Kawasaki of Charlie Cole, Carlton Husband, Jamie Carpenter, Charlie Putnam, Ben Edwards, Lennox Dickinson, Cameron Duro, the South African, Travis Steele, Harvey Cashmore on the Chambers KTM, and the Stark Varg of Louis Brooks.
Good to see Adam Sterry returning to racing.
Yes.
Obviously, because he would have clearly been a title contender, or you'd like to think he'd be in the podium mix and all that. Of course, he would have been. So, before we get back to the racing, though, let's quickly go back. Again, some more partners that make all this happen. Don't go too far away. A little short ad break. We'll be back soon.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
Okay, here we go. Let's get this done. Always, whenever top level world champion, world class riders come and join us, it's always brings something to it. I love it. I mean, some people's like, well, we should be concentrating on the British ride. It raises the bar, it raises the level. What have you got to complain about? You've got the Bullet racing British motocross.
Yeah, one of the best riders ever to throw a leg over a motocross bike is here in the Motul ACU British Championship. and he is hopefully going to get put on a good show for the fans that are here. And they say they were streaming in when we got here early doors this morning, and there's a lot of cars and vans and everything parked all the way around the perimeter of this fantastic venue here in South Wales. But Apico Factory Racing Race 1 for MX1. There is Tom Grimshaw, the sole rider in the Apico team this weekend. So we're still waiting for Josh Gilbert to return. Tristan Purden then on the 772 Kawasaki. Second time out for him on that. Bobby Bruce, he's finding his feet in the 450 class. Jeff, who's been pretty decent. And a really good qualification then for the number 10 of Jason Meara. You can see there, that's the spectator, one of the spectator banks here at Monster Mountain.
Yeah, as always, British Motocross is the highest level outside of GPs that we have in the country, and MX1, they're all tough classes, but MX1, when you really get in, I mean, let's not beat around the bush here, 450s in their own right, just to be able to tame them and ride them at that level, it's so different, and you can be a great MX2 rider, but making that step, even Tommy towards the end of his career, with all his experiences, like, oh no, I've got to get back off that. It's too much for me. Too much. You know, it's like, you've got to be so physically strong and know how to ride these things for, hard for 25+2.
So there is the start straight, and like I say, they've been out. I think they've put a little bit of water down between races. See the Stones line there on the top as well, Jeff. So the roost here is one of those things that obviously, wherever you go, it is not good. But especially here with all of the stones, just the type of soil that we have here at Monster Mountain. Like I say, you would not believe it. So that area where we've got our hospitality and everything down the right-hand side of the screen there, that was just a big puddle on Tuesday and Wednesday. It was really, really wet. Got the other track over there in the background as well. Yep. So a few weird choices for the gate then. So the Bullet goes to the inside. Was that Conrad that's gone about 5 gates over from the doghouse?
I think so, yeah. You got, okay, yeah. And then I'm assuming that's Hamill there in the all green that's gone pretty much next to Jeffrey there.
Yeah, Jeffrey having a bit of a getting the dirt down. There's the 83 of Oriol Oliver, the man on the Gabriel SS24 KTM. He's been really good in GPs, Jeff. I've been very surprised with the obviously good starts and holding a decent pace. There's the returning Adam Sterry on the Chambers KTM, a foot injury keeping him out of the last 2 rounds of the championship, I believe. So good to see him back. There's Charlie Putnam. There's the red plate of Conrad Muse. So he is a long way across that gate. He is banking on himself, getting the drop and being able to sweep round that Talladega first turn. He's there with Meara and husband.
Got to be confident. Yeah, he's there with his teammate. There's Ben Edwards, 33, doing great stuff. Yeah, I mean, just for the absolute MX team.
Travis Steele's hat tip to him. He took a whole shot at Landrate. Let's not forget that.
It was
cool.
Brilliant.
Harvey Cashmore then on the Chambers KTM, moving up from MX2. There is the Stark Varg as well of Louis Brooks. No Stevie Clark this weekend. Like I say, he's still probably drinking on the success of leading, taking a whole shot on the... Well, I don't know whether he actually took the whole shot, but he led the race. He led the race.
And, that would be a great pub quiz question trivia further down. 10 years' time, it was the first rider ever on a Stark Varg to lead laps.
So green flag out the back then, Jeff, and we wait for the 15-second board to go up, and then the 5, and we'll be underway with Moto 1 of our Apico Factory Racing MX1. Round 5, race 1. Cannot wait. Here they go then. Eyes down, guys. Gates down. Everybody away. Erling's got a good one down the outside. There's Conrad in the centre.
Oh, squeezing Watson.
Oh, bangs his start device off. And he's going to take a run down to turn 2. Hurlings is trying to go around the outside. Conrad shows him the wide line.
Do you know, I think Hurlings was trying to do the same thing. The way he was wheeling down that straight, I think he was trying to get his start device to disengage. Okay, here we go. Then Conrad leading laps. Now, these two have been at it around this track enough times. Like we said, with Monster Mountain midweek events as well. Let's see what he's got. Watson there in third.
So it is still the red plate holder, Conrad Muse, on the Crendon True 7 Honda. Is he going to take the tight line here and force Jeffrey around the outside? He does. Oh, Hurling's up the inside. What a pass.
Yeah. He's going to just be on it. I should imagine he's still angry from the unfortunate DNFs that he's had in World Championship Motocross. Roger Harvey here today as well, watching his a rider that he's was just wanted to sign really for so long.
Yeah.
So Roger's obviously pleased, but HRC team just a little bit unfortunate the last couple of GPs.
Yeah, something that you're not used to seeing. A couple of Kawasaki's up there in the mix as well, but not as we would expect. It's the 23 of Taylor Hamill. It was Charlie Cole who was the first of the Kawasaki's. He is there, I think, all in white with Tristan Purdon on the number 41 there in 5th as well. So this is your top 5. Hurlings from Muse, then it's Watson, then that's Charlie Cole there in the white and Purdon in the green. Not quite sure. I think that's Sterry there behind him on the 811 then, Jeff. So he's there in 6th place. We'll get them across the line. This was where Hurlings was unbelievable in practice.
Went there in 2. I mean, they're all going to do that on the 450, the top riders, clearly. Yeah. They've got the power to launch over that Dragon's back. I should imagine, obviously he wants to win all the time. Conrad, this whole thing about should be doing GPs and all that, there's no question. I mentioned before the race started, to have Jeffrey here is good for him, particularly, as we said, the cat's out of the bag. No, we all know he had a very difficult off-season, double hip operation. He'll love the fact that Jeffrey's here because that is going to give him somebody to really go at and just concentrate more on him and not think championship. Because Watson we know this, it's tight. There's only 1 point in it between Watson and Muse in the championship. So that way he can knuckle down and maybe not feel the pressure of the championship because he's just chasing Hurlings, if you understand what I mean.
100%, Jeff. I totally agree. He's going to chase him as hard as he can for the first 4 or 5 laps, see where he's at. And if that gives him the speed to break away from the Dirt Store Triumph of Ben Watson, then so be it. Now, this was where we saw the pass on the last lap. You can see...
Okay, so looking at the thing there, that was Purdon actually, because he was also wearing white kit. So that was Purdon actually making a good start.
Right.
Because they both had white kit on, so that's why
right, but the other Kawasaki,
still good.
Because Cole has dropped down the order, so he's obviously had a mare somewhere. But they were definitely both there as they came through. Yeah. So that's a shame for Charlie Cole. But anyway, so it's Purdon then that's in 4th. Tom Grimshaw then up there in 5th. He's been kind of dieseling his way through to 5th place finishes this year, but he's got a good start in this one, and he's there on the Pico Racing Honda in front of Oriel Oliver, Adam Sterry, Jamie Carpenter, Jason Mira and Ben Edwards.
Speed they go around this track. That's what I mean. Just 450s, but when you put world-class riders on it, and that, it's just a joy to watch. Because, again, TV never does it justice. I mean, there's a bunch of people at home that probably ride club level and watching this and all those kind of things. But when you actually get out here and you see the distances that he jumped then to get over that thing, it doesn't look much on there. You go out there like that, that's just some ways to just launch a bike over that.
I kind of stood in the middle of the circuit there during practice. And, it was more than impressive. So fastest lap then, Phoenix Talks fastest lap of the race then for... none other than the number 84 of Honda HRC Petronas is Jeffrey Hurlings.
2:05.930. There you go.
3 seconds off his qualifying pace, though, Jeff. Yeah. So not what you would consider a startlingly good lap time. And then that's Edwards missing the front number plate. So he's obviously been down because he's there back with Jack Bennington and I think that was
Charlie Putnam, wasn't it?
Charlie Putnam. So. Fowler there.
That's the other Putnam.
That's Sid. Yeah, that's Sid. And again, another rider that's moved up from MX2. I think eventually, guys, with Simon Booth, 447. He's been around. He is a veteran now.
He is an absolute veteran.
He'll always come and have a go at this, and I'll really respect him for that.
I was just going to say that, Phil. The investment that he alone has put into British motocross at this level. Yeah, he used to rock up all the time, rain or shine.
Yeah. So here we've got then the 23 of Taylor Hamill on the back now of Bobby Bruce, the battle for 8th, 9th and 10th. There's Mira on the Yamaha, and then the team 2579 Honda. And Bobby Bruce then building his own team for this year after a couple of years in the wilderness, really, through injury and one thing and another. And...
still only young though. I think.
He is.
I think he just turned 20 last. I think it was last week. I'm sure it was 20.
Yeah.
Oh,
that was a pass, or it wasn't.
It was.
It is now. It was one. It looked like it was going to be two briefly.
It was half a pass, and then it was a punt, get out of the way. It is a pass. So Taylor's starting to get aggressive, and again, this is right up Taylor Hamill's street. He loves hard pack. Living down there, right between sort of Southampton and Portsmouth. We have a lot of hard-based tracks down there that we used to ride on. Still, obviously, Cusses Gores and all those kind of places. So he's used to. That's his favoured condition.
But it is drying out really nicely, and this is Hamill's worst race of the year.
Yeah.
Just goes to show how good his season has been, and he was way down on the first lap. Properly did not get that DRT Kawasaki off the line, and they're having a good season. Steve Dixon, obviously Kai Karsmacher's not doing the British Championship this year, concentrating on doing the Dutch and obviously GPs, but he's in the top 10 pretty much every week, so they're just having a decent run.
I would say, I'd go as far as saying, look, Taylor's doing himself proud, clearly, and he's doing his team proud, because if you break it down, really, beyond, like, obviously Conrad, Watson, Hurlins, like, who is there in British motocross, you know, other than going and looking at GPs for a rider from abroad, and he's justifying totally the support that he gets from Steve and everything he's doing. So
there was a rider in white Kawasaki kit off to the side of the track there. So was that Purdon or was that Cole? Not sure. But this is the battle for 10th. They've already dropped.
Yeah, so he's already so he's past Bruce. So this is if he gets, obviously, Mira, you can see there in 8th on the K-Tech timing time. He's going to shoot it down the inside.
Hurlin's then away by 4 seconds at the front, Jeff, from Conrad Muse, and then a further 5 seconds back is Ben Watson. So fairly static at the front of this one, which we kind of half suspected would be the case, bar for injuries and accidents at the start.
I think the telling story right now, the story of the top sort of, let's say 10 then, is actually Oriol Olivier back there in 6th. You know, he's kind of like, you know, Spanish rider. I mean, he's good in all conditions, but again, hard pack. He hasn't really set a light in this one like he has done at the earlier rounds.
No, so Hamill then finds his way past Jason Mira, and he will come across the line in 8th.
You can see the ruts, for example, that the bigger bikes are jumping over. That's where the MX2 bikes and 125s were landing. The 450s, MX1 have got the power to do that rhythm section. That Dragon's Back in a different scenario. That corner there, I have to cross that to go to the winner's circle. That is really chewed up as they come back out onto the start straight. Those ruts are massive all the way around that corner. I could just see in the background there. Oh no, I was just thinking that was Conrad, but I think he was just going past a lap rider, because the gap is 4.1. Hurlin's dictating the pace.
So here is the battle then with Purdon, Oliver and Grimshaw, and it is the 41 772 Kawasaki of Tristan Purdon. Like I say, changed teams earlier this year, so only the second round on that green bike, and he's finding it to his liking.
Looks very good across the board, and his white race kit. Here we go. He's going to amp it up now. Oriel thinking, right, I've got to go here. I'm losing a few more championship points. He needs to dispose of Grimshaw, and he powers around the outside and gets that move done.
Yeah, that track has opened up a lot there, because everybody was going down the left-hand side there, Jeff, earlier on in our 125 and MX2 races, but these boys, they know how to find better lines, let the track develop. Unusual to see Tom Grimshaw going that way, but he's up there in 5th. It was a good start, and these boys that he's racing with, they're pretty decent, so
they are. Definitely are. I just want to give 772 team another little honourable shout out, because if you've seen it on social media, they're trying to raise funds to go on their social media, but to go and do the British GP with their team and their riders.
Yes, I saw that.
So just go and check them out. You can buy like a raffle ticket, and the money goes into getting the riders there, win prizes. You can go to the Kawasaki MX Experience Day and get some coaching, all that kind of stuff. Go and do it. Go and support them. We want them at the British GP. Let's do it.
Yeah, and also a good tight-knit team there with not a massive amount of budget, so doing what they can to get themselves on the line. It is not cheap to race motocross at that level, and everything that we can do to help them, we'll get will put another British Championship team in the frame for the GP, which is only he's only 3 weeks away, I think. Jeff, isn't it? Second week of July.
I think 4 or 5 weeks. It's coming round quick.
Yes, it is.
It'll be interesting to see soon. I think they're going to release like the finished product of the track. Been a few little spy shots.
Yeah, it's looking decent.
I've been up there. I've got to say, it is looking really good. They found a bunch of decent topsoil, believe it or not, within the vicinity.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so that will be all over the top. It'll be good.
So here is Aurel Oliver then closing in, or is he closing in on Purdon? He's made the move on Grimshaw. Sterry there in 7th. That's not a bad ride for him first time back. I know that he's not done a massive amount of riding since his injury.
No, always tough, and he's been off the bike a long time. But obviously Adam, with all that experience again, now it creeps up on you all of a sudden that he is a genuine vet of the class. I was clearing off files actually of my computer. I got a load of old pictures from back in the day from magazine work, and I found an absolute belter of Nuno Lanier of Sterry on an 85 at Cullen.
Yeah,
I sent it to him, and he was like, "Oh wow!" And I'm like, "God, I've been commentating on you a long time."
Yeah, one of my first races that I did was him and his teammate Dan Thornhill battling together in Big Wheel 85s at Mallory Park in one of Ken Winstanley's Masters Championships, which is probably 2009 or something, or maybe 2010, who knows. But anyway, he is a veteran of the class, but still a really, really good performer. A big look over the shoulder then from Tristan Purdon. And
I think he looks really good on that Kawasaki Purdon. I don't know, I think he just looks a little bit better than he probably did even on the he's still getting used to the bike, etc. I think it just seems to suit his frame, and he looks a little bit more comfortable on that than he did on the Honda. Hence maybe that's the reason why the change. We don't know full ins and outs of it, but
if you get yourself a good base setting and you feel that you can work with the bike, then the pushing for the results kind of makes things move along quite nicely. But he is there in 4th. Obviously, Hurlings is checked out at the front. We'll go back to him in a bit. But this is where the battle is. And it's fair to say that Grimshaw isn't particularly dropping away. Sterry is only another couple of seconds back there in 7th. So if his late race pace and fitness is still what it was, he may well have something to say about this.
Good battle, this. Actually, you're absolutely right.
There he is in the background on the Chambers KTM.
Yeah, and well done, Tom Grimshaw, for not absolutely just sticking with it. He's hanging on the back of that. That was nice.
That's the pass that took Hurlings past Conrad Muse earlier on in the race, and whatever the line choice there. And again, Purdon has to cover the inside there, Jeff, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. I mean, but this you've highlighted just a moment ago, Phil, and we did it certainly in the race before. As the track dries, lines are starting to open up that just wasn't there in like the early part of certainly practice. So as the track dries, this is where you've got to be creative. It's all very well saying it's fast and hard to pass, but as the track dries, you need to start experimenting, getting out there in some of like that sort of as it's going tacky, and create your own new lines. And that certainly looked like Oriel had sussed that corner out, where early doors, maybe in practice, they were all taking that inside line.
So the 16 of Pico Factory Racing Honda of Tom Grimshaw has not given up the battle here, and he is now right back on the back wheel of the 41 of Tristan Purdon. I'll take wherever you are watching back at home, please give us a like and subscribe on Facebook, MXGB-TV. If you're watching on our YouTube channel, MXGB-TV, don't forget to set the bell, and you will not miss any of the action here at Monster Mountain this weekend.
So Hurling's using it quite rightly. I'm sure he's got plenty in the tank, but we're at the 10-minute mark, coming up to that rest to go, and he's starting to up the ante, using it, no doubt. He's still got to keep himself sharp for GP. He's not just going to roll over, I'm sure he's got plenty in the tank, but he's just gone quicker again. Quickest lap of the race with a 2:05.161, and that's why that gap suddenly went out by another second over Conrad, another second and a half.
But Conrad kept him honest. Let's be honest, it's 5 seconds, it's not an eternity. Ben Watson's dropped off, he's 20 seconds adrift, so he's sitting there in a decent 3rd position, but that's going to cost him another 2 points in the championship. The only saving grace for him that with Hurlings taking the win, the gap would not go out by another 3. But Purdon then not able to run the pace there. Sterry closing in quite quickly. There is Conrad Muse, our second place man on the Crendon True 7 Honda.
Yeah, he's just got to keep pushing. I mean, Watson has been dropped here big time. Look at the gap now, just like that. While we've been concentrating on the battles just in and around and outside the top 5. Last time I looked, I mean, not looking all the time, but obviously Watson was a few seconds back and turned away for like a few laps, and now it's out to nearly 20 seconds.
Ben's never been here before.
Yeah, no, we saw that in this morning. Yeah,
never been to the place. So, and obviously Conrad's here for the midweek master stuff as well. So, 14 seconds then the gap from Ben Watson to Oriol Oliveira. I can't see that closing down. There's the aerial view of the finish line.
Well, if we hold that shot, we should see Watson coming. There he is.
Yeah, there's Ben.
View. Now, interesting. I'm going to ask him about this if he stays in third and makes it to the winner's circle. I'm interested in his social media posts this last week saying about, I've got to go back to just like having fun. I've all got a bit heavy on myself. I've also got a bit.
This is a career thing for Ben. He's quite hard on himself, I think, and I've known him since he was on an 85 and that. And when he's in full flow and enjoying being in the moment on the bike and not trying to overthink it too much, that's when the results come. And I think that maybe he expected to be a little, not faster than he is, but I just think that he's been under pressure from Conrad Muse like from the beginning of the year, had a good start, held the red plate, and that's gone away. And I think that now with the momentum going to Conrad, he just needs to kind of get back to riding how he knows he can ride, and that's something he does say a lot. But never been here before. I'd imagine it's quite difficult to get a good setup that works all day
around this place. Yeah, definitely.
Maybe he'll make some changes. You can ask him what you're going to change for Moto 2, and as a result of that, we might see a little bit more. But again, Ben doing the smart thing. I'm not going to catch Conrad. I'm not going to stick my neck out. He just needs to be third. And really, the gap doesn't matter. As long as he knows that he can come out and do something better in Moto 2, he can find some lines, have a look around, maybe put in a couple of quick laps at the end and come back and go, we'll put 2 clicks of preload on it or whatever. And he'll come out in Moto 2 and try and stay with them from the start.
He's been quite open as well, though, hasn't he, throughout this championship, saying about how he's got so accustomed to GPs in the 2-day format, how he's kind of struggles to just really get up to speed quick enough at British Championship rounds, which, I totally understand. If your body's programmed and you're kind of used to giving yourself that time through all those extra qualifiers and a qualifying race. So he's got to do it. As I said, the championship, as it stands at the minute, he's obviously losing another 2 points, but that'll only stretch the gap out because he's only 1 point behind coming in.
It's not a disaster if he wins the second race and Conrad finishes second. They're all square again. So anything can happen. But yeah, it's been. I think it's been a difficult couple of rounds, and I thought he did actually ride pretty well at Landrake. But anyway, we are getting down to the last 5 minutes plus 2 laps of this first of our Apico Factory Racing MX1 races. There is the man from Colville, Jack Peniston, on the Honda. And there's our race leader, Jeffrey Hurlins.
Yeah, there he is, storming into the view.
Yeah.
For those of you that obviously are tuning into Jeffrey, watch Jeffrey. Well, this is a chance now. We haven't been following him too much just because, quite frankly, you see a lot of him all the time, and he's just riding away at the front. We want to try and find a bit more close action, but we'll probably hang with him now for a little while. Although Jack is benefited from Hurlins coming by. He's getting a bit of TV time, so. Unless he's already gone by him, has he?
No, he's going to catch him, I think.
There we go.
There we go. There's Hurlins going past.
Yeah.
Phoenix Talk's fastest lap. And to be fair, they are all on Hondas and they all do look the same. There's Muse in second. But yeah, Beniston, he's one of the riders that this championship needs. He's the guy that comes week in, week out and supports it. There's a lot of guys out there of his level that can benefit from coming and doing a couple of rounds of this Motul ACU British Championship. And as a result of that, the speed that you find here without even knowing, when you go back and do your other stuff, that speed has come from nowhere. So Jeffrey Hurlings then, there he is on the factory Honda HRC Petronas 450 Honda. And he will literally turn up and race anywhere if he feels that it's going to balance his GP campaign. He can't train, that's one of the things, Jeff. He can't be, he's not a gym guy and a bicycle guy. He just needs to ride, stay fit and stay ready. And he's got all he can handle with Lucas Coonan and Kyder Wolf now in the MXGP Championship. But it's great that we are able to get a rider of his calibre here at Monster Mountain.
What a career, you know, and that whole, as every rider will, when they eventually park it up, will look back and said, you know, give it my all. And it's hard not to have regrets, and there could have been, should have been. I mean, you know, championship-wise, he was so unlucky as well. It could have been more championships than what he's already had. Interesting to see again on social media this week, you know, showing what he's kind of outlining what he does out of the sport. He's actually got more properties than he has the number on his back. They made an announcement this week. They've now got 92 rental properties.
Yes.
All bought and paid for from Motocross. That is not a too bad way to invest your money, is it?
Yeah, he's not going to be short of a few quid anyway, but I don't see him being a flash the cash guy much on social media. He's quite... I know he's got his toys, but he tends to keep himself fairly private. Although he's very approachable at the track, Jeff. He was mobbed in the paddock here for autographs earlier on, and his way down to the autograph session, which we did at the Michelin Hospitality unit, as we do at every round. But he's always got time for us as you know, as commentators and the race organisers, and which is always a pleasure to have along.
I mean, let's be honest. When he was racing, you know, Tommy in MX2, he was a British fan's nemesis. We all wanted to see him get beaten. You know, like he was Tommy's main rival. So, but now that's kind of passed. I think a lot more British fans are like, yeah, he's kind of cool, you know. And I like the way constantly he's always been sort of true to his values and not shy of like saying it as it is, which I love to see in sport. I think we can turn into a too big a corporate machine. Everybody worried about upsetting sponsors and all that kind of stuff, and you need characters. You know, I mean, I get the corporate line. Don't get me wrong, but there's a balance. You don't want to be turning into a robot.
Yeah, the corporate line is all well and good, but his frankness and openness, and the same with Roman Federer to a certain extent, is refreshing. So we've gone back to this Purdon battle because it's still raging. Only 1 minute 27 left on the clock. Sterry is there on the back of Tom Grimshaw. Taylor Hamill closing in, but he's 8th place is going to be the not the highlight of Taylor Hamill's season, but he's put in a decent ride. He's just had to come from way back because he was buried on lap 1, Jeff. Like I say, I'm used to seeing him be the top of the green train, as it were, but he was a long way back, so he's motored through to that 8th position. Bruce there in 9th, and Mira still there in 10th.
Front end twitching everywhere. That's an evenly matched battle there, but you know, because like since Oliveira's gone by, he hasn't. Look, he's only just up the road.
He's not far ahead.
No, he's not. And these four have been pretty evenly matched. Certainly for the last 10 minutes or so, it's marginal gains here and there.
With Tom Grimshaw sitting there just within roost range, as it were. He's also coming under pressure from Adam Sterry, who will be getting the same ×2, although Purdon's roost probably not finding its way back that far. Although, did I see that there was a little bit more of a gap there for the number 16?
Well, I saw him just looking across the track. That's probably a good thing. So he's looking forward, probably trying to gauge his speed against somebody who was just up the track a little bit.
Yeah, Adams just dropped back a few by lengths, so he is likely to be feeling the pace a little bit after being out for a couple of rounds with that what was not a massively friendly foot injury. So and they're always difficult to deal with. Obviously, your feet take a lot of hammer at motocross. So he is back there in 7th place, but he will be no doubt wanting to build on that in Moto 2. But I think now that the 41 of Tristan Purdon has done enough to cement that 5th place.
Interested to see at the sharp end as well. The gap's gone out to 10 seconds there. It's a little bit of both, I think. By that I mean, I think Hurlings is still marching on, wants to keep that high intensity ready for the next GP, all that kind of stuff. So he's still throwing out pretty spectacular laps, and I think Conrad's just gone, let's just hold a little bit back, because if I try and put it to him in the second one and get and win the overall.
Yeah, Conrad has a championship to consider, and that is very, very finely balanced at the moment, chasing Jeffrey Hurlins for, I'll say, no purpose whatsoever. If the race is there to be had, and let's be honest, if he was in with a shot of putting 3 points more into Ben Watson as a result of passing Hurlins, he would be certainly trying to do that. And there he is, right on cue. But he will take a well-deserved second place, and he will be happy to extend that championship lead. What's 40 seconds adrift now, so maybe the Dirt Store rider has a problem, or as I said, maybe he's just keeping his powder dry for Moto 2. Sure whether we've got 1 or 2 to go, Jeff, so I guess we will find out in a second when we get to the line.
Yeah, well, I think we're okay anyway. I can get there in time. We got the little adverts that we throw in between anyway, so we should be all right.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be 1 to go next time around, if I got it right. But then,
yeah, we're nicely positioned where we are. We're near enough to be not too far away. Some of those ruts get in pretty deep.
And they're starting to chew out as well. That's the thing. Not only are they deep, they're starting to get that classic where you feel like you're just being constantly punched in the kidneys as you accelerate out the corners. Yeah, 1 to go.
So there is your race leader making his way down the start straight for the final time. It's been a clinic from the Bullet, 5-time world champion. Jeffrey Hurlins has come and stamped his authority here on round 5 at Monster Mountain, which is obviously no surprise, and our wish is that this man or anybody else in the field could give him a good run for his money. We'll have to wait until Moto 2. But as with any rider of his calibre, you've just got to enjoy watching what he's doing.
I'm going to throw a question at you, because I'm just going to see how clued up you think you are, or take a guess. Third quickest rider on track currently. Who would you go for?
I will always go for Taylor Hamill.
Absolutely on the money. He is still pushing on. Yeah, fair play to him. He's, like I said, it's not exactly where he wanted to be, but he is still trying to bridge that gap. So last time around it was Hurlins with a 2:07.3, Conrad 2:09.0, and then Taylor with a 2:10. Well done. Maximum points there, Phil. Nice one.
Oh, you got to get up early in the morning to get one across me, Jeff. Yeah. So yeah, final lap then for Jeffrey Hurlins. Again, I would pay money to watch him ride around the field on his own, and to see him around this lovely bit of off camber.
Careful what you say, he might pull you up on that.
Look, mate, the check will clear at the minute. Just about. Obviously, the wife might not be too pleased that the house improvements got thrown out the window because we wanted to watch Jeffrey Hurlins ride around the field. But she would be there to watch as well.
Listen, if you're involved with this sport for as long as you have, and you're seriously trying to save stuff, you're in the wrong game.
I know.
Right, let's go and see what he's got to say.
So a win then for Jeffrey Hurlins, who will come across the line and take the checkered flag in Moto 1 here of Artapico Factory Racing MX1 Championship race. And he's ridden straight past. Hopefully he will come back to the holding area. We'll wait then for second place man Conrad Muse to come across the line. Ends up about 10 seconds adrift, which he kept the gap at 5 seconds for pretty much half of that race, which is more than respectable. Hurlins was not hanging about. His lap times were pretty much on the money for the whole of that race. Not much of a cruise. 17 seconds at the end, but with having almost 40 seconds on Ben Watson. There's Sterry. He's coming under pressure from Taylor Hamill. So the man who is third fastest on track currently on that DRT Kawasaki, I think he's just going to run out of real estate to put the pass on the man from the Chambers KTM team, although they both found their way past Tom Grimshaw at the start of the final lap. So it's Purdon, Sterry, Hamill, Grimshaw. So the 16 Apico Factory Racing rider then not managing to hang on to what was a 6th place finish as they came across the line. So there they go, Sterry, Hamill, Grimshaw, and then it'd be Bobby Bruce. And 10th place then will be Jason Mira. We were going to have a word now from our partners, and we will be back with Jeff down in Winner's Circle.
is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Okay, here we are in Winner's Circle. Perfect timing, as always, from Jeffrey there. Just like, just cruising, bang on cue. Another good solid performance for you. I've got to ask you this. When you come and race these British Championships, how do you set your mindset? Do you just obviously want to win, but do you also use it with one eye on the GPs and training and even adjustments to the bike?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, it's great tracks, often in England. Like, that's why I keep coming back. And good competition, like Conrad at home, he's for sure a top 10 MXGP rider. If he breaks that speed to MXGP, he could easily be between P5 and P10. So it's a great training. Obviously, stars in this track. And we managed to get second behind Conrad and pass him the first lap. I managed to control afterwards, but the track is perfect condition, really like a GP. So, definitely eyes on the championship for the MXGP, but obviously with the disappointing things happening to me the last couple of races, the championship is far out of reach by now. But we keep doing our best and try to go for individual Moto and GP wins or whatsoever, and we keep fighting for that championship, even though it's looking very difficult right now. But going back to your question, this is just like a pure training.
I'm glad you brought that up because I didn't want to upset you talking about that. This is almost like your second track. You've been here more times than me.
Have I? Yeah, I mean, I got a good relationship with the owner, and he's a lovely, lovely dude, man. Really appreciate him, and he always loves me to come here, and I love coming to his track. And like I said, it feels like really a GP track. The dirt is amazing. Just the stones, they hurt quite bad, but further than that, it's an amazing place. And today we're lucky with the weather because not always in England we get such a sunny weather. So I've been here. It's my third time now. Yeah.
I'm glad you've noticed that. Well, look, go and get yourself ready. You've got a bunch of people that want to see you. Well done, Jeffrey. Another race win. Let's bring in Conrad. Conrad, again, like last time we raced, obviously DT also sort of said about difficult off-season that you had. You didn't really want to talk about it, but now really looking like you're coming up to speed. Obviously, when Jeffrey's here, that's got to be really good for you as well because you can just really get into it.
Yeah, definitely. It's great for me when he comes over. It pulls me along a lot. I have a completely different focus, and I feel like I'm just trying to stay with him for as long as I can. I know that it's going to be extremely difficult to beat him. It's extremely difficult to even lead from him from a lap. Yeah. So I didn't even manage that today. But no, honestly, it's great to have him over. I know that if I'm somewhere near him, I should be a bit away from the rest, and that's my focus. And the boys behind are riding great, and they're keeping me on my toes. So it's going to be an interesting second race, but I'm feeling good. Like I said, I'm getting better every weekend, and I feel like the timing of this season, although it weren't ideal, is coming good. So
I was just going to say, you must feel like now, obviously you kept it under wraps, but you've got to be happy, I should imagine, of where you're at now, taking the off-season into account.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said at Landrake was a big weight off my shoulders because I didn't even expect to really. I had doubts, coming into this season because I weren't in a great way. But it's done now. It's in the past. It weren't any excuses. I turned up to the first round ready, and I was a little bit off, and I worked on that, and I've come good now. So that's the most important thing, and hopefully we can just keep getting better.
Keep rolling because you've got to stay on your toes because it's still a tight championship. Yeah. Good luck in the second one. Let's bring Ben in. We were just saying in commentary there, Ben, we believe this is your first time racing here. So, I mean, that always a bit of a curveball when you're coming in and you've got to do it. How are you finding it out there? Obviously not really where you want to be. And I noticed on social media this week, you were almost saying, I've got to get back to making it fun again.
Yeah, that's right. It is my first time here. Obviously not racing in the UK for a little while, but it's a fairly new track. So it's not like one that I grew up racing as a kid. And then obviously with this schedule being one day, if it was in the GP, I'd have a lot more time on Saturday to ride it and before the races. So that's just one of them things. It's a similar story all year, and like that's one thing I've got to get used to. It's definitely not an excuse, but it wasn't, not that I'm like really struggling at the moment, but just not really feeling comfortable. And there's a few things that I've been trying to change, and then I've gone a bit off the beaten track and trying to maybe do some strange ideas, and yeah, losing the feeling I've got. You know, sometimes I feel like I'm going out there on a new bike. So we've kind of gone back to basics a little bit for this weekend. Again, I need to still get used to the bike, but it's already a step in the right direction. I had a good few laps. After the first 2 laps then, the guys were a bit faster, and then I had a few 3-4 laps in the middle where I was good, and then I just tightened up a little bit, and when they got that gap and there was a gap behind me, I kind of just settled into my rhythm, tried to make no mistakes. I just feel like on the Dragons back there's a few people said that I could do that in 2 instead of 3, so probably losing a bit of time there. So we'll go to work.
Bit of video analysis, you can use live stream for that. But like, you're still very much in it. You know, the championship's still really close, so plenty to fight for.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Okay, so there you go. That was the top 3 in the Apico MX1 class. We're going to go back to the start now. We got the RFX 125s coming up next. Obviously, that's just a great championship across the board with these 3 classes. Again, we're at the halfway stage of round 5 here. Don't go too far away. Plenty more action to come. We'll see you in a bit.
Whoa, Black Betty, bam lamb. Whoa, Black Betty, bam lamb. Black Betty had a child. Bam lamb, the damn thing gone wild. Bam lamb, she said a word not of mine. Bam lamb, the damn thing gone blind. Bam lamb, I said, oh, Black Betty, bam lamb. Whoa, Black Betty, bam lamb. Whoa, Black Betty, bam lamb.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back, if you think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. Don't hold back, and you shouldn't even care about those roses in the air and the crooked stairs. Don't hold back, cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people care. Don't hold back.
Trajectory and balance look good. You confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Welcome back. Here we are at Monster Mountain, round 5 of the Motul ACU British Championship. We're at the halfway stage of today, not the championship, which is kind of past that. Phil, so far, so good. There's been some great stuff out there. Track developing nicely. It's all shaping up pretty good. Very technical circuit out there. Again, every time I just walk through this section here, I'm like, whoa, yeah. I'm glad I don't do this anymore.
This is the easy bit as well. But yeah, it's been some good racing. Really, really impressive. And something that you picked up in the obviously in the winners' circle that I didn't. Hayden Statt's first win in the RFX 125 Championship. So congrats to him and the Chambers team for that. Like I say, last year when we had the streak of everybody winning around, I always got it in my head that he was the man that had already picked one up, but he hadn't. But anyway, he qualified third, but he took victory in the first one from Drew Stock and Harley Marjak. But let's not forget that the youngster on the 581 Briggs Racing Yamaha led most of the race until he tipped off out of the sight of our cameras because we were trying to say something more interesting a little bit further down.
Always away.
And so he ended up finishing third in that first one with Arthur Moore, Lucas Moncrief, Joel Winstanley Dawson, Archie Stately, Ollie Waters, Finley J and Jensen 7 rounding out the top 10. Obviously that was qualifying that we saw earlier on there.
Brilliant result, by the way. I'm just going to throw it out there. Arthur Moore, absolutely brilliant. His best result in this class from stepping up from the 85s.
Yes,
he missed a round as well, didn't he?
Yeah. And he's doing pretty well for a rider stepping up on that 125 TM and doing good stuff with that. You can see how well the track has dried out. We've seen that we've got the ability here, as per the Americans, where we can water the track from the side with a nice big boom on the side of the trailer. There is the 467 TM rider.
Yeah, for those of you, just don't be alarmed. This is not race pace. We haven't missed the start.
This is the side as Archie Heron.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, a really like good day's racing. It's a nice day to be riding motorbikes. There is it. These are the current standings. After Moto 1, we've got some good stuff here. So Drew Stock then 37 points to the good of Harley Marjak. It's Joe and Stanley Dawson then still there in third, and he's extended his third by a couple of points. And it's Waters, Stapley, Heron, Lucas Moncrief, Chris Brindley, Alfie Geddes Green not here today. Hayden Statt breaks into the top 10. So he will be going for his first overall win in the RFX 125 Championship. And with how his season went so far, he's got nothing to lose. Drew Stock doesn't really need to worry about him at all. We'll hopefully not get into a fist fight with him, metaphorically speaking, because he needs to concentrate on Harley Marjak and how he is riding. And out of the gate this morning, you would say that the youngster on that Briggs Racing Yamaha looking like he fancies his first win.
Joe and Stanley just throwing a little semi-half whip as he comes over the line on his sighting lap. Okay, while we get these guys back in the holding pen and get them to get stacked and racked, we're going to go back to another shout-out from our partners, but don't go too far away. The start of the second moto for the RFX 125s is about to go down soon.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
Welcome back. Okay, here we go. Round 5 for the RFX 125s is going to be decided within the next half an hour, 25 minutes, half an hour, something like that. And as you said, Phil, Hayden Statt, what a great story that would be, coming back from a pretty nasty injury. As I said, he was laid up in a body brace there for quite a while. Scary times, certainly. His dad sort of witnessed the whole thing. So
And not much of a crash, apparently.
No, but, you know, obviously the reaction afterwards is always going to ring alarm bells. So, yeah, let's see if he can get it done. I mean, that you could argue Hayden's always had that speed, of course he has, in the 125 class last year. Couldn't ever really sort of quite put two real solid ones together like you just mentioned. So he's got to try and do that now to get the overall in the bag. And, of course, I suppose you could say he's at a little bit of advantage that he can roll the dice. He don't have to worry about losing a bunch of championship points. Having said that, you want to try and build a bit of momentum. Don't want to be coming back from injury and then overcooking it.
The start device then on the S. Briggs Yamaha of Harley Marjak being well and truly wedged down. Handguards there on the 581. There is Drew Stock with his start blocks. Smaller handguards on there. And then Hayden start.
Hayden start blocks, either way you put them round, are massive.
He was carving those out yesterday. I was here on Saturday.
Was he a lumberjack?
Yeah, and he's okay.
Nice.
And he was carving those some little bits and bobs out of that the other day when we got here, and I'm just like, if that was me, I'd be like,
just trying to read what it says on the side. Yeah,
I'd missed the race because I'd took my thumb off with a chisel or something. So that he was making those yesterday. Finley J there on the 357, and then the 531 of Lucas Moncrief on the Free Throat Madison Yamaha. Again, he's another guy that's he's making way in this class. It's a talented class. We've seen already that the top two guys from last year have gone up to MX2 and made a nuisance of themselves at the front. And it is a quality class. And Archie Stapley, another one of the S. Briggs junior riders. It's a cracking set of lads that we've got here. And I really don't know who I'm going to pick for victory in this second race.
Final words there from Craig, Hayden's dad. Drew Stock in the winner's circle. I know you don't always get to hear those interviews, Phil, but basically saying, yeah, I was just not feeling it. A bit nervy about the track, a little bit wet. I didn't want to over push it. It took me a little while to get into the rhythm of the race. So he's expecting better things.
He's a smart rider, and obviously he's got his AMX campaign as well. So no point in throwing himself up the track if he's not feeling the love for it. And like I say, his main championship rival finished behind him, so he can take at least some solace from that. But there they are, all lining up down the inside of those stats, taking sixth gate over, giving himself a little bit more room. The track almost perfect now. It's not too wet and mushy. You wouldn't be really. I don't think you'd be wanting a scoop tyre off the line here. It's certainly not deep enough.
No. Interesting. Again, Charlie Heyman saying that a lot of races this year they've gone with a scoop, but from practice to the opening race, he swapped out that scoop tyre for a regular Motocross tyre and still pulled a whole shot.
I just think it's...
Now, there you go. Read into that what you will.
I'll be the controversial man and say it. Look, it's just all a gimmick. But it is a genuine... You can see that, well, hang on, if I don't get the start, I'm just going to be stuck behind all these guys that did get away with the scoop tyre on. I'm not sure how much difference it really makes on a 125, but look, when all the pros are doing it, what do I know?
But I think you've also got to read the conditions. Yes, it was disked up, but in this morning it was so much heavier. Charlie, well, he obviously made the right decision because he pulled a whole shot and won the race.
Yeah, there's Chad Prince.
So, yeah,
Chad Princeton of former British champion Neil. There's the 236 of Joel Winstanley Dawson. Kieran Bullock on the 816, I think that is. Yeah, and the rest of the riders then. A lot of injuries in this class as well. We're getting to that part of the season where guys are, and obviously they're running other championships as well. We've had a month between rounds and we've lost a few riders here and there. But the 15-second board will go up and we will be underway for Moto 2 of our Epic 125 Championship. Here we go. Good jump from Stat there, but it looks like it's going to be whoever was next to him is going to take the whole shot.
Marzak or
Marzak was on the inside.
Stapley then, it was one of them.
Yeah.
Stapley then. They're in the same race kit. So Stapley in second, he's getting pushed there by... Oh, he was nearly tucking the front. It's Drew Stock nearly tucking the front.
That's Arthur Moore on the TM in second.
Yeah, again.
So I won't say the minuscule because that's not, but he's a small
lad. That's Hayden Stat in the lead. So, yeah, again, so change of kit.
Yeah. just to keep our camera crew on their toes. But it's Arthur Moore there in second. It would look like stock third. Where was my last Joel Stanley Dawson?
Definitely, yeah.
Oh, he put a move on stock then down the inside. Joel Stanley Dawson took no prisoners there and moved over the red plate holder. He'll fancy a bit of this, will Joel?
Arthur just getting a little bit skew whiff, but this is where I'm going to highlight and this step up to this class. Look, he's gone up to the 125s early. Look at the size of Arthur Moore in third, for example, compared to the rider behind him.
Or the rider, the rider in front of him.
Any rider in the class. Yeah, fair play, and he's got the turn of speed. Great, gaining that valuable experience early doors. He's definitely going to be a future title contender, I'm sure, as this championship evolves going into the next few years.
Just starting to kick up, Jeff. It is all of a sudden it's hard pack, and Joel Winstanley Dawson there.
It dries that quick up here as well because we're exposed. I mean, the telltale giveaway is the fact that there's a load of wind turbines and windmills in the vicinity. That's kind of like tells you.
That gives you a clue, up there. And none of them are moving.
You can see them all in the background, way back over there. Yeah, so we are a bit exposed up here on top of this man-made mountain.
I think that we've been gifted with the best weather ever here for this weekend.
Yeah, perfect.
There's the 142 off Chris Brindley. We'll get them across the line for the first time, and we will see on the K-Tech Tower who is doing what further down the field. But I did not see Harley Marjak at the sharp end in that opening flurry of corners, Jeff.
No, which obviously, again, from a championship standpoint, Drew Stock, again, doesn't need to mess about or race with Hayden Statt. Throw away as a championship trying to win the thing. All he needs to keep doing is he picks off Arthur Moore. He takes a long look over his shoulder, probably just going, okay, I've made a good start, let's just settle in. He's one of Ash Wild's rider from the RMJ Academy, so they had to talk about this. He's won races in the 85 class, knows what it's about.
Joel Winstanley Dawson has checked out.
He's on it
with this one. He's hanging on to the back of Hayden Statt, just under 3 seconds. And the man who made his debut in this championship at the start of the season has pushed his way past the red plate holder and is going after Hayden Statt. Stopped 6.7 seconds adrift already of our race leader.
Good start for your man, Brindley, up there, top 5.
Good for Chris. Like I say, I tagged him for third in the championship, so that was his year done right from the get-go.
I don't think he's ever going to forgive you for that.
No, but he was good last year, solid rider, always in the top 10 pretty much, and a few top 5s and stuff. I didn't expect that we would have riders of the level of Joel Winstanley Dawson and Moore coming up, and Stapley and Waters making such an impact in the championship, which again, when you see really how things work, I shouldn't have thought that. But anyway, he's up there and having a decent run in 5th. Let's have a look. Marjak showing 12th, and he was 9th across the line, Jeff. So he is not having a great race. So a big gap from him to Joel Winstanley Dawson in the championship, which Winstanley Dawson will pull a bunch of points back on him. But in the big scheme of things today, he's coming second, and he will leave second.
Let's keep an eye on Marjak, see what he does from back there. Obviously, for the best part, he's been running at the sharp end and impressing us from there. Now he's got to really dig deep. He's got stuff to do here to try and, because all the while that championship just little by little slipping away. So Drew Stock is very much in the driving seat in this one. Not necessarily winning the race, but again, extending his championship lead, because Hayden Statt is nowhere in the chat. Well, he's inside the top 10 now, at least. There's little Arthur Moore. I mean that in the most endearing way, not certainly in courage and conviction. He's a gritty little rider. Had the privilege of working him for a little while there when he was on Blue Crew Yamaha team, free flow team. So really focused young man, and he's putting a stormer together. Okay, a little change of tone here. Phil's jumped out for a bit of fresh air, and we're going to bring a different perspective in. She's amazed she's even in the booth, to be honest. But been around the sport a long time. Leah Yarrington. Leah, we brought you in because, A, you were wandering around the pits. Well, not looking lost, but we thought there's somebody that knows a thing or two about motocross. You've done a bit of presenting. Obviously, wife of Chad as well. Great to see you.
Thank you.
How's everything going? Because I know you're busy. You do your personal fitness and stuff. Just quickly talk us through about what you're doing in life. And of course, you're a mum now as well.
Don't remind me, Jeff. It's a nice break, actually.
Is it a nice break coming out?
Neil approached me. I thought, get me in there.
Get you
me in there quickly.
Yeah, so how are you finding it? You know, I mean, obviously you've been around this sport a long time. You've been there, you've seen it, you've done all the things with Chad as a girlfriend and a husband. You know how tough this sport is. What's it like from your perspective? And when you also do personal like training, I know you don't necessarily always train motocross riders or whatever, but when you put these fitness programs together for people, are you always kind of thinking, oh, come on, I'm from one of the toughest sports there is?
Well, yeah, so actually I got into motocross a long time ago. I met Chad through motocross anyway. My brother raced, so that's how we sort of met each other. And then, of course, Chad doesn't do things by half. Everything has to be very good. So, yeah, obviously with the kit and the team and everything, we've just had really big involvement in it over the years. But yeah, actually, when I first did my personal training stuff, I got into all my programs were written for motocross riders. Coaches didn't like that; they didn't understand it. That's what I was told, and I don't understand why you're doing that. It's hard to explain, isn't it, with motocross and the fitness side of things? So, but yeah, I do. I mean, mainly my things are Pilates, legs, bubbles, and tums. I like the old aerobic stuff at the moment. So completely different sides of motocross, but.
I think it's fair to say me and Phil need a bit of that. I think we've let ourselves go a little bit. I can say that because he's not in earshot. Yeah. When he watches that back, he'll probably pull me up on that as Ollie Waters looks like he's going to make a move here on Archie Stapley for this battle for 6th place. He's going to slingshot round the outside. Yeah, so I really wanted to talk to you as well because I know like Chad's out there busy now heavily involved with the team with Kawasaki, ex-Team Green Rider, of course.
Of course.
But he's out there now with this battle's going back and forth. Awesome stuff. Yeah, Ollie's got the slingshot through the whoop, so with the 772 team. But so from your standpoint, what's it like? Because this is so much like a team game, motocross. You get out on. It's all very well. Once the crash helmet goes on, you're out on track and you're out on your own. But there's a lot to build up to it. So with that side of it, how do you manage all that kind of stuff when you worked with Chad down the years and you've seen him get frustrated, you've seen him like
I've seen the highs, as a partner, I've seen the lows.
Yeah,
seen it all.
What's that like? It must be difficult as a partner, obviously now married, watching somebody out there going through and the risk involved. How difficult? How do you cope?
I'm a stress head.
Right.
He'll tell you that. I'm a stress head. He is very calm and collected. Any inconvenience, he's like, well, it's happened. Yeah. We'll get over it. I'm like, go to bed with it. I'm like, oh my God, that was so stressful. So yeah, things play on my mind all the time, but having Chad, someone like that, with that sort of mindset, makes everything so much easier. He's calm. He's very level-headed. But it's so much going on. There's a lot of times I'm like, can you put your phone down? Can you put your phone down? We've all been there. We've all said it. But it's so much going on, not just with the kit, but the team especially. We've got the mechanics, we've got the other team manager messaging him, we've got the riders messaging him, this isn't right, this has happened, this has gone wrong. I mean, obviously he's taken Tristan Purdon on the other week, performing amazingly. Yeah. But Tristan went out practicing the other day, issues with the bike, big issues with the bike. So
it absolutely takes over your life, doesn't it, this sport?
Massively.
I mean, that must be a big advantage, though, because you've lived it and you've been involved with it for so long.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. There's only so much you can do.
It's just the way, isn't it? It's your lifestyle. That's it.
Suck it up. Get on with it. Yeah, it's fine. But it is hard. And like you said, I've seen it all. Seen the highs, seen the lows. Just deal with it. The team atmosphere this year is amazing. I mean, the families. Amazing. The run round I've missed so far. The ladies made lasagna for everybody. They put all the food on. So yeah, it's such a good atmosphere in camp at the moment. Everyone's happy.
Everybody's doing a great job over there. Just to bring you up there, you can see it on your K-Tech timing screen. Hayden Statt looking at this point really good to not only win his first race. This often happens in our sport.
Good lead.
Can't win a race, then you go and win one, and then you get two on a day. They come along like buses and you win the overall. I don't want to tempt fate too much, but he is looking comfortable. And of course, the riders behind him are battling in a championship. Here we go. We're on screen, Leah. Look at that. There you go. Looking much better than I do. Going back to the team, just talk us more about this, because another reason we got you in here, because really impressed with the fact that the guys are trying to get some fundraising up together.
Oh, they are.
To go and race the British GP. So tell us more about that. Obviously, there's a lot of people don't even know the team we're talking about. So bring us up to speed with that.
They want to do the home rounds. Obviously, I mean, if you're not involved with teams, the budget is tight. they're not just given an unlimited budget. You can't actually go out and get a new bike, get parts. It's it's the entry fees, it's the hotels, it's the food for the mechanics, it's all that sort of stuff that everyone doesn't think about, and it is so costly. I mean, obviously well worth it, and majority of the budget obviously for this year has been spent, it's been allocated. So what they're trying to do, they want to do the home round. Obviously they got the 3 riders in now as well, and it'd be so good to see the boys out there, of course at Fox Hills. So they're trying to get a little bit of money in so that the boys can show the UK what we can do, what the team can do, and what they've been able to do so far, because they've been performing so well already. They've got these raffle tickets. Prizes are amazing. First 3 prizes, of course. One of them, you've got a full training day with Craig at 772. You've got hospitality to come into the Kawasaki, with the guys on the team. It's amazing. Have a little look at the of course, at the Facebook page, the Instagram page, and it will tell you what they've got on offer. It's well worth it, and you'll be supporting your great team. And if you don't win, exactly. Nobody likes losing, but just to be able to say that you supported the British team to get into the British GP is phenomenal.
And just remind everybody what the team is again.
It is 772 Ride Kawasaki.
That's right. Okay, now talking of the ride thing, very quickly before you nip back out, the ride race kit. So we do the race recap. Sometimes at the end of the day I really struggle to get my words out with that after talking all day. So talk us through the whole thing. Obviously, like Chad and a few business partners started Ride Race Kit. From what I can tell, I don't know how many years ago that was because it goes so darn quick. That seems to be going pretty good.
It's snowballed and it's amazing. And I don't want to brag. I know he's my husband, but my God, he is passionate.
Yeah.
And he still works a full-time job. He comes home, he sits with the kids, we have our team, get the kids to bed, walk the dog, and then he's on the computer, and he's on the computer till sort of 3-4 o'clock in the morning sometimes, Jeff, just trying to get things done for people, and he's so passionate about it, and I sit there and I watch him, and I just think, why are you not doing this full time instead? But yeah, he's and it is, his designs are amazing. I love seeing. I mean, I'm watching.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, exactly.
Out there. Oakley actually designed some kits for Chad as well, so he's on the ball. But yeah, it's I love seeing the kit out there.
It gets it. I guess it gets him out sometimes as well in the early parts of nappy duties and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
As Lucas Moncrief, that old trick. As Lucas Moncrief moves up a spot there on the free flow Madison Crescent. Yamaha making a move, or has he, on Archie Stapley? These 2 young Yamaha riders. Archie's first year in the class. Lucas is second. Lucas has not quite put the season together that he wanted to. He's had a bit of a deficiency with bloods and stuff like that, so he's been a bit below par this season. He's been trying to sort of chase it down, feeling under the weather. That's led to a few little mistakes and frustration, so he's just got to get back on track. They are looking into it. I think it's a deficiency maybe in like B12. I think it was something like that. So he's now coming around. You'll understand all that, obviously, doing what you do. I mean, it's important to be... It's all very well training, but you've got to make sure that actually health, you're on top of it.
If you don't feel 100%, go out, even if you've got to pay privately, get a test. I've just recently had a test. I've got low iron levels.
Yeah.
I'm going to get it sorted. I'm going to feel much better after this. But, if you don't feel good, if you don't feel yourself, get out. Just go and get a little test done. Get yourself fixed, because it is when you don't know how well you can actually feel. Never felt 100%. Get yourself 100%. It makes such a difference. Mindset, physical set. It's just
absolutely, particularly in this game, because I've always said motocross is kind of like water. When water finds its own levels and any cracks, it seeps through, and that's kind of like what the sport is. If your brain's not quite where it should be, and any doubts or anything starts to happen, then this sport will find it. It will find any weaknesses you got. So these young riders, of course, they're young, they're full of beans, but at the same time, it's a professional sport, athletic sport, and they've got to stay on top of it. Well, look, I mean, it's been great having you in. Good to see you again, by the way, because you used to obviously do a bit of presenting as well. I think this is what we're edging towards here. Maybe we might have to get you more involved going forward.
Hey, if it means time away from the kids, sign me up. Take me today.
There you go. It's funny how many parents say that, actually. That would be cool. But Leah, great to see you. Keep up the great work. Obviously, everything that you guys are doing over there with the team is really cool to see. So keep up the good work, and hopefully we'll see you again.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, well, go enjoy the rest of the racing. So that was Leah Yarrington there, like I said, talking about everything about with the 772 team and all they're doing with Ride and everything like that. She's going to go out and enjoy the rest of the racing. Great to see her again. So, as we said, maybe we get Leah more involved. Phil is still out there enjoying his break out in the sunshine. So I'm going to keep it rolling here. As you can see, Arthur Moore is now, while we've been chatting, has just sort of dropped down a little bit, but it's still a fantastic ride from the youngster. I mean, he is that small. Drew Stock, I'm very impressed with this one with Joe Winstanley. Coming through early doors, Phil. You've been out there watching, actually got out and seen the track a bit more. Have you been over to this off-camber corner?
No, I didn't get over that far, but the rocks are unbelievable. Arthur Moore was riding without goggles. He tipped off at the end. So down the back straight, just last bit one corner. He tipped over a few laps ago, and he's riding with his goggles up around his armpit. For Joe Winstanley Dawson, I was going to say, if Grandad Ken's watching at home, he's not. He's here. I've seen him at the track this weekend. Joe Winstanley Dawson, he lives on this stuff.
I was just going to say, it's so similar to Kent's track.
Up there in,
all of that.
Wigan is exactly the same as this. And Joe Winstanley Dawson, he's 10 seconds down on Hayden Statt now with like 3 minutes and whatever to go. But he passed the championship leader and has motored away, and Drew Stock had a bit of a comeback after mid-race, but watching him out there, his corner speed is unbelievable. I think he's working with Justin Morris, and it shows. So Joe Winstanley Dawson, it will be a career best race result for him. He was 6th in race 1, Jeff, so Harley Marjak having a mare down there in 9th for no apparent reason, just didn't get the gate, isn't coming through. So this could be a podium for Joe Winstanley Dawson.
Yeah, and again a solid ride for Chris Brindle. He's put a good one together here. Drew Stock a little bit out of sorts today, but in the grand scheme of things, if this is a bad day, he is still gapping points on his nearest rival.
Look, that's all that matters. Drew Stock,
that's how it is.
It's not his first rodeo. Chuffed to bits for Hayden Statt if he's looking like he's going to go 1-1 for his first overall, winning it in style. And that's great to see, especially with the issues that he had earlier in the season. But now, as they we're running down there, is Harley Marjak on the 581 Spriggs Racing thing. He's there in 9th. He is on the back of his is that teammate Archie Stapley.
It is. He's caught him pretty quickly as well. It's matter. I mean, that was a short-winded thing because he's got the outside. Archie just looking like he might have just hit the wall a little bit the last lap and a half. His body language suggests so. Hasn't quite got that same swagger as he did about 5 minutes ago.
But this is nothing like the track that these guys raced in the first race at lunchtime, Jeff. It's dried out a lot. It's a lot looser on the surface, and maybe that the thing that Marjak really fancied about it this morning just ain't his cup of tea this afternoon, and we've seen that. Hayden Statt then 10 seconds to the good on Joe Winstanley Dawson, but the youngster from up there in Wigan showing a really good turn of speed and justifying his third place championship position.
Yeah, just looking at the points here, it's top two are kind of it's relatively safe. I mean, Marjak's going to drop a few points here to win with Joe Winstanley Dawson. Still a fair old chunk of points back though when we came into this weekend. So there's going to be changes in the championship. Obviously, I think the real mover and shaker could be, if I'm looking at the overall results across the board, one rider that might actually move up a position or two could be Lucas Moncrief. I think he's going to go past Alfie Heron in the championship if you go on his race results today. So he should move up, and he might even get much closer to Archie Stapley at the minute. But the top four of Stock, Marjak, and Winstanley Dawson and Waters will probably pretty much stay as they are.
Yeah, Joel Winstanley Dawson will get a little bit more breathing space, like I say, over Waters, Stapley and Alfie Heron, and kind of underline his third in the points race as it stands at the moment. Like I say, Hayden Statt, obviously with 3 rounds to go after this one, is going to be wanting to add to that, and he will motor through and add points at rate if he keeps up his form at the moment. But I don't think he's going to be able to pull enough back on anybody else to figure in the overall top 3 of the championship.
No, and we're getting into 1 lap to go. We've kind of turned our attention away from Hayden Statt because he was riding off. I said to Leah there while you're out of the booth, it's always seems to be the way. It's so difficult to get that first win, and so often, once you get one, like the classic bus scenario, all of a sudden, 2 come along on the same day and you win your overall as well.
Yeah, and that's great to see. being from our point of view, we'd like to see a different winner. Obviously, with Drew Stott finishing second in the first race, it would have been nice to have had a tie on points and all the rest of it in a decent battle. But look, it's nice that riders have a breakout weekend like this, and it's been coming for so long for Hayden Statt. And let's not forget, he's still quite a young rider, and it was his first year in the championship last year. And again, he had a few injuries and stuff. So to come back from what he's come back from and a bounce back, obviously the whole Junior World Championship thing's going to that's going to grow arms and legs over the next few weeks. No,
I'm sure it will.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about making a statement. Like you said, he not on the Team GB for that. And well, if there's any way to put your point across, today he's done that.
Yeah. Look, it's 6.5 a dozen. No, he could have just easily come back to Dang on 10-10, Jeff. And
totally.
Nobody would have been any the wiser, but he hasn't. He's bounced back with what is looking like a double win on that Chambers KTM. A nice little bonus for Tim Chambers then, to after having a bit of a hard year with obviously Dan Thornhill being out through injury with a hand injury, and also losing Adam Sterry to a foot injury as well. So to get a nice 1-1 in the RFX 125 class it will round their weekend out nicely for sure.
Yeah, he looks good. He looks comfortable. He's obviously beaming under that crash helmet. He's got plenty to work with here. Just bring it in, no mistakes, 100% concentration just to get around these next couple of corners. No heroics over the camel's back, the dragon's back, just nice and steady. Although he's feeling it. I mean, he's still looking pretty slick. Just take it easy, I said, Jeff. You know, still launching it. But then if you're in that rhythm, sometimes slowing up is worse.
You've got to keep your finger on the trigger.
Yeah. It's going to be one lap to go now.
Yeah, I could see that hesitation in your voice.
No, because I was talking to you and didn't see the countdown clock. And I thought, has he gone over the line? Has he not? So I get to sit in here for another half a lap. No, shake out of the arms, understandable. He's probably getting a little bit of cramp in there after not racing for a while. But this will be such a big day if he brings it home here. Not only for him, but the family. You know, yes, winning races, coming through the youth ranks, 65, 85 is one thing. But yeah, when you step it up, this 125 championship now very much part of the main British Championship, as it were. We, of course, got the ACU British Youth Championship, where we do have 125s and 250s, but it's just kind of like this is the official 125 ACU title here. So, and to get out there and hopefully get it done.
A good fourth place for Chris Brindley. He will go, I think, where was he in the first one? 4:11. So not a great first race, but a bounce back for him. So 4:11. But yeah, my rudimentary maths for Joel Stanley Dawson with a 6.2, that will put him on 37 points, which will top what everybody else has done, because Lucas Moncrief currently he's on a 5.7, so that's not going to do the job. And first race leader Ali Marjak with a 3, wherever he is at the moment, with a 3.8. He is also not going to make the cut. So. Not the first podium, I think. I think when Stanley Dawson was on the podium at Preston Docks as well. So it's not his first visit, but a little bit more, what's the word? A convincing podium. He's chasing down a man who is certainly on great form. And just bringing it in then for the final few turns. Jeff will get down there in winner's circle and find out how it feels to be a double race winner for the first time in the RFX 125 British Championship. Props for him for that. There is the checkered flag for Hayden Statt. Congrats to him, and a fantastic second then for the 2:36 Winstanley gas of Joel Winstanley Dawson. So the Winstanley family then, part of motocross folklore up there in the northwest of England, and great to see another generation of them at the sharp end. That was a great ride. Stock comes across the line in third. Then it should be Brindley, Waters, Finley J, Lucas Moncrief, Harley Marjak, Archie Stapley, and Jensen 7, who goes 10-10. I think that's his best. That's his best performance here so far. Arthur Moore comes home. Marjak sneaks past Moncrief on the last lap, so that will give him another couple of points, but certainly not enough to get him on the box. He will be disappointed with that. Yeah, Moore finishes 11th after being second for quite a while before tipping off and losing his goggles. A good result. Went begging there, but Moore has the speed. The last few riders coming home. So Jeff is making his way to winner's circle. We will go and have a few words from our partners, and we will be back with our race winner, double race winner, Hayden Statt, talking to Jeff.
Is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Okay, here we are in the winner's circle. Just soak that up, winner's circle. We say often in our sport, like getting that first race win is something, and then like the floodgates open, and then like they come along like buses. 2 on a day, perfect day really. I think you pretty much topped everything, like qualifying. What a way to bounce back.
Yeah, definitely. It's been quite a while with my neck. So a lot sooner. I should be grateful more, but I'm really happy to be back on the bike, and to finish where I have today has been really good. First race back, I've only had four days on the bike since the accident, so no, I'm not out riding during the week like everyone else, but I'm still on the top, so just shows that no matter where you come from, you can do it from wherever. Council estate, and there's no stopping you.
Maybe, like just the time off the bike, psychologically and mentally, a time to refresh and really get behind it. I mean, because clearly your fitness, that first race, we just said there, you were riding a little bit tight. That's understandable where you've been off the bike for a little bit, but that one seemed a lot smoother ride from where we were sat.
Yeah, definitely. I just got the good start. I think I whole shot, to be fair. Well, I can't really remember the start. I knew I was up front. I got into the lead quick, and from there I just tried logging laps and tried not to get anything in my way, no mistakes, and just ride my own race, really. Just ride how I know I can ride. But yeah, it paid off in the end and walk away with a 1-1.
You got some great people behind you. Most notably, you would have found that out over the last few weeks, month or so. So, yeah, now's a good time to let them know how you feel.
Chambers Racing, the team, they've been lovely to us, honestly, since the first day I came in. Just so much help. RFX, Robert Dove, Rapid Military, Yes Goggles, TLD,
right. It's hard to remember all of them. That's where you have to get Dad write them down on the pit board like they do at AMA. But obviously a brilliant bounce back. Okay, so before you sign off, that's what we're looking for the rest of the year, I guess, to really already with one eye maybe on next year, because realistically the championship's gone. Build, and then get ready for next year, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. Just plug away and get ready for next year.
Good stuff. Well done, and congratulations. Nice to see it finally get done. We move you out of the way. Let's bring in Joel Winstanley Dawson. making him push his own bike in after a hard moto, but Joel's all right with that. Joel, we were just saying in commentary, a little bit of you, this one we would have thought. Obviously, you know, the track, Grandad's track and where you ride and all those kind of things. That was good. That was solid. Do you feel good after that?
Yeah, I'm actually really happy with that. The first race, I got a terrible start, but I had a little, got back to 6th fight, but I'm really happy with that position.
What about championship-wise? We know, coming up from the 85s, all those big steps, and it takes a little bit of time. If you could, right now, assess where you're at with the championship, always you want more. Riders always do. They always want to win. Where would you kind of rank it, where you sit right now in the championship and how it's going for you out of 10?
No, I'm actually really happy where I am in the championship. For my first year, I'm really happy.
Yeah, riding really well. Grandad's here. There he is over there, looking every bit the part. He should have a Harley Davidson dressed like that. You've got some good people around you. So again, I'm sure you want to give them a shout out.
Yeah, I want to thank Plews, my granddad, my mum and dad, my uncle Tom, FXR, JP Oils and everyone else who's supporting me.
Well done, because that's where I put you lot on the spot, and then you can see the cogs going, who have I got to mention? Who have I got to mention? It's hard to do that. Well done, mate. Good stuff. Good to see you out there. Let's move him out and let's bring in Drew Stock. Drew just having his debrief over there, doing his thing, cruising in. Drew, grand scheme of things, again, you've been in a lot of winning in this championship. You didn't do it today, but you got it on the box third. But in the grand scheme of things, all said and done, if this is a bad day at the office, it's not that bad.
Yeah, not my best performance. I didn't really gel with the track too much. I'm off top form today. I haven't been riding in the week, so I think it's kind of catching up on me. So I need to be riding in the week now. Get ready for, what's the next one? Canada Heights. Yeah. Canada Heights, yeah. Canada Heights should be good.
So can I just dive in there? Have you been off the bike purely because the wear and tear and the complication with the wrist still, or is that the reason?
Yeah, I've not been riding because I'm trying not to overdo it in the week for the weekends, but I think I need to ride in the week now to get ready for the weekend because I'm slacking a bit on the racecraft and racing. So yeah, I think I'm going to do that now.
Okay. Well, listen, like I said, well done. Not where you want to be, but I think championship-wise, you're still stretched it out maybe a little bit over your nearest competitor. So well done on getting on the box.
Yeah. Cheers.
Okay, there you go. That's the 125 class. Obviously a slightly disgruntled Drew Stock, but still very much in the driving seat when it comes to the championship. We're going to go to a quick ad break now. Don't go too far away. We've got 2 more motos to go. Coming up next is the MX2 class. See you in a bit.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own ride, let me go full throttle. Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
This is madness. It rages within us. From the world it seeks to consume. We dream, sweat, achieve.
Welcome back, everybody, then, to Monster Mountain for the second of our MX2 races here at round 5 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. We are deep into the day now with just 2 more gate drops to go. Had some great racing. I've seen Hayden Stat take a well-deserved double victory in the RFX 125 Championship, and he was quite pleased with that. A nice interview with Jeff there to mark the occasion. And now we are on with our second MX2 race of the day, which was a victory in the first moto for, I wouldn't say runaway championship leader, but certainly comfortable championship leader Charlie Heyman, from our top qualifier Jamie Keith, with Charlie Richmond in a good third, holding off Gian Dunson for pretty much the whole of the second half of that race. Track, Jeff, starting to get beat up.
It is beat up. It's definitely getting those little more sharp edge hooks on it. It's drying out. It's breaking. So what I mean by that is it's starting to crumble a bit more in a few places. Thing is, it's like getting the right moment with the right amount of water on. If they put too much on, that's when it goes like that dreaded ice. So that, you know, you need a bit of time to soak it in. But they're doing a great job out there. It's a big old circuit. Unfortunately, we are a bit isolated out in the middle at the minute. We haven't heard any news. I haven't heard any news on Ben Musto. Have you heard any? I've
heard nothing at all, Jeff.
So we're not sure what's gone on there. I can't even see. I was walking back. They started.
There he was. That was him just going out of shot.
Okay. So hopefully he's back out there, but we don't know the reason of why. Obviously, that was quite a dent to his championship in that opening moto.
Yeah, he will have lost a bunch of points to Tommy Silgendunsen and Billy Askew. So these are the championship standings as they now stand after the first moto today. So Heyman then 52 points up, a whole race weekend ahead of Tommy Searle. This was a reverse.
Well,
of
there
what
you
we
go.
saw
That's
last
how
year.
much it's damaged him, because he was in second and he's now down to 4.
In third, and then Musto now drops to 62 points adrift, and it's Askew, Richmond, Brooks, who's not here today, Vale, Ritzy, and Ollie Colmer. So yeah, a big dent in his championship, but I know Ben's he is a championship guy, but I think that he's at the stage of his career where I just want race wins and the rest will come. So we'll see how he goes in Moto 2, and like I say, we're in the centre of the circuit here, so we don't even get to talk to anybody, even if we did get out. But good to see him there on the gate. We're going to have a quick word with our partners while the guys get wrapped up on the gate, and we'll be back with Moto 2 of our MX2 round 5 here from Monster Mountain.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
How would you like to win Tommy Searle's actual race bike? Well, at the end of the British Motocross season, we are going to be raffling it off to one of you that have a ticket. Okay, John, can you tell us a little bit about how this is different to a standard Triumph 250?
Yeah, so we begin with a 2026 TF250X from Triumph, and we completely strip the bike, modify the engine, EvoTech, full race engine, K-Tech take care of our suspension, some custom SM Pro wheels, Acropovic pipe, X-Trig clamps, Dockwob titanium bolt kit throughout the bike, plus so much more.
And one of you is guaranteed to win all of that, but not just that. Every single week we do tons of different competitions, whether it's cars, whether it's watches, Whether it's bikes, week after week, we give away prize after prize. And now it is down to you to be the next winner. But remember to keep your eyes peeled, because at the end of the season, someone will be winning Tommy Sells race bike. To be in with a chance to win, all you need to do is head over to the TWD website, make an account, grab your tickets, and you really could be next.
Are you going to enter that?
I don't know. I'm all for another bike that doesn't cost me any money.
Yeah.
So maybe, yeah, we'll have a bit of a punt. My 250's a bit long in the tooth, 10-year-old, 12-year-old. So yeah, maybe a bit of a new kit will move me up the grid a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
So there is the holding area for our final MX2 race of the weekend. And it's been a beautiful day here, Jeff. I mean, we're here, sat here in shorts, which obviously, you know, we haven't had the. Well, actually, we need to put the cam on just so we can show the lovely FXR thing and not see our legs.
That means I'd have to sit upright again, because every time they come to the studio camera, I'm slouched over.
I know. Pulling our chins and stuff like that. There's Freddie Bartlett then on the Absolute KTM. He was a good qualifier today. Qualified second behind Jamie Keith. There we are, Jeff. Look at it in all of our glory. And in the break this morning, when obviously we spoke the words about Keith Thorpe, you pulled out a little sticker, and I've stuck it.
Oh, you've done it there. Yeah,
I put it on our little dirt store.
Can you see that?
He will be with us for however long we are in our beautiful broadcast trailer, and long after that. So that's where that has gone. So we are racking the gate then for Moto2. Joel Rizzi, another man who qualified well. There is Ben Musto. He is going to the line.
Good.
So we will try and find out what went on there. And like I say, it's really bad because, you know, we should be the people that know what's going on, and we are really in our little bubble here in Broadcast Central. And unless we get a text or we pick up something off social media, which I did about Hayden Statt's win, we are really kind of as out of the loop as you could possibly be.
Yeah, we have a slight difference, and the races just come once we start thick and fast. It's like some of the other, obviously, national championships. They have a gap in between where we can get back to the pit still and have a chat, but we can't do that. So, interesting. I'm going to be watching Ben closely in this one, because we're still not sure if it was a tweaked knee or if it was a bike issue down that side of things. So
he could have just folded the footrest back.
Could have bent
gear lever around or something.
Or it could have been the gear lever.
Yeah. There's the 24 of Liam Garland. Let's not forget, he was the man that led this for the first, race one for almost the entirety of the first lap. He ended up 12th or 13th, 12th. At the end of that, but to lead it, great for him, great for the team. It's a tough class, and so good result for him. Would have been nice to have wanged a top 10 out of it, but look, everybody else is riding really, really well as well. So he will have enjoyed his time at the top. There is your championship red plate holder, Charlie Heyman on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna, going about his business.
Nobody's riding better than him at the minute.
Yeah, obviously I can't hear the interviews, Jeff, but he looked fairly calm and collected and happy with his day's work so far. There is Tommy Searle, the wily old fox, on the 100 dirt store Triumph that you can win.
Yeah, you can, absolutely. And what you mentioned before, we had the 772 team there as well. One more time, just go and follow them on social media. They're trying to get it so they can get their riders into the British GP. Who's that dude?
Yeah, that's Mike.
That's Mike. He put some hours in, I'd say, the crew. Look at him. He's like, get that thing off me. As you can see us flying the drone there.
Yeah, that's TV Central there. Everything that we're bringing you is coming from that little enclave there. All of the live timing, the live pictures, the whole lot. But here we go then. Jamie Keith, our fastest qualifier, on the inside of the gate. Oh, somebody's gone early. That looked like that was McCormick that got a little bit twitchy. Yeah. It's Heyman that's going to lead him now. Look at the dust, Jeff.
Another flyer.
It's not, it's Richmond.
But another, and Liam Garland again.
Garland again in second. He's going to get shut down. He is going to get shut down by the championship leader there into turn 2. But into the wave section, Charlie Richmond leads his first British Championship MX2 race.
Good
here
on the
at
kid.
Monster Mountain. Kawasaki down the inside. Who is that?
Oh, Heyman's making moves ready though. He's made the move. No messing about. Another amazing start from Charlie Heyman. He's barely been out of the top 3 or 5 every race, and he is making it count. And that's what he said to me, Phil. You couldn't hear the interview. He's like, right, took advantage of the race situation. He knew that the track was going to be hard to pass. He made that move early on and then controlled the race from there, the pace of the race, and it looks like it's the exactly same situation this time around.
Big move around the outside from one of the Triumph. Does that look like the 100 of Tommy Searle? It does to me.
Yeah, just by his frame and stature, that's Tommy.
It's Rizzy there, who's the Kawasaki.
So where's Musto? Did we see him go through there?
There's
just looking
Doomson
down.
buried. So not another not so good start for the KTM Factory Juniors. Gabriel SS24 rod again, Doomson, but there is our championship leader already making a break for it at the front.
Rizzy better start. Like you said, this time he was good in qualifying. I think that's him there, just a couple back from Tommy.
I can't believe how dusty it is. So just been talking to one of the track crew there. That was Keith forcing his way up the inside there of Liam Garland. Yeah, it's just got that hard. We can't put water on it now. We can't get out there and rip it between races because the schedule just doesn't allow it.
It's getting very
Johnny
slick.
Roderick Evans.
Very slick now on some of these corners, and the thing is, everywhere where there was give in the track earlier on, that little bit of give through those ruts, they would have gone solid. Like even the way the dirt rolls over, like before you could go, but now I mean, if you just get your wheel slightly out of line, it's just going to grab that front end, Phil. You know what it's like. So that precision now is real key. Never mind throttle control, that's bad enough anyway. They've got to be so precise where they put that front wheel now.
So Tommy Searle, you were saying that this is similar to his practice track up there in Derbyshire. So it will be interesting to see whether he can close in on the young pup of Charlie Richmond on that Crendon True 7 Honda.
Okay, so Musto went through our shot earlier on when I was actually trying to look at the timing screens. He shot through there in 9th. You can see there just in the top 10, we got like on the side of the K-Tech timing tower there, you can see the little line that indicates that's your top 10. You can see them by number anyway.
Yeah, that track has dried out. And like I say, you can see all the surface water next to it. It was a swamp on Wednesday. So it just shows how difficult it is to keep this track absolutely perfect. And obviously the thing that we've got as well, we've got much longer races than you would get at a normal meeting. And you can't just keep throwing up water on top of this surface here, especially on the up the jump faces, which is where the majority of the dust is. So there is the 184 of Keith. Then it's Rizzy. Then it's Freddie Bartlett then on the Absolute KTM. He's having a much better ride in this one. He was 9th in Moto 1 but came through to 9th. Bearing in mind he had a really, really good qualifying. I think he was 2nd or 3rd. And expected better in the first Moto, to be honest, after the qualification. But no, he's up there with a good start on the back of Joel Rizzy. Then it's Ollie Colmer on the Chambers KTM, Garland, Musto, and George Hopkins on the Triumph there in 10th. And it's McCormack, Coleman, Doomson 13th. I'm wondering whether it was Doomson that was the man that hit the gate.
Could well have been. I mean, again, it's just championship-wise, Charlie Heyman is just doing everything right while he continues to clock out these moto wins.
Phoenix Talks fastest lap of the race for our race leader, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, I was just going to say, while he's doing that, the others are just kind of like making those little mistakes and falling down. As if we're still not completely sure what was going on with Musto. He's actually dropped back a spot that last lap.
So I think that's an injury then, Jeff.
Do you know what I mean? I think that indicates that, quite possibly he's out there nursing it. I mean, Ben will man up, he'll tough up. No question about it. He is one of the grittiest riders I've ever worked with, actually, when he was on Team Green. Go to distance, I've said it before, reminds me of Todd Kellett, and just that nothing's going to stop me, I just keep going. But that would suggest, Phil, that he's probably struggling a little bit out there. We don't know, obviously. Well, what you've got to do, you've got to follow the socials, you've got to follow us post-event and
find out what went on.
And find out what went on,
Watch the Brock's Pit Pass, find out all of the happenings. Oh, that was a bit of a moment.
They actually had tyres went up the back there.
Yeah. So, obviously, while we were talking about that, Bartlett had got the pass made at the end of the start straight on Joel Rizzi on that 772 Kawasaki, but Rizzi fought back down the waves and got back up the inside, and these two are going back and forth now in this battle for 5th position. The top 4 fairly settled. Heyman leads from Richmond, with Searle and Keith just off the front of this battle, and then it's Rizzi, Bartlett, Colmer, Garland, Musto and Hopkins as they came across the line last time.
Charlie Heyman, nearly full 2 seconds quicker than anybody else on track. That is why, well, it is more than 2 seconds. Basically, it's 2.5 seconds quicker than his nearest competition on track, which would have actually been last lap around the rider in second, Charlie Richmond, by marginally over Tommy Searle by 1 or a couple of thousandths. So yeah, there you go. He's just checking out. He's brought the pace back now. This last lap, his last lap was 2:10. He's just done a 2:12, but still circulating quicker than Richmond and Searle. So yeah, that's why that gap's gone out to 4 seconds.
But when you're on it, you're on it.
Let's see what Jamie Keith can do here. It's going to be tough. It's hard. It's going to, that roost is really going to smart now. I wouldn't want to be behind any of these guys now with that roost firing up. It would be like basically being shot by a blunderbuss. For those of you that don't know what a blunderbuss is, you obviously didn't have the Beano annuals as a kid.
Didn't watch enough cartoons as a kid. So we move forward then, right on cue, and Tommy Searle all over the back of Charlie Richmond on the number 30 Crendon True 7 Honda, with Jamie Keith on the Goswell Honda there in 4th. This is the battle, and the wily old fox against the new young pup. For like I say, Keith and Richmond both came up from our RFX 125 Championship for 2026.
Richmond was absolutely buzzing with that third, by the way.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to see.
He was almost like a little bit, I wouldn't say shot, but, I mentioned about what it's like moving up to the class and then racing with riders you've looked up to like Searle and all that. It was almost like, yeah, like the kind of disbelief that he's made it onto the box in year one.
He's probably the only person that wasn't expecting that, because I think the team have nurtured him nicely in a non-pressure environment to just go out and learn the class, learn the bike, and let the results come. And here we are at round 5. He's running second in front of a strong MX2 field and one of the best MX2 riders that we've ever produced in the last 20 years in this country.
Long way to go, but obviously if the flag dropped now, that's solid. What would that be, second overall, 3-2?
Yes, 3-2. So he's in front of Jamie Keith.
Yeah. So
Jamie was second, so 3-2 will be to 2-4. And we no doubt about our overall winner. That will be, again, the 422 SC Sport Home Husqvarna of Charlie Heyman. But Richmond, again, 2:11 this time. He dropped 2 seconds a lap early. Oh, we got a pass. Has he made a mistake coming out of the ruts? His Searle's out of shot here. Is he going to slide you out the inside? He does. Richmond comes back.
Oh, nice. What a confidence if he could squeeze him. But Tommy's just doing enough there. Actually slowed his speed down a little bit there, Searle, so he didn't run deep into the corner, allowing Richmond to do the classic undercut. All the experience showing there. You don't have to always pass somebody. You can just draw level with them and then control the same speed and make them go back round you, and that's exactly what Searle did there.
So do you know what I think here? I think this will be an excellent learning opportunity for Charlie Richmond, because I'm not saying he isn't going to learn anything off Conrad Muse, but Conrad Muse ain't riding the same bike that he's riding.
No, true.
And Tommy is the master of making it look easy when it really isn't on these 250s. So if Charlie can stay with him, it will pull him away from Jamie Keith. I think that will still give him second overall. I don't think the pass makes a lot of difference, to be fair.
No.
So it will be 3-4 versus 4-3, and Richmond will get it on the tie break. Tommy with a 5-2. Tommy with a 5-2. That's 38.
And then,
they're all going to tie.
That's what I thought.
We're going to run out of fingers and thumbs here.
Because Jamie Keith had a second in the opening mode, so he's currently 2-4.
Yeah.
You've then got Richmond on a 3-3.
Yeah.
So it will just come down to the classic tiebreak of who's highest up.
And Tommy as well with a 5-2. So
he'd get it, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Oh, this is
well, anyway,
no, 3-3's 40 points.
Yeah,
isn't it? Yeah. So we need a pass from somebody to change things on the podium. But we're still 15 minutes plus 2 away from that yet. So let's see if Richmond has anything up his sleeve. Tommy Searle, let's see the lap times this time. They were 2:11s last time as they came across the line. Richmond goes round the outside, missing all the big stones there. Another Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race for Charlie Heyman. Wow. So 2:14 for Richmond last time by. The Rizzy Bartlett battle is still buzzing, and it's still in the favour of the man on the 772 Kawasaki.
Yeah, so Heyman just getting quicker and quicker. Not huge amounts, but nevertheless going in the right direction and not slowing. So he's got the gap out, as you can see, to 6.3 and looking very tidy. But we will probably not put eyes on him for a while yet, because he's kind of out there on his own, more interested in this battle starting to shape up between Richmond, Keith, and I have to say Rizzy is not out of the equation either. Just that little bit back. He keeps coming into camera shot occasionally. There's Doonson, isn't it? So where's he? He's down in 8th. It's crazy, isn't it? I mean, he was in the first moto. Didn't he end up setting the quickest lap of the race?
Yeah. You said he was on a rip at the end. He doesn't seem to have his EMX speed when he comes to race here. I don't know why that is, but he just doesn't. He just doesn't seem to be able to get off the gate. And when he does, he does great. But you would have expected that with the form that he showed in Latvia a couple of weeks ago, last weekend, as it was, feels a lot longer.
I know, that's done it.
That he would make easier work of this. But again, it underlines the fact that just because our guys aren't going and doing EMX, that they don't have that level of speed. And like we said, the SC Sport Owns team choosing to keep their shackles warm through the summer and go and do the last 3 rounds of the AMA, and I'm totally on board with that, because that's a good thing to do.
Yeah, definitely. Just for worldly experience, just for, never mind riding experience, just for life experience to go and do something like that.
It's a regular thing they've done.
Yeah,
I think this is their third or fourth season, Jeff. So
yeah, they're all set up over there. They've got support, I think, from Husky dealership on the East Coast.
Yes, I think they're Florida-based or Carolina or whatever. But anyway, so yeah, they're all geared up for doing that. But Richmond holding Jamie Keith at bay, and again, he'll be pleased with that to be the best Honda. Is that Rizzy closing in as well on the 184 Goswell Honda of Jamie Keith? I think he is. Rizzy's kind of broken away from Freddie Bartlett a little bit in the last few laps. Yeah, he is. So.
Just looking at the points there, Phil, on our little makeshift points thing. We got taped to the table there. Yeah, so, yeah.
I did that over a year ago. Yeah. That's got me out of the mire more than once.
But as we said, you can work all the maths. You don't need to be a mathematician or a computer scientist to work out that Charlie Heyman is very much got definitely the grasp. One hand on the overall victory here. Championship wise, that grip has just got a little bit firmer if it stays like it is.
I don't know whether you mentioned it earlier on, Jeff. Ben Mustoe down as a DNF, so he's pulled in.
Yeah, it's got to be. It has to be an injury.
Yeah, James Thompson down as a DNS. He had an off in the first race. Just having a chat with Dad Neil, and they're getting him looked at as we speak. As big moment there for Keith.
I got to say, he rode it out pretty well.
But that's going to cost him the spot.
Yeah, well,
and Rizzy, there was no way that he could retain the spot from there. That would have been a little bit of creative line making. But he definitely lost time, and Rizzy has made the pass.
Well, that might have repercussions for the overall, because suddenly if he doesn't pass Rizzy back, that's a 2.5.
Yeah, that's
not a 2.4.
Yeah.
So will that still keep him on the box, or will that be enough for Richmond to steal it with a 3.3?
No, Richmond should be Richmond should be good with the 3-3 and 40 points. 2-5 is a 38-point haul. But Tommy Searle also has a 2-5 and will take it with the second race. So a fifth's as good as a win.
Yeah, we love that. Oh dear.
But that means the old master will again stand on the box. And I mean, looking at his qualification today, which was less than stellar in ninth, again, you know, it doesn't really matter, but it sets the tone for the day. Expecting to see a 5-2 from Tommy with a ninth place qualification. You just never know. It is all down. It's start dependent. If you don't get a good gate, you're going to be struggling.
It's tough out there now. I mean, like we said, weather conditions, great, fantastic for the fans and riders alike. It's warmish, but it's not overly warm. Obviously, you know, bit of not so much of a breeze going on, but they get plenty of airflow as they're riding. So in that sense, it's been a fantastic day. Another honourable shout out for Liam Garland, who's hanging tough inside the top 10.
Just looking at that, Jeff. Impressive for him. It'll be nice for the team, and like I say, with teammate Liam Knight taking that digger at Landrate, it'll be a nice bounce back for those boys to kind of put a smile back on their faces. And I think Joel Rizzi will be happy with this, showing some form, because he's ploughed his trade in GPs and EMX and all sorts of stuff, ridden 450s and 250s, and he's still fairly young. I raced with his dad, and it was also a decent level, not as good as Joel. Who was that? Who was that?
Well, I only saw that in a glimpse, so I really wouldn't want to call that, but that seemed to look a little bit like Billy Askew, the other run, not the rider that went off the track. That looked
so
like
it was Askew and Garland then.
Well,
maybe.
I'm not sure, but that was such a quick glance that we saw there. But if Billy was still wearing those same colours that he was wearing in the first moto, that kind of cyan, sky blue and fluoro, don't know. We need a bit more. Obviously, we're not putting cameras on that because that might be worse than we imagined. So, but we'll see when they cross over the line. So Doonson has just gone over the line. Let's see if Askew starts and Garland start dropping down the list. Still showing there. So, yeah, it's those two. It's definitely those two because McCormick's up to 9th.
Yes, he is.
So I thought that was Billy Askew. Now, what I'm thinking there was did Billy get it wrong and then Liam had nowhere to go?
It's certainly how I would have read it, Jeff, from the literally 5 or 6 frames that we got to see. We'll find out the severity when they get round to this corner. It's just after this section where that went on.
Because it would seem very odd for Liam to be way off the track like he is there.
He's up and he is okay, so that is great to see.
Askew's already gone and got back on his bike and got going.
Yeah, so that was
in fact
a relief.
Yeah, he's crossed the line as 9th. So Billy actually did only. No, he hasn't. That's the timing catching up there. I thought he was still showing as 9th. He's dropped down.
He's had a tough weekend this weekend, Billy Askew. Qualified 7th. Qualified 8th, 7th in Moto 1, and then are off in this one. So again, he's a race winner in this championship. But 10 seconds then, Charlie Heyman.
Well done, Liam. Well done.
Hopefully he's going to ride back in and not take out a load of our cabling. If the picture disappears now, that will be why. But there's our race leader then, fighting for grit up that finish line tabletop.
I've just got to say, if there's a metaphor for life and taking it on, Liam Garland does that. The whole classic Rocky Balboa thing here. He just takes knocks, and he does throughout his career. He just keeps coming back for more, doesn't he? I mean, you know, fair play to him. But he's always had that turn of speed, certainly from his youth days on an 85. So fair play to Liam. That one looked quite sore though. We don't know exactly what happened, but that's what we think happened. For him to stay, go that far off the track, I think he's come over that blind jump. It's clipped Billy's bike maybe.
Yeah. We will, no doubt we will find out from social media and all of the other
Sure, Liam will post on that.
He will. just to remind you, please make sure that you like and subscribe across all of our social media platforms, comment on our YouTube channel, and put the subscribe bell on so that you will be reminded of when we are going live for the final 3 rounds of this championship, which in no particular order, because I can't remember whether we're going to Canada Heights.
Canada Heights next.
Canada Heights,
July 12th, I think.
Yeah, Canada Heights on July the 12th, and then we are at Duns, and then the final round at Blacksall in September. Like us on Facebook, MXGB-TV. Same for Instagram. Our website is mxgb-tv.co.uk. The YouTube channel, which you are watching on at the moment, obviously, and FIM-moto.tv. Go there and subscribe for a lot of not just our British Motocross Championship, but a lot of other European racing as well available on FIM-moto.tv.
Heyman looks really good. I'm actually just been studying not only his riding a bit more, but also he's got running what looks to be very flat kind of handlebars, and he's got quite a sort of sweep back on them. A lot of obviously modern day riders, you know, it was sort of trend that started in the 90s to have your bars a bit higher up, you know, and off the clamps quite a bit. But if you look at his setup there, because he's quite a tall guy, and he's got quite low bars, if you can see where they sit on the clamps, and look how kind of like far back they are. You can see there, look, they're almost bent as he comes up the straight. They're almost sort of bending downwards. But like Graham Noyce style.
I didn't want to say that because I would have been showing.
There's only a certain. There's a bunch of people going, "Who the hell's Graham Noyce?"
Yes.
Well, for those of you, you know, you should know that. Even the younger generation, come on.
But Noyce's style was like this, and then some. Yeah, certainly for a taller rider, he rides the rear of the bike a lot, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, and but he counteracts that with his torso. He gets like, so his legs and his knees are quite well back. You can see there, like, coming out the corner, and then he gets that torso right forward, and he's always got his head kind of over the top of the handlebars. It's textbook stuff.
So the legend at the bottom of the K-Tech Tower showing that Garland, Askew, Musto are all DNFs in this one. There's Tommy Searle then, the number 100 Dirt Store Triumph. Has 4 seconds advantage now over Charlie Richmond, who made the pass, I don't know, probably 10 minutes ago. There's Richmond going through shot. There's the industrial background of this area where we are. There's so much stuff that, oh mate, if I had £1 for every earth mover tyre that there was on this side,
wow.
I'd be an happy man.
Yeah, well, what you see out here is either like that machinery, grass, and then we've got the windmills or sheep. That's what you see out this part of the world. We just got the confirmation from Elliot Spencer, our obviously resident photographer for the series. Yes, that's exactly what happened out there with Billy Askew. He crashed, basically, just kind of lost the front end, went over, and Liam came over, blindsided, couldn't avoid the bike, hit the bike, and that just catapulted him off the track.
Well, both riders rode away, which is at this juncture is as much as you can hope for. So 48 seconds left on the clock now. Heyman has already disappeared. He'll be down the far end of the start straight already, so he will get 2 laps to go next time by.
You'll love this, Phil. We've got 2 laps to go still, but look at that. Like, let's work your mathematical skills, because you like to put me on the spot sometimes. I always fail. You're a little bit more accomplished at it. If I've got this right, looking at the top 3 in the race, that's going to be somewhere near how it's going to finish overall, isn't it? If we got that right?
No, because Richmond's 3-3 will get him second.
Oh, it is going to get better over Searle. Yeah, okay.
It is going to get him 40 points.
Wow.
And the 2.5 for Tommy is only going to net him 38, so he will be there. Jamie Keith will have a 2.5, which will also net him 38, but he will be off the box by virtue of the fact that this man on the Dirt Store Triumph has beat him in the second race. But it's tight. It just goes to show you it's really, really small margins.
It could change, because that mistake from Keith took him off the box effectively.
Yes.
That earlier mistake. Yeah. And now look how close he is to Rizzy.
He's come back
so
at him,
maybe
hasn't he?
keep eyes on that on the last lap.
If the pit board doesn't say need this for podium, it really ought to.
Yeah. We'll try and keep an eye on that. They're really close. Elliot's just telling us here he can see what we can't out of our commentary booth. So maybe we should get our eyes on that. If the cameramen can maybe pick up on this last lap or last couple of laps. The battle for fourth between number 9, 12, Joe Rizzi on the Kawasaki against Jamie Keith, because they're pretty much side by side out on track. Meanwhile, this guy totally unchallenged all day, with the exception of qualifying, of course, but race-wise, well, he didn't pull 2 whole shots, but he was second round the corner both times and made light work of getting to the front and controlling the race. So there goes the race leader, Heyman. Big gap in check, 2 laps to go. Okay, so we're just hitting now that Elliot's just saying that Jamie's just overcooked it a little bit in trying to get back up Rizzi, and maybe made a little bit of a mistake and just dropped back off the pace a little bit.
Like I say, all of our cameras here doing, in some places, double and triple duty, looking all 3 ways.
Yeah.
It's really difficult to cut away sometimes. The riders just have to be in the right place on the track to make that happen. But a great weekend's work then for our race leader, Charlie Heyman.
Right, okay.
Well, there's Rizzi.
That's it. Yeah. I think he's starting to close. Rizzi, if anything, is starting to come towards Richmond a little bit.
The gap across the line was only only a second and a bit.
Okay. Ooh. So let's see, can Charlie hold on here, because he's coming under pressure. I think he's got enough to work. Well, you never know, but obviously, that dangling carrot for the youngster. But this could be his first podium.
But let's not forget that Richmond held off Gian Dunson in the first moto for a long time. That's Jamie Keith that we are looking at now. So Keith is he's currently there in 5th, and he's tailed off a little bit. But it is Rizzi in front of him in the white that he's chasing down Charlie Richmond on this final circuit. There is Rizzi.
God, I wish they'd make their mind up, Phil. 1 minute he gains, then he drops back. Now, look at this. Jamie Keith is starting to come back a little bit at Rizzi, but they are running out of time here and real estate. It's going to be 1.5 laps to go from about where they are on track. Well, 1 1/3.
Yeah. And Rizzi, 11th in race 1, not going to figure in the podiums at all. But he'll want to talk to you, Jeff.
Yeah.
It's always nice. It's a nice bit of recognition for the team. Yeah, at least I got in the box in the last race. Take away a little bit of, momentum to the next round at Canada Heights.
Shout out to Freddie Bartlett. What a good ride from him.
Yeah.
In there as well. Not new to many British motocross fans. Obviously from his youth days, but he's relatively new to this championship after, going and living in Sweden and doing a lot of racing over there.
Yeah, he's kind of one of these people a little bit like Harry Dale, that you either know who he is and know everything he's done, or you've never heard of him and there's no middle ground. But a really, really good, solid performer. And although I was aware of him prior to coming and doing this job, was not expecting that he would be at the level of rider, especially as he rode half the season as MX1 last year.
Yeah.
On a full 50, 15 or 16.
Yeah,
he is still very, very young.
Yeah.
So there is your race leader on his final circuit now, Jeff. I believe he is well round that last lap. And he's cool and assured. He comes across. It's easy to come across as a little bit cocky, I suppose. He doesn't. He's just focused, and he don't take anything for granted. He spent long enough working for this to appreciate it when he's got it.
No, I mean, I think when he was coming through the 85 ranks and winning everything, quite the polar opposite actually. Back then, I mean, he was so quiet. You're almost like, he was far from cocky. You're almost like, God, you're doing all this winning, it can give us a bit more, like emotion. Like he was just so calm with every race.
Nottinghamshire lad, you see, that's what they're all. They just keep themselves to themselves.
Yeah. And but now I'm really, as I mentioned last time out, Landre, really starting to see that Charlie Heyman from that we all kind of watched and knew and thought, okay, he's, you know, he could go somewhere in this sport. And it's all starting to click into place, which obviously, you know, it's never straightforward becoming a pro rider, stepping up. You can be prolific in youth motocross, but that doesn't mean anything really in the grand scheme of things. And here it is, another race win. Let's go and chat to him.
Yep, you go and chat to him, Jeff. We'll bring the rest of the field home. So there it was, Heyman taking his second win of the day. A comfortable victory from Tommy Searle. Richmond is going to hang on, he does from Rizzi. That was really close at the end, and Jamie Keith. But your podium will be Charlie Heyman, Charlie Richmond and Tommy Searle by my rudimentary fingers and thumbs mathematics and my piece of paper on the side of our comms box in here in the broadcast booth. Rizzi, I want to say good fourth for him. Bartlett a good sixth. Then it's Colmer, Doonson, McCormack and Josh Vale, your top 10. We will have a word from our partners and we will be back with Jeff in winner's circle with our top 3.
How would you like to win Tommy Searle's actual race bike? Well, at the end of the British Motocross season, we are going to be raffling it off to one of you that have a ticket. Okay, John, can you tell us a little bit about how this is different to a standard Triumph 250?
Yeah, so we begin with a 2026 TF250X from Triumph, and we completely strip the bike, modify the engine, EvoTech, full race engine, K-Tech take care of our suspension, some custom SM Pro wheels, Akrapovic pipe, X-Trig clamps, Dockwob titanium bolt kit throughout the bike, plus so much more.
And one of you is guaranteed to win all of that, but not just that. Every single week we do tons of different competitions, whether it's cars, whether it's watches, whether it's bikes. Week after week, we give away prize after prize. And now it is down to you to be the next winner. But remember to keep your eyes peeled, because at the end of the season, someone will be winning Tommy Searle's race bike. To be in with a chance to win, all you need to do is head over to the TWD website, make an account, grab your tickets, and you really could be next.
Okay, here we are in the winner's circle. Oh man, what a day. A near perfect day other than qualifying, obviously, but I mean, you've got to be happy with that. Another 1-1. It's becoming quite a habit. Championship lead extended. Looking absolutely sublime out there. Obvious question, but how are you feeling after that?
Yeah, really good. I felt a lot more chilled out in that one. I was flowing better. Like, I just felt more relaxed. But I think every time I'm leading a race, I'm learning more every time, and weekend after weekend when I'm winning, I just keep learning. So yeah, I can't really fault today. I mean, qualifying I was 5th, but yeah, I didn't get no points for qualifying anyway. No, exactly. But 1-1 in the race is a perfect day for me. So yeah.
You know, in your youth career, particularly 85s, and then you moved on to 125, you was doing a lot of winning. Obviously, moving up to pros is a very different thing. But is it almost, and too early to say because it's still a long way to go, but are you getting that kind of feeling like you used to back then?
Yeah.
Supreme confidence?
Definitely, with how I used to be winning. One year I won everything without even losing one race. But kind of, I had like 3 years where I've just built, and I've kind of got to winning both motos 2 rounds this year, and I feel back to I feel relaxed out front. When I started doing that at the start of the season, didn't feel so relaxed racing, but now it feels good. Like, I'm really enjoying just leading and riding my own race again.
And that's the point. I know you're going to keep doing that. You're going to keep focusing that right to the end, but it's also been a good day for you regards to championship points. Again, not only have you won, obviously not such a good day for some of your rivals. So you're coming out of here in a good place.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Ben, I hope Ben's all right. Like, I don't wish nothing on anyone. There's more to motocross than that. But yeah, I'd come out of here on a massive high. So got a bit of a break now, but just keep doing the same thing. Keep riding, keep training, turn up.
Keep doing it. Keep doing what you're doing. We love watching it. Well done. Congratulations on another overall victory. Okay, let's bring Tommy in. I think if he's ready to go. Good stuff. Without your hat, normally you're so used to seeing you with your monster hat. Sorry to tell you about that. I should have been mentioned that. Yeah, you still got a shout out. Exactly that, mate. We know this kind of surface a bit of you. Obviously, your practice track, and whatever you like, this kind of stuff. How did you find that out there today?
Yeah, good. I actually really like it up here. I come up here last year for a few of them evening races they've got. I think fair play. The boys have built a track on the top of a mountain, put the effort in. Now we've got a British Championship. We've got the likes of Jeffrey here, Conrad, Ben, these boys in this class, and well, brilliant day's racing so far. So can't complain.
So you're genuinely still enjoying it. Like we say, we're going to keep saying this because you've kind of sort of making more noises now.
Enjoyed it today.
Exactly,
Yeah,
that's
I
the
have
point.
actually enjoyed it. Yeah. Well, it's my birthday yesterday, so SC Sport Homes give me a camper.
Right.
So then I stayed in it with the family because I thought, my little camper. I sort of go in there, sort of stand like a little dungeon, and I just like, I'm like laying in the bed. It's black in the camper. I'm like, oh no, this is awful. So then I thought, let's mix it up a bit, and I was going to get a hotel, and then he lent me the big camper. So we've had a nice family weekend in that, and it's made it much more fun. I might race for a few more years now.
Yeah, see if you can get that camper nailed down. Have you enough puff
to race for a few more years to pay for it?
Exactly that. Did you have enough puff to blow out the candles? I mean, because they're starting to rack up on the cake.
Yeah, puffed them out. Only got 3. I don't know, tight budget maybe. But I ran out of puff out there as well. I was trying to find the smoothest lines possible and calm it down. But where the track's so fast, you end up holding on real tight. And I mean, I just got tired. End of the race. It's normal that you get tired, but I have to manage the races. But Charlie done awesome.
Yeah.
2 whole shots, 2 wins, faultless. And then other Charlie, first podium. I like seeing that. Yeah. But I also like being on the podium, beating them as well.
You still do, but it does take you back to when you...
But I really enjoyed today. Dirt Store boys done a great job. Bike was good. Happy days.
Yeah, good stuff. Go and get yourself scrubbed up in your nice new camper. He's going to take advantage of that. Let's bring in Charlie. Charlie Richmond. Come on over. He's too busy yakking, and no wonder. Okay, now after the first motor, the smile was big, but this is good, isn't it? I mean, that was solid. Got it on the box.
Yeah, I can't believe it, to be honest. Like, to ride with these boys up the front, I've only dreamed of this at home, and every time I ride my bike. So to be seeing Tommy Sale on my side the whole race, it's unreal. Like, everything went to plan today, and yeah, that's it really.
That's what I mean. You keep going with it. How instrumental? I mean, you put the work in clearly. The team signed you because they saw your potential. How instrumental have they been in the first part of the year in like keeping you on a level kind of keel and making you realise that this is going to take? It's a process.
Well, yeah, I still remember the phone call before Hawkstone with Dave, and he was like, "I'll be happy with top 20."
Yeah.
And then I went to the first round and got 6th, and now I'm here on the box. So it's so good to be back, and I've missed this, being up here.
And what a time, just a little caveat of that. What a time to go and put it on the box, obviously, with Dave losing, his father keeping it for the team as well. You got it on there. I mean, what a way to repay the faith they've put in you.
Yeah, definitely. This one's for Dave and his dad. Good stuff.
Mate, go and celebrate with your team. Superb. There we go. We love the MX2 class. We hope you do too. I'll just say Charlie stepping up from the 125s, getting a podium finish this weekend. Great stuff. We've got one more to go. It's the Pico MX1 class. Obviously, Jeffrey Hurlins is the man to beat. Can Conrad get a little bit closer, or Ben Watson? Let's see what goes down. One to go. At Ride, you're in control. Create something unique or choose from our wide range of base designs. Stand out with eye-popping colours and bring your kit to life with personalised details and logos. With our advanced materials and proven durability, our kits are built to perform. Head to our website and start designing today.
Look good, feel good, ride good.
MXology, next generation performance in off-road. Find us at www.mxology.co.uk.
Welcome back, everybody, to our final race action from round 5 of this Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. Our riders for our Apico Factory Racing MX1 class just coming back from their site lap at the end of what's been it's been a nice day. It's been hot. We've had some good racing. The track is absolutely torn apart.
Yes,
but from what we had at the beginning of the weekend, to the point where we were paddling everywhere. It's great. There's your championship as it stands at the moment. Conrad Muse on the Crennan True 7 Honda is there with the championship lead of 199 points. 3 points adrift is Ben Watson on the Dirt Store Triumph. Oya Oliver, who was our joint championship leader after round 2, he is now there in third. Taylor Hamill fourth, Purdon fifth, Grimshaw, Bruce, Carpenter, Ben Edwards and Adam Sterry.
Gotta say,
getting way back into the back top 10.
Look at the points there, the graphic. I'll tell you, that battle outside the top 5, from 5 to 10, that's pretty tasty at championship-wise.
So that is going to be either completely reversed at the end of this race, or they're all going to be tied on points somehow. But yeah, thoughts, Jeff, on this final race? We saw Conrad Muse pick a fairly, optimistic start position in the middle of the gate, or out towards the middle of the gate for Moto 1. And he made that count, but Jeffrey ran him down into turn 2. Do you think he tries to close him down? There he is, as we wait for him.
Yes.
Putting his goggles on.
Is the answer to that. It's pretty much what he said when I spoke to him in the winner's circle. Other than maybe, obviously, Jeffrey coming along and obviously sometimes beating him in the overall results, and therefore a little bit of a knock-on effect regards of win bonuses. Other than that, he didn't say that. I'm putting words in Conrad's mouth.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think he openly said, he likes having him here, and he likes racing him because it ups the tempo. Hold that thought. We're going to talk about some more about that. We're going to go to a quick commercial break with our amazing partners. We'll be back soon, and we'll pick that conversation right back up.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then spend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
There's Ben Edwards, the man on the absolute KTM. He won the Scottish Round a couple of weeks ago. He's had a good ride there, but he's not caught fire down here this year after what was a decent season last year before he got injured, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm sure it's through no lack of effort, and let's not take into account here that they've definitely taken into account. It's tough. It's a tough class.
Oh, it's a deep field.
I mean, you got like Conrad, Watson, like just like I said, genuine world-class riders, and then when you get the likes of Hurlins turn up as well, it's tough to break that top 5 in any of the ACU British Motocross titles. Obviously, that's what makes it so good. Is that our chairman there?
It is Tim Lightfoot with his ice cream.
Getting stuck in. Tim, no point holding it there, letting it melt in the sun. You need to, look, stop your jibber jabber and get going before it all melts on your hand.
Great guy, president of the ACU, Tim Lightfoot. He was there at Manchester last week for the Speedway Grand Prix. Got a chance to catch up with him. And, he is all over the motorcycle sport in this country. And here again for... I think probably the 4th time in 5 rounds, I think, Jeff. So good to see him, and nice to see the ice cream man making a dollar. Obviously, if anybody wants to bring us an ice cream, feel free.
Just not mid-moto. Wait until we finish.
Yes, which will be in 25 minutes plus 2 laps. There's Jamie Carpenter next to teammate Conrad Muse. There's the 28 of Charlie Cole, who had a really, really good start in that first race and then went out early on. And then the 91 of Charlie Putnam, Carlton Husband on the Fantic, 925's Lennox Dickinson, Jason Meara on the Yamaha, on the motorcycle Yamaha, he's doing pretty good. The Chambers KTM of Harvey Cashmore.
I just want to highlight there, you had the Stark Varg there of Louis Brooks. Now, just when I was walking the track, I suddenly thought I was being attacked by a drone. Because obviously they make that whizzing noise. Yes. I turned around and realised it wasn't a drone. It was him going up the start straight.
Yeah.
And I literally I kind of dived as if to say they're messing about with a drone, trying to dive in seagull. Yeah, making a similar noise to a drone.
Yeah, Jaden Murphy there, also on the absolute KTM. He's on the far end of the grid. Shane Jones and Charlie Goldwyn DNFs in that first one. So final gate drop of the day, Jeff. Predictions?
Well, it doesn't come to much of a surprise. I'm going to go for the safe bet of Hurlins. But come on, Conrad, you can do it.
Here we go then. Oh, again, somebody getting a bit antsy. I think that was Putnam. Everybody down the inside. It's a good break from the middle. Is that Conrad Muse? Again, it is. No back.
Hold it tight. Hold it tight. He's going to try and do it. No, he's absolutely sailing it round the outside. Top 3, as you'd expect, at the sharp end there again. Better start from Hamill.
Ben Watson down the inside there of Jeffrey Hurley's almost a dust. I don't think it's as bad as it looks on camera when you're out there on circuit. But it's really weird. It never looks the same. And here we go. Jeffrey up the inside on lap 1. Is he going to make it interesting? You know that he does not. And this is the thing I like about Jeff. He doesn't give anybody anything. If you know that if Conrad Muse takes it to him in this race, Jeffrey's give it 100%.
Yeah.
This was where he went the past last time, and he just does exactly the same, rinse and repeat. But Conrad's got to cover that inside line. If he doesn't, Jeffrey just goes the other side of him.
Yeah, it's that proper conundrum, innit? Like what to do on the first lap. You want to try and protect those insides and make them work for it. But he made light work of it. That's the point. Right, let's see if Conrad can go. More importantly, I think, regard to the championship, like I said, Conrad said in his post-race interview, he's got somebody to follow. He likes it when he's here. This, for me, race is more important to Ben Watson than anybody else. Ben's got to find a way of trying to hang with these guys to just get a little bit of confidence, not let that championship start to just, edge out, points lead, edge out further with Conrad. At least get up there and try and hang with him and challenge him.
What was his thoughts after that first moto, Jeff? Was he disappointed? Did he have any answers to what might be his lack of speed, for want of a better word, to be able to stay with the front guys?
He was quite pragmatic about it. He wasn't, he wasn't using the fact that he's never been here as an excuse. Although he obviously did highlight again how the one-day format doesn't give him much chance to get to know the track when others have been here, and it's like that was maybe an advantage. But also, he said they've tried a few things with the bike over the last few weeks, between races, GPs as well, and they kind of just went probably the wrong way with it, and now they're kind of getting that back and getting the feeling back with the bike. So let's see what he can do with it. Good start for Bobby Bruce there. He's in 5th, chasing down Taylor Hamill, and as we highlighted before this race started, the battle in the championship, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. There's 4 points between those 4, all 1 point apart. Tasty championship outside the top 5.
Yeah, big moment there for Tom Grinshaw. He came out onto the wave section and lit the rear end up, and he's now coming under all sorts of pressure from Tristan Purdon. He's the second of the Kawasaki's. Taylor Hamill on the DRT. Flavoured Kawasaki is already there in 4th. Hounding Ben Watson a little as well. And if Taylor Hamill had managed to put in his normal 4th place position finish in Moto 1, he would be angling for a podium if he can find his way past Ben Watson. But not a great race 1 for the man on that DRT Kawasaki. Had to fight through. It's fought his way through to 7th. But here we can see Purdon then on the 772 Kawasaki.
Oh yeah, he hooked it in there, I think, but Tom's going to... No, he's pinched him off. Funny how that's now gone the other way, because in the opening moto, going wide out of that corner seemed to be the more favourable line.
Yeah.
And now it's gone back to the inside, as Purdon showed.
It changes through the day at most tracks, but most noticeably here, as the track starts to get really chewed out, especially on the exits of the corners. Your entry point is really... you have to change that up so you're not going out and hitting the same big holes. And another point there.
Bobby Bruce.
Oriel.
Sorry, Oriel, yeah.
Oliver. So again, the man who can pretty much nail a whole shot on demand at GP level. He's buried outside the top 10 on the first lap. He's now in 8th. He's past Sterry and DeRote, the two Chambers KTM teammates. And talking to the DeRoes yesterday, they are in for Fox Hills, and I think Cameron DeRoe will be... they're going to take him to Montevarchi as well.
Nice.
Obviously, they'll be there with Adam and Ollie Colmer. So another van and another couple of bikes in the big scheme of things. It's not a big deal for that Chambers team, and they will give him his first full GP debut at Montevarchi.
Nice.
Sorry,
good on him.
Ahead of his... South African GP,
yeah.
Not Fox Hills, it's his South African GP. They will be going home to contest that, having raced at Montevarchi and kind of found their way around it. So good to see that.
Well, it's definitely worse GPs to go and ride at, I can tell you that. Italian GPs are always good, and that is a fabulous circuit.
Yeah, Montevarchi, not been on the calendar for quite a while, but there's the battle then, as Oriol Oliver tries to find his way past the 41 of Tristan Purdon at the front then. The gap between Hurlings and Muse, 3 seconds to make their way around this third lap. Watson has staved off the challenge so far of Taylor Hamill, and that's 3 seconds as well.
So, Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race, no surprise. Jeffrey Hurling banging out another quicker lap that time, a round time of 2:07.481. I would expect him to maybe top that. Last time around, Conrad was a 2:08.1. So there you go, losing basically half a second to Hurlings. So the gap's, it's not stretching out ridiculous, but again, I think Jeffrey's just doing what Jeffrey does at this point.
Yeah, big moment there for Bobby Bruce. He kind of went into that corner, lost the front, ended up looking like he went across a couple of ruts, ran wide, and all of a sudden, Purdon is right there on the tail of the Team 2579 Honda rider, with Oriol Oliver in there as well for fun. This is a technical piece of the track now, and I bet the rocks are the size of your head in the bottom of those ruts.
That's right, yeah, that's definitely cut out through there. Oriol Olivier needs to championship wise, he needs to pick these two riders off if he wants to give himself a shot. You could argue, okay, we're at round 5, still plenty of racing to go, but he's losing valuable points here to Conrad Muse and Ben Watson, because a little while there we really was shaping up like this is going to be an absolute three-way all the way to the last round.
And like I say, they were tied on points, Jeff. I think I think they tied in 2 out of the first 3 rounds or something, and Ben held on to the red plate simply on countback. But Oriol's just not seemed, although his GP campaign has been pretty spectacular, he just hasn't been able to bring the heat here to the British Championship when he needed to, and he is there under pressure. Like I say, he's found his way through past Tristan Purdon, and he's now all over the back of Bobby Bruce.
Now, the track is still, all said and done. If you actually knew how much you could see still. See, that's not a drain, that's puddles there, that's actual drain water. I can't believe how dry it is. And with that, the dust is not causing an issue for the riders, regards of them being able to see. It's not that type of dust, it's not that heavy. But what I would say, when you get the camera angle going back facing the sun, because that little bit of dust is hanging in the air, it almost looks like a little bit like SoCal. when we spin the cameras back the other way.
Yeah, the atmosphere, certainly the track texture, it hardens off during the day. You can see, like I say, we just got to a point where with the amount of water that we put on it to give us a nice track this morning without turning it into an absolute slop fest.
Like
there you go, that
looks
haze.
a little bit sort of hazy.
All the wind turbines in the background there, Jeff.
Yeah.
Barely a movement out of them. That's how still the day is here. But a nice pass from Oriol Oliver. And he is now going to, he's done 2 riders, he's going to have to set sail after after Taylor Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki if he wants to move any further up the order. We'll see what the gap is when they come across the line next time, with 16:20 plus 2 left to go in this final Pico Factory Racing MX1 race of the day.
Yeah, Oriol, as we said, having to work really hard here. Still, I still think he's putting together a good season, considering the whole kind of thing was he wasn't meant to be effectively riding the MX1 bike, and it was all kind of beginning of the year a bit of a thing. Again, junior team. I mean, Sean's team, the SS24 Gabriel team is meant to be like the KTM development team. Obviously, Dunson is quite young, but they kind of made it work. Moved Oriol up to the MX1, and I just like the guy. I think he's just such a nice bloke to talk to, and mild-mannered and always polite, and I like his style too. So I hope that he sticks around. British
He's
Motocross.
a good fit with that team,
Yeah, I
Jeff.
really do. I really hope he stays around in British Motocross for quite a while.
And obviously it says a lot of the way that that team stands with the KTM factory, that he gets the support that he does. As Purdon
just put a squeeze on, couldn't quite get over enough just to squeeze Bobby, but this line seems to be working.
Is Bobby going to get across? He's not. Oh, he could have shut him down, but we saw Purdon shut down Grimshaw there a few laps ago. Adam Sterry still there in 9th, riding himself back into race fitness, and that's what they said. This was really a tryout for Monty Avaki as to whether he was going to be up for the challenge or not, and he'll just be wanting to get through the day and then maybe reassess Monday, Tuesday. Well, do we make the trip or not? And I don't know, as a racer you want to go and try and race, I suppose, but if they're going anyway, you ride yourself back into fitness. A GP race weekend of 2 days and plenty of practice. It's certainly what Adam Sterry needs, rather than trying to find somewhere
he's trying to
that's representative to ride in the meantime.
He's definitely obviously doing that. Like you said, that's the only thing you can do when you've had time off the bike. He's trying to hang tough in there. It's actually like Grimshaw is now putting a bit of a, well, look at this, bit of a concerted effort onto Bobby Bruce. I'd say Grimshaw is probably the quickest out of these three, because he's, let's have a look, last lap around. Yeah, he was. He was by some margin actually, and he still is. So Tom Grimshaw, out of these three riders, this battle for 6th, 7th and 8th, it's actually the rider in 16 at the back of those three on the Apico Honda Racing team that is the one making the charge here.
Charlie Cole then in 11th place. That's a better result for him than race 1 where he had a DNF, but he's showing decent speed, and again a rider that's kind of grown into this MX1 class. He's on a legit team doing good things, decent speed. He's there just on the edges of the top 10 as we see this 3-rider battle. It's getting pretty feisty now. Like I say, Grimshaw having been passed by Purdon earlier on, now trying everything he can to get past Bobby Bruce.
Yeah, he is really turning the screw on it now. This is where Bobby got picked up the last before. He's still sticking to. What nearly saved it, Tom Grimshaw. Thought he did there for a while. He that was close. He couldn't quite get his hand back on the handlebar.
I get to use my favourite phrase there. He crashed in instalments.
Yeah,
he was nearly on it till he was off it. But good to see Tom bounce back. Really weird crash that. And like I say, I think the front just dug in, took his hand off the bars, and next thing he's on the floor, so he's going to drop down outside the top 10.
I'm just looking at his handlebars. Is his steering bent or?
Doesn't look too bad.
No, okay, but that was a kind of like a little rodeo ride there for a while. He kind of got bucked off, and then for a minute I thought, he's going to do a Randy Momola on that. But not
I
quite.
don't think he really knew a lot about it either way, but good to see him bounce straight back up and continue on. But that's going to blow that battle out a little bit. Then we've got Purdon then already gapped out Bobby Bruce.
Well, it's fair to say the story of the day, as in this class, you can just see that the two Hondas there out front, they've just got that little bit more. Obviously, Jeffrey more than anyone.
Yeah.
But Conrad, again, for championship implications, okay, he's there, he's in front of Watson, he's in front of the others. He's not pulled ridiculous points on Ben Watson, and it's not even necessarily about the points. Yes, the lead in the championship will go out a little bit further. It'll still be in single figures, mind you, but I think it's more the psychological side of it.
Yeah, for Ben, he'll feel that he's not had a great day, and he'll be like, well, it could have been worse.
Yeah.
Because it could have been 6 points instead of 4. And obviously be interested to see what Conrad thinks of that. Discuss.
Yeah.
But look, it's not been his best day. But if his worst day is a 3-3 and he's going to still be on the podium, then how bad really can that be? And again, once you know that you haven't got that bit of pace, the rest of it is just minimising risk. You've got a GP next week. It's a long season. We've seen in all of the classes, we've had a lot of riders fall by the wayside with injuries. And ultimately, what brings you a championship is finishing every race, making every gate drop count, and you don't do that by chasing down what is now an 11 second gap
totally.
to somebody that you haven't got the speed of on the given day.
On the day, no, I absolutely get that, you know. But if you look at the stats where we're currently at, you take Hurlings out of the equation. We thought it was a three-way battle. I mean, Hamill been having a great season, as Olivier as well. But the reality is, with the remaining rounds, Ben has to find a way of getting up there and sticking it to Conrad. And you know, if he's gonna obviously try and win this championship, you never know. A lot can happen in the sport, of course, but ultimately, he's got to find a way. And you're right, I totally agree, Phil. Not his best day at the office. Track he didn't know. Come out of here, kind of lick your wounds a little bit, and before the next round, Canada Heights, which is a track he knows very well, and my God, look, he's had some success around there in youth motocross. It's a track that he likes, I'm sure of that. So maybe we'll see him bring the heat to Conrad at that round.
I do know that he won't be losing any sleep over it. He takes every weekend as it comes.
Yeah.
Gets up in the morning, rides his bike, does the best he can, goes home, and he doesn't dwell on what could or couldn't have been. But this man here, he's one of them. He's in a situation where he has to do the same this year. He was within a hair's breadth of leading the World Championship a couple of rounds ago, and he's not had the best run of form. Obviously, didn't hear the interview with you, but earlier on, Jeff. But I'm sure that he's happy to be here and riding and getting some more time in on this bike. It was a massive change for him to move from the KTM that he'd ridden forever,
seemingly, yeah,
onto factory Honda. And I do like Honda, Jeffrey.
I do. I love it. I think it's really good. You know, for me as well. Okay, so you can get to hear the interview. Obviously, those that did hear it after his first race victory in the winner's circle. Thankfully, he brought up his DNFs in GPs, which I was quite happy about. So
yeah, because I didn't want to go there either.
I didn't have to broach the question, so I thanked him for that. And he, like you said, just got to put it behind him, and he very much uses, because I asked him, what is your position when you come to these British Championship races? You know, is it a case of obviously a good rider shakedown, but do you also use it R&D, a little bit of testing with the bike? And basically the answer to that was, it's a chance to maybe try a few things that we maybe wouldn't risk at GPs.
They're so time limited at the GPs now that if they don't get it bang on in the first session and it is how they want it, it just has such a knock-on effect. But it's good that they come, and like I say, props to Honda for letting him come as well. Roger Harvey was here earlier in the hospitality suite earlier on this morning. Just got a chance to say nod and say hello, but good that he's getting the backing to come and do these races that he always that he has done when he was previously with KTM, and it is our benefit that we get to see him. So,
well, hopefully, there's obviously always a chance that he might come back and do some more before the season's out. If we don't see him there, then we've got an opportunity to see him again in the UK soon, with the British GP coming up at Fox Hill.
Yeah, that's not that far away now. But it doesn't seem. I'm used to him being on this bike now. It doesn't seem that. It doesn't seem as alien as it did the first GP of the season, when your brain just doesn't compute what it's seeing. So it's a 6.6 second gap back to second place then, Conrad Muse, which, if you look at how fast Jeffrey Erlings is going, the amount that Conrad Muse is slower than that is literally a tenth in every other corner.
Careful, Phil. You're close to starting another debate about...
No, I'm not going there. I'm just saying that Conrad's showing the speed, and he's riding really nicely.
How nice was
Jeffrey?
that?
Oh, that was beautiful.
Big powered wheelie down the downside.
And there is the dictionary definition of keeping him honest. But we might even see them in the same shot there. There's Conrad in the background. It's not that far.
No.
Just under 6 minutes plus 2 laps to go in this final Apico Factory Racing MX1 Moto of the day. From what we were expecting through the weekend with the weather, I think that we've done really, really well to have a hard pack and dusty track here at Monster Mountain after the amount of rain that they had in the preamble and the run-up to this event. Is more than you could ever have believed would happen. And whilst it hasn't given us the most thrilling of days racing, I'm not going to try and sugarcoat it. It's still been a good day. We've seen Hatestat take his first double victory in the in the RFX 125 class. We've seen Charlie Richmond second on the podium, and you know, be really happy. And obviously our MX2 Championship need to do another 1-1. So it's been good.
Yeah.
Even a not brilliant day of the races is better than anything else.
Yeah,
and there is Conrad, Jeff.
Going back to what you're saying there, it's definitely better than I thought. When I'm getting a text message from the crew on saying make sure you pack your wellies for the weekend, and now I could have been walking around in flip-flops.
Yes.
But the track's dried out, which it does. Obviously, this is literally a man-made mountain, and when you drive up, when you come here, if you've never been before, you almost can't get your brain around it. You're like, all that's come out of the ground?
Yes.
That's mad.
It's not a mountain that they just took the top off.
No,
it's a mountain that didn't exist.
I know.
That they built and then took the top off. But as is modern mining methods, especially down this part of the world, it is not uncommon, but it's nonetheless for people like me. Obviously, where my area, there's a lot of underground mining and stuff. You don't get to see the stuff like this. But it's a great facility. It's good to see that it's getting grass on it. It's improved every time where it's been used. And level of
like
investment.
you said, it's a facility, and arguably one of the biggest ones we've got in the UK now. There's multiple circuits here. They also hold all kinds of variant enduros here, electric bike racing for the kids, all those kind of things. So yeah, Darren and his team, the level of investment, I mean, is huge. Just the fencing alone, like to get round the venue, has been astronomical. So credit to them.
I mean, there's a lot of people. There's nobody in turn one.
Yeah.
Because there's not a lot to see there, because you can't see the bit behind it because the turn there's banked. But all the way around here, all down this bit that's made, all the cars down here parked, and all the way around the other side of the track, you can see. I'd say you can probably see half the track from most of the places that you stand. But obviously thinning out a little bit now towards the end of the day, getting towards what time we're looking at? Getting towards 4:30.
Well, there's Louis Brooks out there on the Stark now. I mean, you know, we've seen them finish some races because early doors at some of the other races just didn't quite have the oomph to get over the line, and that's a talking point in its own right. But yeah, electric racing, Stark out there, and that kid can ride just like his younger brother of Joe, of course.
Actually, I hadn't made that connection. I did not know that.
Yeah, no, he's younger than Arena Cross champion in the amateur class. In his skill set in Arena Cross is really something. I mean, he's got a talent.
Yeah, now you've said that, I think actually I did know, but it was something that I had forgotten. Back in one of the earlier Arena Cross championships when they first came out. But there is our red plate holder who will continue to hold that red plate, and he will take that all the way down the M4 from here, around the M25 to the next round at Canada Heights, and he will know that as long as he can keep putting that Grennan True 7 Honda in front of the Dirt Store Triumph, that he will put himself in a good place to take another British MX1 championship in this Apico Factory Racing MX1 class, Jeff.
Here's a little snippet as well. There's now another Muse racing. I was lucky enough to see his real younger brother, Vinny, have his first ever race a couple of weekends ago at Portland for one of the balance bike events that I'm involved with. He came and watched on the Saturday, loved it so much, convinced Dad, can we go and race it the next day? They rocked up, and I was there to see Vinny's first race. Messaging Conrad, and then I spoke to Vinny after the race. I obviously had to ask the question, are you better than your brother? Yes, was the answer to that.
Well, my first kind of exposure to Conrad Muse was him on an auto, I believe, at the NEC, busting out the finish line double when there was, I don't think half the 85 class were doing it.
No.
And that's probably been, I don't know, 2010 or something like that, maybe a little bit longer. But he has been one of our top riders now for a lot of years, and hadn't got what it took to take it to Jeffrey today, unfortunately. But look, let's not forget, this is one of the fastest men on the planet, and whilst he is now no longer the good side of 30, he still knows how to ride a motorbike, and he has come here, put on a show for the fans, of which we've seen plenty, and he will go away for the next round of MXGB in Montevarchi, knowing that he's done everything that he can to get that bike and himself ready for the second half of the season. We are almost halfway through the year, Jeff, as hard as that is to
I know.
to
Creeps up
understand.
on you so quick.
Yeah, and
that bike as well, by the way, we know Honda HRC, just phenomenal outfit, amazing bikes, proven so many times in our sport, clearly. That looks a really well balanced bike to me. It kind of rides a little bit lower on the back. He's got it set up very much kind of steering with the rear. It just tracks nicely through the corners. And when you actually hear it, it doesn't bark. Like some bikes do, obviously, like the Star Yamahas in America are known for this ridiculous rasp and sound. When he was out there in practice this morning, you could barely hear him as he was hooking gears up that start straight. It was just like,
I was out on track earlier on this morning, and I thought exactly the same thing of Aurel Oliver. He was very, very reminiscent of the way that Sean Simpson rode. Low revs, tall gears, make it. But the bike was really quiet. But Oliver only found his way up to 5th in this one. It's not particularly close. I don't know how close he's got to Taylor Hamill. Ben Watson 30 seconds adrift now in 3rd place. 5 seconds back is Taylor Hamill, and then Oliver still to come across the line. I think he's out another 10 seconds back. So, but as is often the case, the Premier class, these guys are giving everything, and they are more calculated in their willingness to hang it out for marginal gains. And at this portion of the day, with the sun starting to drop a little bit, and the track being certainly as brutal as it would have been at any point over the whole weekend here at Monster Mountain, everybody is easing themselves towards the last lap and the checkered flag. Jeffrey will obviously take overall victory with a 1-1. Conrad will take a 2-2, and Ben Watson will go third with the 3-3. There's going to be no need for our little ready reckoner down here on the side of the box.
No, definitely not. That's an easy equation.
Hamill with a 4-7. In fact, so it'll be Aurel Oliver will take 4th overall with a 5-4. And I think Hamill will be 5th. Shout out to Jamie Carpenter on the second of the Crendon True 7 Hondas. He is there, currently lying in 10th. And spoke to him yesterday, and still on the struggle bus a little with an injury. But he just says it's just getting a little bit easier every time, a little bit more confidence every time, and he just got to ride himself back into to full fitness, and hopefully he will be more to the sharp end. And then it's Cameron Droe on the Chambers KTM, the man from South Africa, Charlie Cole, Ben Edwards, Charlie Putnam 14th, Jason Meara in 15th, Sid Putnam 16th, points for him, Lennox Dickinson in 17th, Jaden Murphy on the Absolute KTM in 18th, Louis Brooks 19th, and Jack Benston, the man on the Honda from Colville. Looks like he's going to nick a point for his troubles.
Like all top level athletes and sportsmen and women, it's so, they make it look so easy. I've just been really studying Jeffrey the last sort of lap and a half, and if you've never seen this sport and you're tuning in, and we're there giving it the big and this is one of the most demanding sports in the world, etc., etc., you're watching them go around going, well, where's the effort in that?
Yeah, you look at it and you go, well, I could do that.
Yeah.
Now, trust me.
Yeah.
I know I can't. And I've seen you ride, you can't. But you can't on a much better level than me.
Yeah.
And that's the thing when you are, as you were, when you were racing in GPs, Jeff, you would go there every week and you would see the class of your field, your Alex Pouzars and all of these kind of guys, and you would watch them and go, what are they doing that I'm not?
I got a great little, very quick story of that. So I was obviously busting the gut to try and qualify, get in the race, early doors, probably my 3rd GP, something like that. I come in, gasping for water, out of breath, trying to put in a heater on the qualifying lap. Before even breaking down the lap, my brother comes up to me and goes, just over here, Everts is just hopping over these bumps and stuff like that, just do that. Can I just stop you there?
And your brother can ride. He's decent himself.
Hold on, just listen to yourself. Just do that. Righto. Yeah, I'll go out and do that. I mean, that's the difference, and it does look absolutely effortless. So let's go and see what he's got to say.
That looks nothing.
No, it's so
on
far.
That camera view. If we'd have seen that from the drone, it is it's such a, the hop and the commitment onto that first step is unbelievably the fact that Early does it lap after lap is amazing. So here we go then. It's going to be checkered flag for Jeffrey Hurlins. He takes race victory. Conrad Muse second, 12 seconds back at the end of the day. I think that we got caught out there. We thought we'd still got one to go. Ben Watson will take third. There comes Ben on the Dirt Store Triumph. He comes across the line. A return to normal service for Taylor Hamill with a well-deserved fourth. I'm sure Steve Dixon will be happy with that. And he will be licking his wounds from that first race. Seventh is Oriol Oliver, Tristan Purden, Adam Sterry in seventh. There's the man from Wales. All his home round, obviously he's a North Wales man up there from up near Chester. But we'll have made the trip south. And there is Purden coming across. So there's Purden on the 41 on the 772 Kawasaki, so decent result for him in sixth. Sterry will be seventh. Bruce with that. There's Sterry going across the line now. Bobby Bruce will be eighth. Grimshaw remounted to be ninth, and Jamie Carpenter will take a position in the top 10. So we will go and have a word from our partners. Well, thank you for watching this live stream. We're going to go down, and after that we will join Jeff and myself in Winner's Circle, where we will wrap up the day's action here from round 5 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship from Monster Mountain. The next round, I think, is July the 14th at Canada Heights. We look forward to seeing you down there, and we'll be right back then after a few words down in the Winner's Circle.
Is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Right, okay, here we are in the Winner's Circle, and again, impeccable timing. He's so used to doing this, and he's like total pro, just waits back, knows when we're going good. Another immaculate performance out there. Very different track that time around, though. Obviously it dried out quite a lot, so regards of training and stuff for GPs, nice to have variation in a day.
Yeah, definitely, because we started with so much grip in the morning, and then the first moto was a little bit like GP circumstance, but now it really dried out. But yeah, we had a bit of wind and 20-25 degrees sunshine on there, and the track is already quite hard by nature, so it definitely dries up hard, but it was good practice, man. I can't get any of these tracks for practice almost near home, so I'm very happy I came. Obviously stars were alright. Just Conrad was twice just in front of me, and the first one was really slick, almost went down even, but he managed to pass on first lap, and we all know Conrad, how fast he could be in England, and yeah, just a good day. First in practice, first in both motos, led every lap, so happy.
So a good shakedown going into the next GPs. Obviously, we know, without going over covered ground, you've got work to do there. You've got to try and pull back some of those points. You must. So some. Okay, a lot again. You do that. I mean, I should imagine. Yeah, well, absolutely. I should imagine over the weekend you've watched with interest also how Lucas has got on in America. So what's your take on that going into the next GP? Obviously, you're confident. You're always confident you can win.
Yeah, I feel like he's just good. I mean, we know he's good, and he's one of the biggest talented on earth right now on a motorcycle. Obviously for me, Jet remains number one, even though I think in Southwick he could possibly beat him, he's just really good, and he's a tough cookie to beat, so also his age, 12 years younger, you feel that, and he has had less injuries, more intensity, more aggressive. I don't give up, keep charging, and but at some point, I wouldn't matter if he goes to US next year, man. That would definitely do me a favor.
He reminds me of somebody else at that age, I got to say. Yeah.
I know.
So when are we going to see you again in the UK? Any plans to come back and do another British round, or are we just going to see you next at Fox Hill?
Next will be Foxhill, and the plan is to do the Wednesday after Foxhill to do the Monster Mountain evening race. And I think that's it for the year for coming to England. Maybe later in the year, but for now nothing planned. But yeah, really appreciate my 2 races coming here, like Preston and today. Also very warm welcome from the fans. So thank you everyone, and also people at home or at home in England to watch this race. Thank you so much for watching, and see you guys at Foxhill.
Well, we know you've got an impressive property portfolio. You should maybe buy a house here in Wales, okay?
They're cheaper than Holland, I guess.
Well done on another emphatic performance. There you go. Jeffrey Hurling's taken the overall victory. Conrad, if we can bring you in. He's just, again, they love you don't see all this, but they have the debrief with their team going through what went on, what went down. Conrad, as we said, you touched on it in our first time in Winner's Circle. You obviously want to push and challenge yourself all the time, and you want to try and win this championship. A good day in the grand scheme of things. You want to beat Jeffrey. We know that. You gave everything you got, but regards of the bigger picture, another good day.
Yeah, definitely. Really good day today. 2-2 on the day. Yeah, results-wise, obviously, Jeffrey was here today, so it was always going to be a very, very difficult task. He's battling with well, he is the best rider in the world. Do you know what I mean? He's one of them. So it was always going to be tough, but I'm pleased with my riding today. I'm pleased with my riding. On ground that doesn't normally favour me that much. I'm not very confident in this sort of ground, but I've done a lot of work on it, and I feel good. I feel really good. The bike's handling amazing. My suspension guy, Mick, he was here this weekend. Fantastic again. The bike, 2 hole shots.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time I had 2 hole shots.
By the way, you mentioned that. I think you've upset him a little bit there. So you've got under his skin a little bit.
Yeah, we've got a spare 4-power engine back there if you want to. Nah, it's 2 hole shots is amazing. Yeah, worked on the starts a lot. So. And with the riders that we got in our class, that's so important, the starts. And Ben's riding well, Taylor's riding unbelievable at the minute, Olivier as well. So the start's very important, and we managed to out both of them today.
Well done on a good day. Keep it rolling. We'll see you at the next round. Let's bring in Ben. Ben, if you want to come in, please. We're just going to... there's no mistaking the Triumph team in this very Larry kit that they've been running. Ben, like we said in commentary there, we know that you want to make a real stab at this whole thing, but again, in the bigger picture, points wise, it wasn't that damaging really.
No, it's still early to even be thinking about a championship, and yeah, Jeffrey's Jeffrey. Like, it doesn't matter if he's going for the world title, it's his final race, or he's, I don't know, doing a British championship here. He's just Jeffrey, and he's unbelievable. So, and then Conrad's the same. Like, yeah, we know Conrad. He's elite level. On his day, you can follow Jeffrey around, and like I say, so to be 3-3, obviously I didn't have the pace of Jeffrey or Conrad today, but then I look back and I'm like, I mean, Oriol's really fast in the GPs, been having some great results, and yeah, like I was pulling on him in both races in somewhere that this is not really my best, so it's one of them, it's mixed. I mean, 3-3 is actually good for the championship that Jeffrey came, because if I was 2-2 to Conrad today, it's an extra 2 points for him. So in that way, yeah, it's not ideal, but it's positive. Like for the big picture, it's been okay.
We're obviously just past the halfway point. I've got to ask you this: being back and racing in the British Championship on a regular basis, are you enjoying it? Are you glad you made that decision to come back and race?
I am enjoying it, and obviously my team is a British team. This is, to be honest, their priority. So it's, for me, I still feel like I can do something at a Grand Prix, and like that is where my heart is, because that is the big picture. That's when you're a kid, the championship that you dream to be racing. And yeah, this is it's not a step down for me, but it just feels like when you've got so many races, it's every single weekend. And yeah, I want to come here and I want to do it for the team and for all the sponsors, because at the end of the day, I'm British, and this is probably the first championship that I looked at that I wanted to win. So no, I'm definitely happy I've come back and done it. And to be honest, I think it is improving. Like the way the series is running, and the partners, and obviously Dirt Store's always a big thing for British motocross. So no, to be here, to be an English rider and racing this championship, obviously it's a privilege.
That's good to hear. That's a positive thing. Keep it rolling. Good luck for the rest of the year. Keep pushing away. We want to see a challenge here. Okay, yeah, we're going to obviously close to wrap this thing up. Again, We're going to bring in the ACU. Well, chairman, president. I'm not sure which. What are we going under?
President's fine.
President's good. We like president. It does sound. As long as you're not like some of those other presidents out there in the world, we'll be all right. You know the ones I mean. Good to see you out there. Good to see you enjoying your day. You don't know this yet, but you were caught enjoying an ice cream out there mid-moto. So you'll have to watch that back. How's your day been out there?
Oh, it's been great. I mean, it's really terrific to see the British Motocross Championship come to Wales. We really appreciate Mark and Darren hosting the round. It's great to bring it to a different audience. Racing again has just been extraordinary in all classes. So fifth round is now in the books. I can't believe how quickly the season's going, but it's been a really terrific championship so far.
Early days, we've still got a few rounds to go, but I should imagine plans are underway. You must be talking to the race directors and everybody involved with this championship with an eye on next year and beyond.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is sort of the second year of the new format, and year on year it's been growing really in a positive direction. So, of course, we're already thinking about next year and plans for next year and how we can kind of build on what we've achieved so far. But it's just really, it's great to see the engagement. It's great to see race fans coming out and enjoying, really high quality national championship. It's great to see the online viewing figures and actually the industry and the paddock really getting behind, a really important domestic championship in its 75th year. So it's good.
Keep up the good work. We're looking forward to hearing those plans. Thanks, Tim. Thank you for your time. Let's bring in Paul Irwin, series director, and bring John Blythe in as well. Now, you two, obviously, we don't often see you because you're normally out there putting in hiding, doing the hard graph out on the hiding. Past the halfway point in the series, for Paul, from your standpoint, second year in of kind of doing this. How are you feeling it's going?
Yeah, I think so far it's really good. 5 rounds in now. This year feels like a little step up from last year. Last year was good. It's just, small little details we'll keep changing, but really, so far the championship's good. The racing, the winners are, it's good. It's good to watch.
And from your side, you've been involved, obviously, as Grand Prix rider, a racer, and then, within the industry on the other side of the fence, very successful business and all that. From the side of the commercial element, does that feel like that's trending in the right direction? And what we're seeing with the live stream and the figures, are you starting to see the knock-on effect of that?
Yeah, our partners seem happy with the work we're doing. We're getting more conversations and more good conversations. Trying to bring, the industry have supported it superbly since day one. It's hard to get those partners on board, but the support's fantastic and we couldn't do it without them, so
keep them coming.
Massive thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. John, you obviously, like all of us, you've watched so many motocross races. You've been out there in the field for so long. Sorry to make you feel a little bit old there, but like you are out there. Well, I see you out there with the flags. Whatever, you've seen this series, over the number of decades or whatever. From your standpoint, do you sort of feeling that as well?
I think in the last 2 years it's really progressed, and it's progressing even more. We're getting good crowds. Riding, tracks are good. Riders are good. They're coming. It's a shame we're not getting extra for qualifying, but that's the way of the world. Yeah.
And from your standpoint out there, obviously sometimes you clerk of the course and all that. Are you finding as well how fast our sport is evolving in regards of literally the machinery, the bike? I mean, it's not. We started in scrambling. We're now in motocross. It's a fast-moving thing, isn't it?
Certainly is. Yeah. You look at some of them coming around there, and you think, "Wow, when is it going to stop?
Yeah.
How much faster can they get?" So
that's the thing as well. But I also know you guys orchestrate a lot of things here. We have, and I think it's time to give them an honourable shout out. We have an amazing medical crew as well. So let's just talk quickly about them and what they do.
Yeah, they really helps. It takes a lot of pressure off everybody, and knowing you've got them here every time, and they've checked out the medical companies that we use. That's really a lot off your mind when you come to a meeting now.
I'm sure it is. Guys, keep up the good work. Thanks for everything you're doing. Let's bring in Phil, and we'll talk about another great day at the office for us. Calling all the action on that, Phil. It was brilliant.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic day. Seeing Hayden Stack go 1-1 for his first overall victory, that was really, really good. Charlie Heyman again going 1-1. When you've got 3 guys that have all won all their races, it doesn't say how exciting they were, but they've all won about the business really well. It's been great. It's a beautiful sunny day. We're in Wales. on Wednesday, you'd never have thought it'd have been like this. And we get the best bit out of it. We get to commentate on it all.
Now we actually go and get to have an ice cream as well, which I know you were pining for. When we saw Tim having that ice cream, like, we need one of them. So we can go and relax now. Thanks everybody for tuning in. A big shout out to everybody here at Monster Mountain, Darren Lewis and the team, and everybody that is invested into this unbelievable venue. When we first came here, it was like being on the closest I think you've ever been to feeling like you were on the moon, with the ground surface or whatever. That track has stood, a handful of racing a day. It's been battered, but it held up well.
I've just walked back across it, and it is unbelievable. The holes on that landing from the finish line jump, you're just like, just the guys who have raced around here all day, I can't believe it. And it's been brilliant.
Come on, Phil, let's go and get on a bike and have a shakedown. We're not going to do that. We're opting for the ice cream. We'll see you again at the next round 6 Canada Heights. Make sure you tune in, all the social medias, like and subscribe. We'll see you then. Thanks for tuning in, everybody.
Black Betty, bam lamb, whoa, Black Betty, bam lamb, Black Betty had a child, bam lamb, the damn thing gone wild, bam lamb, she said a word, not a mind, bam lamb, the damn thing gone